Man, I like that new song. Look, everybody's nice. In. Well, I'm going to go ahead and introduce everybody. You can see who our first guest of Mainframe Comic-Con is before we talk to Mr. Donny Cates. I didn't realize it was going to be on the screen right from the top, but that's cool, guys. Welcome to day 2 of Mainframe Comic-Con, a for-charity telethon going on for the folks over at the Hero Initiative, guys. Real quick, if you missed anything from day 1 at Mainframe Comic-Con, those videos are up all over YouTube. So if you missed yesterday, you missed quite a bit. If you're watching this video on YouTube, if you're watching it on Facebook, you are not getting the whole Mainframe Comic-Con experience. So I want to encourage you, if you're watching it on some other platform, head on over to mainframecomiccon.com. From there, you can access all of the 5 panel halls currently live streaming, simulcasting some interviews and panels from the top names in television, comics, and movies for the next 9 hours. So we got an entire day of awesome for you guys. So let's go ahead and introduce our first guest, who's already standing right next to me, Mr. Donny Cates. How's it going, Donny?
It's going great, man. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for kicking off day 2. You were one of our first guest announcements for Mainframe, and you set the snowball rolling down the hill that built what Mainframe became this time.
Oh, well, thank you so much. That's an honor. I appreciate that, man.
You got where are you remoting in from? You down in Texas right now?
Yeah, I'm in Austin, Texas. It is unbelievably hot outside. So much so that my little dog burnt her paws and is now in a cone. She may be making an appearance later on.
Oh, the poor puppy.
Yeah,
poor
she's
puppy.
Not into it.
Well, it's a beautiful day here in Chicago, the Windy City. Hardly any riots going on today, so that's always a good thing.
Sure.
Here in Chicago, guys, the chat room is already blowing up with people asking their questions about all of your Marvel work, all your current stuff, the stuff that everybody wants to hear about. Guys, keep those questions coming in the comments section, but we're going to get to those in just maybe a few minutes. Before we get into that, I want to kind of get to know you, Donny, just a little bit. You and I have actually not really spoken. We've met each other at cons before. I'm sure you don't remember, but I'll remind you a little bit later on in the show. But I want to kind of wind the clock back just a little bit and sort of do a little get to know you. I'm going to try not to make this sound like an episode of Inside the Actors Studio or VH1 Behind the Music, but I want to kind of get fans caught up on your whole work, your body of work, your history, even going back before your work in comics. I mean, was writing young Donny Cates, little Donnie Darko, I mean, was writing always something that was really big in your history? Did you write in high school?
No.
Anything like that?
No, not at all. I grew up as an artist. I grew up doing like sculptures and wanting to kind of be a penciler for comics. And then I kind of fell backwards into running a chain of comic book stores here in Austin. And then when I ran those into the ground, I still wanted to be in the comic book industry. So I went to the Savannah College of Art and Design, where I tried to be a penciler. And I ended up in classes with Jeff Shaw and Trad Moore, who I would continue to work with for the next like 10 years of my life. And this is around like 2009, 2010. And at Savannah College of Art and Design, you can get like an actual accredited degree in sequential art, which is comics, right? And even though I wanted to be a penciler, they kind of make you take all the classes. And so I ended up taking a writing class, and my writing professor kind of took me aside and said, "Hey, you could be good at this if you tried." Give me 1 second. Hey, babe. Sorry, I know this is a live show. Hey, can you make sure this is plugged in, because I'm losing power over here. Thanks.
Hi, Megan. How's it going, Megan?
Everyone says hi, babe.
Megan's going to be on the show in Hall D a little bit later on today.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I bounced from that right to I took like a summer off from school, and is it not working?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, my battery's about to die on my computer. That's great. Even though it's very clearly plugged in. Yeah, and so we'll just keep talking until this dies or not. Oh wait, there it goes. There he goes. Okay, cool. And so yeah, I hadn't really written a word in my life until about 2009, and then I took I was at Savannah for like 2 years straight, like summers and everything, and then took one summer off just to go back home and see my family. And in that summer, I got picked to be an intern at Marvel, an editorial intern, and so I moved to New York and did that for the better part of a year. And then immediately got out and started trying to make my own comics. And I self-published them. I made like ash cans and went to Comic Cons and tried to put them in people's hands. And I was probably the most obnoxious person in the world at cons. I was that guy just like hunting down editors and stuff. But it paid off. And here I am.
How'd the internship happen? I mean, how does that how exactly does one go about getting an internship at Marvel?
There's a portal on their site. I mean, well, it's different now. I can't really speak to the process now, but in 2009, it was an unpaid internship, and you had to fill out a form online on Marvel's site and then write a letter. You had to be enrolled in college to get, college accreditation, and I wrote, what I found out was that editors most of the time don't pick their own interns. The intern who's leaving picks their own replacement. And so knowing that, because a couple of people in my class and stuff had done it. And so knowing that, I wrote a letter that was kind of skewed towards someone my own age, as opposed to, it kind of took a lot of the pressure off of like thinking that like Tom Brevoort was going to read something that I wrote, and so, yeah, I got kind of randomly picked out of the pile. Very luckily for me, I had just been, I ran like 4 comic book stores here in Austin. Those closed down. I moved to Savannah and I got a job at a comic book shop there. So I read literally every comic book that came out every week. And so like Marvel, DC, Image, Dark Horse, whatever it was, I read it. And so when I went in for my interview at Marvel, they were like, "So what Marvel books do you read?" And I was like, "All of them." And they're like, don't try to impress us. Just like, what do you read? I was like, "No, I literally read all of them." And then they gave me a quiz, and it was like 10 editors in a room. And they were like, "Which book do I do?" And I was like, "Oh, you do Ultimate Spider-Man." And in Ultimate Spider-Man right now, Bendis and Bagley just introduced the Chameleon Twins and this and that. And like as I started going down the row, I could see them all trying to started to exchange looks of like, Jesus, kid, like this kid's insane. Like,
this kid's gonna take our job, man.
How does this kid have this much time on his hands? And yeah, I ended up as an editorial intern under Jordan White, Mark Canisia, and Sana Amonet, who I would end up working with almost all of them. In fact, Thanos Wins, the first real book that I did for Marvel, was edited by Jordan. And Jordan really, really, really fought hard to get me in the door there, because he had followed me. Actually, a lot of the editors had been following me since I started getting books put out, But it wasn't really until God Country, like my 10th creator-owned book, where Axel Alonso got his hand on it and thought that it was that I was, at least showing potential enough to be able to come in and handle something. And what's weird is they it was very a fortunate time for me, because they gave me my first assignment at Marvel. And I know you want to go back, and we will, but at the time they gave me, they didn't start me out on like what they considered to be like a super A-list book. They started me out on the second half of Jeff Lemire's run of Thanos, right? And so I started on issue 13, but it just so happened that during the course of the 6 months that I was on Thanos became a household name.
This book right here.
That book right there.
Gorgeous book.
And so it went from like almost overnight to me trying to explain to my parents that I got a job at Marvel. And they're like, "Oh my God, who are you? What book?" And I was like, "Thanos." And they were like, "Who? What is Thanos?" And like overnight, like Thanos is a household name. He's on like McDonald's cups and shoes and backpacks and stuff. And it just like, it was the perfect timing,
Wow, that's like your whole life story in one long run-on sentence.
Yeah. Well, if you've read my writing. You know, I'm fond of those.
Hate periods and commas. I want to talk a little bit about like in 2014 when books like you talked about Jeff Shaw, working with Buzzkill. Jeff Shaw became like, your lifelong work partner, books like The Paybacks and Ghost Fleet.
Yeah.
A killer book, Ghost Fleet. So I know you worked, did the internship at Marvel and stuff, but when these books came out and they started hitting shelves, I mean, where were you at where was your mindset at when these sort of indie books sort of hit the shelves? Kind of your first real, and correct me if I'm wrong, but some of your first real work out on paper. I mean, did you feel like, okay, I've made it at this point? I've reached the mountaintop. I've got these 3 books in comic shops. This is it. This is as good as it gets. Or did you
No, it was abject failure from the beginning. Buzzkill was supposed to be a 12-issue series that was going to follow the 12 steps of, getting clean. And then because I was no one at the time and, no one's going to give me a 12-issue series right out of the bat, they shortened it to 4. And so it was a real tough time, cramming Buzzkill into 4 issues. I like to think that Jeff and I did a good job on it. But then, yeah, Buzzkill got a lot of heat right off the bat. And so I was working in a sandwich shop here in Austin, and when Buzzkill #1 came out, I immediately quit my day job thinking like, oh, this is going to be great forever now. Flash forward to Paybacks and Ghost Fleet coming out. I'm working at Best Buy. And then both of those series were, I think Ghost Fleet was supposed to be 12 issues and Paybacks was supposed to be an ongoing, and they were both canceled within about 4 issues. And then we had to wrap things up really quick. And so after the Dark Horse, my stint at Dark Horse, I for real thought it was over. I really thought that was it, and then I went to Heavy Metal and finished the Paybacks and did a couple other books over there, some short stories in the magazine. And then out of nowhere, like every book I've ever pitched, if it's ended up at Dark Horse or Heavy Metal or IDW or anything like that, it was always pitched to a wide variety of publishers, and Dark Horse was just the one that bit, right? But it was always pitched to Eric Stevenson and Image Comics, right? And then I came up with 2 new ideas and sent them over to Eric Stevenson. And within about 20 minutes, I was at work and I got an email back from Eric saying, yeah, let's do that one. And that one was God Country.
Let's talk about God Country. I mean, sure. Oh my God, the book that really, made Donny Cates a household name. I read one time in an article. I want to talk about, sort of the inspiration for that book, but I don't know if you said this or if somebody else said this. But they said, what if Thor's hammer landed in a trailer park? Yeah,
that was kind of God Country is actually an idea that I had beginning in like 2007, like a long time ago. Before I even had any idea that I would ever actually become a writer, I played around with the idea of, wouldn't that be hilarious if Thor's hammer landed in like a trailer park and some redneck piece of shit like picked it up and hilarity ensues. And that's just what it was. It was supposed to be like a comedy, kind of like a next wave over the top kind of just bananas kind of a thing. And then I couldn't really get to the bottom of it. I couldn't really figure the story out, and so I just shelved it. And then a while back, like I don't know, about less than a year before the book came out, I had a pretty traumatic health scare that landed me in the hospital, and I kind of sort of almost died from it. And then when I got out of the hospital at the ripe old age of 30, like I turned 30, my body just completely shut down on me. I got out and I suddenly had things to say about death and how to let go and what you leave behind when you go. It really was the beginning of me. Like, you can go back and you can read Buzzkill, and obviously there's a message to that book. But then after that, I just started kind of writing like popcorn books. Like The Paybacks is an out-and-out comedy, which I adore. I love that book. And Ghost Fleet as well, because I got to work with Daniel Warren Johnson, which is his first published work. And obviously he's gone on to be, a fucking superstar. I had an immense amount of fun on both those books, but like The Paybacks was an out and out comedy, and Ghost Fleet was really me just trying to do my best John Carpenter impersonation. And then, they didn't really have a whole lot of of things to say, and then God Country came around, and then shortly after God Country, like within the next 3 to 4 months, I dropped God Country, Redneck, and Baby Teeth, all within the span of like 3 or 4 months. And they were all directly informed by my own history and my own past. And I started kind of delving deep into my own history and writing about things that I felt like I genuinely had a voice in, namely especially with God Country and Redneck, an authentic point of view of a Texan that has had history in both West and East Texas and could kind of speak to I tend to lean a lot towards like family stories, especially in my independent work. Well, also in like Venom and stuff like that. It's a thing that's kind of I'm always kind of drawn to. But yeah, I think that it really was because I finally had something to say with a piece of work that God Country connected with so many folks. It was crazy. It was a wild time.
I mean, my wife and I absolutely loved God Country. Quick story as we go into one of your next books. I mean, you did mention Redneck, which is absolutely killer. We could talk about that book for an hour. But we actually met you. We were at C2E2 about maybe, I don't know, 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. And this was before Donny Cates was like, John Lennon level presence at a Comic-Con. But we just caught up with you when you were at the Aftershock table. You were at, and we went up there to kind of talk to you about God Country, maybe get a signature and stuff. And you were super cool, but you gave us this awesome little black and white
the little
copy.
Preview.
You were like this little preview. You're like, all right, this is something I'm working on. I think you're really going to dig it. And it's so awesome because I feel real special that we were like one of the first people who got to read your book, Baby Teeth. And it's a really neat little preview. It's all black and white. It's not colored and stuff. And then when that book came out, it was just insane.
Yeah.
So good, man. I love the story of Baby Teeth. It's very much deals in family. There's some wonderful humor in it. What can you tell people about sort of the inspiration for Baby Teeth? I know it was a pretty personal project.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was kind of, again, right on the heels of when I, after my hospitalization and stuff, like right in the same time that I almost died, my brother gave birth to his first and only child. And so like on the cusp of me almost dying, this like horrible thing, there was this beautiful newborn baby, which is just the symbol of hope and future and all these beautiful things. And so I started thinking about it. And for whatever reason, through the lens of my mind, that story ended up being about a mom desperately trying to raise her son, who is the Antichrist. But see that, the thing is, it is also kind of informed, every story of like evil kids and like the Antichrist or the Omen or like Rosemary's Baby and stuff like that. The mom is always terrified of the kid and is always somewhat of the victim in the story, because a lot of those stories prey upon the fear of giving birth in general, and it kind of plays upon like how scary of a thing that can be, right? And I didn't want to tell that story. I wanted to tell the story of kind of my mom, who had me and my brother very, 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 very young. And God Country was such a masculine story and was about fathers and sons and grit and blood and shit, that I kind of wanted to see if I could tell the opposite story, a very feminine story, a very hopeful story. It's about, a single parent who doesn't care what the world says about her kid and kind of looks at the world, and the world is saying your kid is evil and your kid's going to, destroy this and do this. And she says, I don't give a shit. It's my kid. Like, you're not going to touch my kid. And it's, I've actually finished writing it now. I'm done with it. It'll start coming out again soon.
I was going to ask you about that. It's been off shelves for a little while. We're eagerly waiting.
It'll be out soon. We just got the last few pages of a new issue in the other day, so it'll be back out. It'll be 20 issues total, and I'm very proud of it. Sadie, the main character, is in the Bible that I wrote for the book. I wanted a main character that would solve problems kind of in an unconventional way for comic books. Sadie never throws a punch. Sadie never picks up a gun. She never does anything. She literally saves the world just by being a phenomenal mom and taking care of her son and protecting her son from all these things that everyone says that they're going to be. And so it was a wonderful book, and I'm incredibly proud of it. And the reception to it was insane.
Yeah, you talk about family. I mean, that's one of the things I like about it, because it's multi-level. Sadie just surrounds her son with so much love and protection, but yet Sadie's family surrounds Sadie with so much love and protection.
Right, exactly.
It's this big, just massive family thing. Also, I love the humor in it. Like Satan, I think there was one scene where the devil is like he's making dinner and he starts grabbing all these cats.
Yeah,
like what? You're not hungry? Does nobody else want to eat anything? I mean,
he's just cooking. He's just cooking cats in a pot. Yeah. And he's super casual about it. Yeah, true story. The devil in Baby Teeth has this thing where it appears as whatever your greatest fear is, or something you're sexually attracted to is. And so for like Mike, their dad, it looks like a biblical Satan. For Heather, it doesn't look like anything at all because she's asexual and she's not afraid of anything. And for Sadie, he looks just like Gerard Way.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, that was the point. And actually, if you go back and you look at the early issues, she has like My Kim posters on her wall and stuff. Sadie's actually the closest character I've written to me. Yeah, I'm actually a 16-year-old girl inside. So it's pretty natural.
Well, I mean, the chat board's blown up, guys. I promise we're going to get to your questions. So go ahead and start getting them in. For Donnie, I'm going to let you guys kind of field all the Marvel questions. But just one more thing that I forgot to mention earlier. I think it was last year we saw the news break that God Country was being picked up and optioned as a film. Is anything happening there? Is any movement happening?
Yes, but I can't tell you. It is moving along very well. I wrote the screenplay for it, which was a blast. I had never kind of adapted any of my own work. It was weird. When writing God Country, I won't spoil it for anybody who hasn't read it, but there's a thing that happens in the third act that unless you're a robot, you're going to cry at. I tend to get like super invested in my characters when I write books, to the point where if I have to write a death, or if I have to write a horrible thing, or even like a very happy emotional thing, it's not uncommon for Megan, my wife, to walk up to my studio and see me crying as I'm writing. And she's just like, "Oh no, what happened?" And I'm like, "Just do this. It's killing me."
This is going to be so good. I know it is, though.
And so, writing God Country the first time was really hard, and then somewhat harder writing the screenplay, because I had to kind of relive and kind of get my head back into that space. But it's cool. Writing a screenplay is really fun. You can kind of write in 4D. You can use like sounds and light in a way that you can't in comics. And, my heart will forever be in comics. I'm not about to bail and go, write a bunch of movies. I mean, unless I'm asked to.
I don't know, man. They can back up that money truck, and you could be a movie man.
I mean, I'm not saying I will continue to do both. I'll say that. But yeah, the film is coming along very well. We have cool people signed on to it. So announcements to come decently soon, I would imagine.
Do you think we'll get any announcements in 2020, or?
Man, honestly, I don't know if it's so odd. I hesitate to even say anything because movie things are always there's a lot of moving pieces, and I don't want to jump the gun on anything.
Well,
But things have happened to progress it.
that is good news. I know a
Closer.
lot of times these things can just kind of get picked up and then go nowhere. But I want to
Right.
go ahead. I feel like I've bogarted the conversation quite long enough, and there's a lot of people in the comment section. Drew Man True, fellow mainframer, asks, with your obvious comic fandom, what are the big tropes and comic book touchstones that you plan to explore in your new book crossover?
Yeah. Well, obviously, the premise of crossover is that what if one of these big Marvel or DC summer events, these big, huge, galactic spanning things, what if it got so big that it collapsed into our very real world? In a world where, like, Robert Downey Jr. plays Iron Man, like, all of a sudden, Iron Man falls out of the sky, and it's somewhat like the show The Leftovers in so much as it follows kind of regular everyday people as they kind of deal with what the world looks like now in a world where fiction is reality and reality is kind of dead. Like, it changes the landscape of everything, and they kind of get swallowed up in this kind of grand conspiracy thing of trying to figure out how it happened and trying to kind of they kind of go down the rabbit hole in a very fun way. But honestly, the impetus of it is I kind of wanted to create a book that felt like early Image stuff, that was just like balls to the walls, crazy. You never knew what to expect. Like in any given issue of Youngblood or Spawn,
Yeah.
like Savage Dragon could just be there all of a sudden.
Mhm.
Like, they had this interconnected Image world that we've kind of gotten away from, right? And so it's taken Jeff and I like 3 years to kind of put all the pieces together and get permissions from people to do things. And so, yeah, it's a really fun book. It's not as like, I don't want to say, that it's without its consequences and its depth, but it is very much in the spirit of like early 90s Image books that are just like bombastic and insane, and you never know, like, anything feels possible.
Yeah.
At any turn of the page, I like to think, at least, that we're going to keep you on your heels. It's a bit of a puzzle box book, so it's kind of a long form storytelling thing. So we'll bring things up that, I mean, again, that's I like reread a lot of Wildcats and Youngblood and Spawn, and what I love about it is the confidence that those guys had, where in Wildcats there'd be like a 2-page scene that set up some plot point that wouldn't get paid off until issue 26, and you're reading it and you're like, man, did Jim Lee forget about this plot point with like Dan Quayle? And then sure enough, like 20 issues later, it's like, oh shit, no, he knew exactly what he was doing. He was just confident enough that this was going to keep on going forever, and they were right. So I wanted to make something like that really felt like it existed both in our world, but also in that world that for people around my age, maybe a little bit younger, maybe a little bit older, that felt like that early Image explosion in the early 90s, and hopefully we pull it off. It's a crazy book. So we'll see.
I'm sure it's going to freaking crush.
I hope so.
Speaking of character crossovers and all that kind of thing, I mean, we got a great question here from, what was it, ML Bishop 28 said, I would love to know if you were given a choice of a choice at DC and you took it, what character would you like to take on?
I have a few. I mean, Batman, obviously. That's what you say, right? And I do have, like, in my back pocket, I do have like a 5-year Batman plan. Some of it doesn't really work anymore, but a lot of it I think would be really rad. I would also really like to get a crack at Constantine. I have a great. I actually, as a matter of fact, I got hired at DC before my exclusive at Marvel went into effect. DC wanted me to write Constantine, and I had turned in an entire outline, and it was insane. It was really, really crazy. I would tell you, except for the fact that hopefully someday I get to do it. And then right as that happened, Marvel came and offered me an exclusive, and so I had to politely turn that down. But over the years, DC and I have stayed in contact, and every time my Marvel exclusive contract comes up for re-signing, they somehow always know when that is. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I would it's nothing against my family at Marvel, who I love dearly, but in my time on this earth, I would really like to play with Batman and Superman and all the toys. I would really, honestly, if I had a dream job over there, I would relaunch the Authority.
Wow.
I think I could do some really fun stuff with the Authority.
We asked a similar question to Kevin Smith last time, and he said, the question.
I actually had a pitch for the question as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting question here from Coy Jandro, who's actually going to be hosting the Tom Taylor interview right after this one.
Hi, Coy.
Hi. He said, what's the best soundtrack to prep for The King in Black?
Oh, probably like funeral tunes.
Awesome.
Anything that'll help you maintain happiness through the horrific things that I do to all your favorite characters and King in Black.
Hamez says, do you plan on doing any long-term Marvel runs after Thor and Venom, or would you rather switch focus to long-term creator-owned stuff?
No, I have. So my current contract with Marvel goes up until 2023, and I have very long plans that take me all the way through that. We will see what that looks like after 2023, but I'll be on Thor for a really long time. I've been on Venom for a really long time. I will remain on both of those books. I'm writing the King in Black right now, obviously. Mm-hmm. And I know what my next two assignments are after Venom are. And then Thor's. If you've been reading my Thor run, you know that we're obviously gearing up for something big. And when you read issue 6, Thor number 6, which I believe is out next week, you'll begin to kind of see the shape of just how big that's going to be. So yeah, I'm not going anywhere, guys.
I want to go back to Bradley Tan's question. It was a really good one. He said, what was your most memorable story pitch, and how did the people in the room react to it? Baby teeth.
No, I mean, if you talk about pitching something in the room, that would be a Marvel thing. I remember when I got when I was handed the Inhumans, and basically I was told my only kind of edict for the book was you can do whatever you want. See, okay, let me just address one thing really quick. Everyone thinks that there was some sort of an edict from Marvel that we needed to kill the Inhumans because of the whole Fox thing. That's so unbelievably untrue. What actually happened was I was told, look, it was after the success of Thanos and Doctor Strange, and those two books started getting to keep people kind of talking and excited about my books. And so they said, we want you to do an Inhumans book, and the deal is you can do anything you want as long as you get people talking about the Inhumans. And I was like, well, I can do that.
It's going to require a pretty mass genocide.
Yeah, I might have to drop some bodies. So I went into the Creator Summit that we had that year, and I kind of I told them that I was like, a lot of Inhuman stories are about like politics and like chess playing and all these things, and about like monarchs that are, a little bit like stoic, and like the two best characters in the Inhumans don't speak. you know, like the dog in Black Bolt, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know his name's Lockjaw. I call him the dog. And so I told them, like, as a fan, it was always kind of difficult for me to be able to get into like the human element of it. And so I said, what I want to really do with the Inhumans, it wasn't called Death of the Inhumans at the time. It was just going to be called the Inhumans. I said, I want to do something really, really, really simple. I want to do like a straight up like machine guns and monster trucks revenge story. And so I kind of want to do John Wick in space. And I just kind of like backed up and let that sink into everybody. And it was Dan Slott who figured out what John Wick in space for the Inhumans would mean. And Dan starts yelling at me from across the room. He's like, "You are not going to kill Lockjaw. You are not going to kill Lockjaw." And I was like, "Hey, man, I'm going to kill Lockjaw.
Lockjaw's dead, man.
He's dead, baby." And so, yeah, I mean, I told him, I was like, "You guys want me to get people talking about the Inhumans, right? I got to kill a dog."
You know, how pissed off was Charles Soule who spent so many years trying to reenact bring the Inhumans back to life with so many runs for so many years, and then here comes Donny.
Well, kid
on the block, and you're going to wipe him out.
Well, I mean, it's generally considered kind of par for the course that some young punk is going to come in and with a scythe and
literally
cut all your cornfields down. I mean, I fully expect that when my Venom tenure is over, that some young kid's going to come in there and be like, "It was all a dream. There is no null. There is no god of the symbiotes." And that's fine. The thing is, I think people assume that we as writers at Marvel take that kind of thing personally, but it really is just, the thing is, you can't get rid of Charles Soule's run unless you invent time travel. It's still there. Right. So I didn't undo anything that Charles did. It's still there. And Charles and I are buddies, and Charles is actually very helpful during in the room, kind of helping me kind of wrap my head around the Inhumans, because it actually wasn't a book that I grew up reading. I read like the Marvel Knights stuff, right? But Charles was super helpful in kind of helping me flesh certain parts of it out.
Yeah, Drew Manchu goes on to talk a little bit about the Death of the Inhumans. Loves it, by the way. Says, any chance of more Inhuman stuff coming from you?
From me, I'm my dance card's a little booked for the time being, but my lips are sealed as to what Marvel might have planned for those fellas.
Which means they wouldn't be sealed if there was nothing in them, right? I mean, there's got to be something behind those lips. Okay, we won't go there.
Or I just don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm just making stuff up.
Or you're just talking shit, completely blowing stuff out of your ass. Mike Rogers does more Death of the Inhumans. Does the Death of the Inhumans tie Black into the Venom Thor story arc?
No. There you go. Kelly Thompson's done a great job of picking up some of those threads and doing it in Captain Marvel with the character of Vox, and now Vox Supreme. So definitely it's carried over there. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if some of Kelly's stuff ends up kind of interweaving with the King in Black event. I'll say that.
Okay, I mean, I know your dance card's full, but Brandon Blocksdorf says, with Marvel working on Miracle Man again, would you be up to contributing to that?
I would literally drop everything I'm doing. Miracle Man is my favorite comic book of all time. It's one of my favorite characters of all time. The only problem with taking that assignment is, you remember that time I took over Thor from the guy who wrote the most issues of Thor of all time, and arguably wrote one of the greatest stories besides Walter Simonson,
who literally put himself on the cover of the final issue.
Yeah,
like, it was that good.
That was terrifying. Following Jason on Thor was absolutely terrifying, almost paralyzing to step into those shoes, to step into that book. And with Miracle Man, you're stepping into Alan Moore, Neil Gaiman, and then if it was me, it'd be like Alan Moore, Neil Gaiman, Donny Cates, and then
the Ghost Fleet guy.
Yeah. That's a scary thing to jump on. But I mean, I would take it if they offered it to me for sure. It was one of those things where I think everyone at Marvel knows that there's two properties that if they ever get like their hand on them, if they ever get like the license for them or anything. Much in the same way that when we all found out that Marvel was getting Conan, we all collectively agreed, let's get out of Jason's way.
Oh my God, that was so good.
Literally no writer at Marvel asked if they could write it, because we all knew like Jason Aaron will murder us. Like, he's the biggest Conan fan in the world. If you go to his house, his office.
I didn't even know that.
Like, oh my God! If you go to his house, his office is just like covered in all the books and like all the old magazines and everything.
No
he's a huge nut. And when we got the email saying that they had it, it was just like one by one of us, like me and Jerry and Mark and Kelly and everything, just jumping in and being like, "It's Jason's. We're out of here." I like to think that everyone knows that I would like at least a shot at Miracle Man, and also Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Cool.
Everyone knows over there that I will murder someone if I don't get a chance to write that.
Not a lot of questions about this one right here, man. Silver Surfer Black. What was it like working with Tradd Moore when you first saw? I mean, did you know going into that he was going to do what he did art-wise in that book? I mean, Jesus Christ, that looked incredible.
There's not a person on earth who could predict what Tradd was going to do in that book. Honestly, I had kind of told Marvel that my dance card was full again. Like I was on I was on Guardians and Venom, and I was gearing up for Thor. And I was doing one other little thing or something like that. And I kind of told them that I kind of wanted to step away from doing little like 5-issue series or like 4-issue series, because they're just like a little grenade in the middle of your deadlines, right? And then I was in Dublin, I think, and doing a signing. And we went out afterwards for some food, and Declan Shalvey was there, and who's a great friend. And Deck told me, he was like, "Hey, I don't know if you know this, but your buddy Tradd is free right now and is trying to get a Silver Surfer book done at Marvel." And I was like, "Give me 2 seconds." And so I called CB. And I said, "CB, hey, Tradd Moore, who I went to college with Tradd."
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I remember you saying that right at the beginning.
Yeah. I've known Tradd for a decade now, and we've always wanted to work together. In fact, he was the first artist I ever approached for Ghost Fleet, and he was into it. But then he got his the Strode book got approved, and he was like, "Hey man, right after I'm done with this, I'll come and do this book with you." And I was like, "No, you're not. You're gonna explode into a superstar. I'll never see you again." But Tradd and I have always been buds, and it just lined up. And CD was way into it, and Silver Surfer Black was a really different writing experience for me, because I never turned in an outline. I never really told Marvel what it was going to be about. And I never knew how it was going to end. I would literally just call up Tradd every month and say, "Hey, what do you want to draw?" Because who the fuck am I to tell Tradd what to draw, right? When you have someone like Tradd, you got to just unleash the beast, you know? You just got to get out of his way, you know? And so, he would call me and be like, "I don't know, man. I had this idea in my head where like Surfer and I don't know, somebody have like a duel in their minds where like Surfer is able to turn into like dolphins, and is like that fight from like what is it called, Sword in the Stone, where they're like turning into things." He was like, "I kind of wanted to do that," and like that's all he would send me. I'd be like, "Well, okay, let's see if I can figure that out." And so that's why you have like Surfer going into the incubator chamber and fighting with this mind fight and stuff. So I would just try and give him what he wanted. And as it started going along, it ended up I'm incredibly proud of that story. It's kind of a weird pacifist like book full of hope and love, which was actually something that I kind of needed to write, because at the time, I was writing Venom and Guardians, and I had just written Death of the Inhumans, and so I was kind of writing a lot of stuff that was mired in despair. I was writing a lot of sad books where heroes are being punished a lot. And Surfer was so much fun to write because he is such a character that has like this infinite compassion and this infinite hope that things will be okay. And so it was a blast, man.
It's a beautiful story that is just it just matches the beauty of the artwork on it like perfectly. I mean, it's like I could just look at that and not even read the book. It's gorgeous. And then you read it, or I could read it and not look at it. I mean, it's just like, it's a perfect
man.
of beautiful writing and beautiful art. Shauna has a wonderful question right here. She said, obviously, you rock, Mr. Cates. How did the idea of Loki taking over the Sanctum Sanctorum come about?
I don't know, man. It was, okay. The God's honest truth here is that, when I got assigned my first 2 books at Marvel, one was Thanos and one was Doctor Strange, right on the heels of each other, right? And I was bound and determined to come out just guns a-blazing, you know? And I don't remember a lot of the outlining process. Like, I don't really, it all happened so fast that, like, I remember going back through my outline for both Thanos Wins and my Doctor Strange run and finding new things in there every month when I would go to look at it, because I wrote them in like a fugue state. But really, if I'm being honest, I kind of had my eye on Thor since I got to Marvel. And Axel Alonso, our editor-in-chief at the time, actually, when he signed me to my first exclusive, it was in hopes that my books would be successful enough and people would enjoy me enough, because Axel actually thought that I would be a really good fit to take over for Jason when Jason was done. And when the time I first signed my exclusive, Jason still had about 2.5 years planned. And so Axel wanted me to be at Marvel when the time came. And it was a huge kind of gamble on his part, because he signed my exclusive before any of my books ever came out. Like, I had only turned in scripts. So he had no idea if those books were going to be good or not, or if people were going to enjoy them or they're going to hit or anything. But I absolutely, if you look through my body of work leading up to Thor, almost every book that I do has some sort of an Asgardian element to it. Because I wanted to kind of build up to Thor and kind of dip my toes in the water. Yeah. And Loki is, and dude, and like, just like with Thanos, when I started writing Thanos, and then like that was the same year that the film came out. It was also the same year that Loki and Doctor Strange met on screen and like had this instant rivalry of like who was the better sorcerer. And I was sitting in the audience, I was like, what the fuck? That's my head. That's been in my head for the past like 3 years. That's crazy. It was wild.
That's cool, man. Great Legends show, who's doing a phenomenal job over in Hall E, by the way, of Mainframe Comic-Con. If you haven't checked it out, go check him out. He says, what do you think of the Fantastic Four? Plain and simple.
I love them a lot. The problem with the Fantastic Four is to write them, you have to be, I think, smarter than I actually am. You read. I actually just got done with like a big reread of Hickman's FF and Future Foundation run, and I read that and I'm just like, God damn it, I'll never be that smart or good, you know. But yeah, I love them. I like to put them in stuff. I've written 2 versions of Reed now, which is always fun. Evil Reed and Good Reed. Even Good Reed's got his bad moments though. But yeah, if you want to see more Fantastic Four written by me, you could check out the King in Black series. I would imagine they show up in that.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk just a little bit about Cosmic Ghost Rider.
Sure.
Speaking of Thanos, man, I mean, how good does it feel to create a character that has become such a fan favorite and probably a mainstay now in the Marvel universe forever?
It's real weird, considering that he was kind of supposed to be a joke. He was a character that it was one of those same things like God Country that I just had this idea in my head for probably, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years before I ever wrote a Marvel comic book. It started out as my tattoo artist. He had this piece of flash in his tattoo studio that was just this like skeleton on like a space bike. and the skeleton had a helmet on. And I was like, dude, that's awesome. That could be like Ghost Rider in space. And
you didn't give this guy any credit, did you?
No, Ian Betterman ended up doing some covers for us and is involved. He's the artist of a Tomahawk.
Oh shit!
Yeah. And I've known Ian forever. But it was that little skeleton on like a space bike that I kind of put the seed in my head of a cosmic Ghost Rider. And then when I started writing Thanos, obviously the plot of Thanos Wins is that he goes and he meets his future self, right? And I needed someone to kind of be Thanos' herald, for lack of a better word, that could go back in time, because you need that last page reveal of it being King Thanos. So it can't be King Thanos who comes back, and it can't be anybody in like the Black Order or anybody associated with Thanos, because it would give away the reveal. And so I was looking at this blank page and I was like, oh shit, I have that character. And I pitched it to Jordan White at the time. And he was like, that's really cool. And I had Jeff do like a little design of it. And Jordan said, well, who is it? Like, who is it in the costume? And I was like, why don't you just let me turn in the outline and show it to you before I tell you? Because you're going to, like, your initial reaction is going to be, that's really stupid. It doesn't make any sense, but I promise you I can make it make sense. Yeah. And so when I turned in the outline and made it Frank Castle, Jordan emailed me back and he loved it. He liked it so much, in fact, that we had to do a deep dive to make sure that no one had ever done that before, because he was like, that seems so obvious. Like, who likes vengeance more than Frank Castle, right?
It's funny because it does seem so obvious, because I mean, me, like probably every single person that read that Thanos book, in that one page reveal where it pulls back and you see that he's been rocking this skull on his armor the whole time.
He's got a skull on his chest the whole time.
The entire fandom universe in unison just started flipping back the old pages like, holy shit, that was there the whole time? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it was right in front of your face the entire time.
Like, I felt stupid, but I know I'm not the only one.
And then on Thanos Wins, I think, is it the 4th issue that does his entire origin? And I remember I wrote in the script, like right when that opening scene of his origin ends and it cuts into like the big battle, I wrote in the script, I was like, Jordan, this is so much fun. If this works, I would really love to write a solo like series of this character. And Jordan wrote back like, lol, we'll see. Like, we'll see if this catches on, but like, hold on. And then it came out and it just
wildly popular,
just exploded. I mean, honestly, I give a lot of credit to Jeff Shaw and Ian for that amazing design. The character just looks cool as shit. My only piece of input for the costume was to give him chains. And to give him bright red chains, which then I had to go in and figure out why they were red, and I ended up doing the ground bones of Sidorak. And that came from Todd McFarlane, who very famously in a video with Liefeld and Stan Lee offhandedly just said, kids love chains. And he's right. Kids fucking love chains. Todd McFarlane
freaking rule.
If Todd McFarlane tells you to do something, you should pay attention to that. The dude knows how to sell comics. So,
so was that? Remind me. There was one issue? I think it was that origin issue where page 1 was just the stare. Like, you open up page 1 and it is just Cosmic Ghost Rider just staring right at you full page.
I think that's issue 2. That's when King Thanos is having his morning breakfast and he stares into the eyes of.
That was all over my social media. As soon as I'm sitting there in my chair, drinking my cup of coffee, open it up, and I'm like, holy shit, this is like the best way to start a comic book I've ever seen.
Man. Thanks,
dude. That was such a cool idea.
Jeff crushed on that book. I mean, Jeff really went bananas on that book too.
Guys, we just have a couple more minutes for questions here. What's that? Raspberry Bat says, will we still see Thanos in his lost arm and eye again?
I think you mean Thor, right?
Yeah, I think you mean Thor, not Thanos, right?
Yeah.
Thor.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The multiverse contains a lot of possible futures, right? Certainly the end time Thor, or the Thor at the end of time that we saw at the end of Jason Aaron's run, he had one eye and one arm as well. So again, anything is possible. If you've been reading my Thor run, though, you'll it's been stated a few times that history and fate is being altered on a grand scale by some unseen foe. So I would just say stay tuned on that.
Yeah. Well, Donnie, I wish we had more time. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up because we got 5 minutes to prep the next panel. But cannot thank you enough. I got a million more questions I'd love to ask you. But this has been great, man. A whole
Absolutely,
hour,
dude.
damn near. We covered so much fun stuff, and we barely even scratched the surface. So hopefully you can come back on the next mainframe. We are making plans for something several months down the road. But this was awesome. Give our best to Megan. She's going to be appearing in Hall D a little later on today. She's doing the exclusive variants with a bunch of awesome variant cover people. So Comicore says, Donnie, thank you. Everybody's been blowing up and so awesome in the chat.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man. Donnie.
Absolutely.
Guys, we will be back in, I'd say about 5 minutes with Coy Jandro and the DCeased and who's Tom Taylor's coming up. So guys, we'll see here in just a little bit. I think our director's back there. So Chad. I'll introduce. Hello. Welcome back to Mainframe Comic-Con. They just threw me right on there, guys. What an amazing interview we just had with Mr. Donny Cates, guys. Welcome to day 2 of Mainframe Comic-Con here, happening all weekend long, 5 panel halls, 170 comic book and entertainment guests, guys. I don't want to waste any more time because I know our next host really wants to get into this panel. Please help me in welcoming back to Mainframe Comic-Con the host of Collider Heroes, Mr. Coy Jandro. Coy, how is it going?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. By the way, absolutely crushed it yesterday. You did, man.
Dude, that was so much fun.
Done. Tom King, you had the greatest conversation with Tom King, the greatest conversation with Jock. Today, you're going to be sitting down with Tom Taylor and Trevor Harrison, and also Mark Waid, I think, a little bit later on in the day.
I got both Toms with all their hats. I'm so prepared. I'm so excited.
Man, well, I don't want to waste any more time, so let her rip, man. Have a good time.
Appreciate it, man. So I'm about to sit down with the creators behind DCeased. We're talking with the man who will make you laugh, then break your heart, then make you laugh again, Tom Taylor, and the ever cinematic and awesome Trevor Harrison. How we doing, guys?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Doing well, man. I love this book. It is so big. It is such an event, every page, every panel, and it feels so good to read something that feels like it's $1 billion a page. I'm loving it. How did this all come together from the jump?
After you, Tom.
Look, it was all Ben Abernathy, really. He reached out to me. Sorry, I'm so cheatery. I've just seen this. He reached out to me and basically said, do you want to do a horror book for DC? And I said, no, not really. I'm not a horror fan. He had a sort of vague zombie idea, and I also admitted that I don't really like zombies. And the next thing I knew, I was just thinking about it constantly. Just every night, just going to bed and going, oh, this is a great idea. Just no, and I'm sending Ben ideas every night saying, this could happen, then this could happen, and then, oh my God. And then I had to say yes. And he had a few artists in mind, and I was a huge fan of Trav already. I remember buying Ultimate 6.
Yeah.
He was amazing. And so he was brought on board very quickly.
And Trevor, what was your journey?
Very similar. There's I've known Ben for years, and he just pitched that idea to me, and you can't say no to that, can you?
No.
I gotta agree with Tom. I'm not much of a horror comic guy generally, but between this and the Hill House line, I've been loving what DC's done with horror. That it's kind of reinventing itself in a way that's super approachable. That it doesn't feel like you have to know horror comics or want to be scared by the books. It's very inventive storytelling, and this one feels like it's one of those like action thrillers that subverts expectations with every cliffhanger and every ending. How are you guys plotting this out? Is it like beat by twist, or do you have the whole story written out and then you punch in where the endings are going to be, or how's the scope?
Do tell, Tom.
Look, I certainly don't have all of it. It's one of those things that like I can present an outline, but that outline goes out the window as something bigger and better comes along, which is like everything I write. I'm like, oh, then this happens, and then a little while later Ben will be like, oh, what happened to that idea? I'm like, well, I killed Darkseid, so that idea was gone, and this idea was cooler. It's just that simple. So yes, a lot of it is plotted, and we sow a lot of seeds all through everything, just in case we want to pick up a thread later on. There's something mammoth coming up in issue 4, which Trev has just drawn and handed in, and everyone's just going to go, what? No way. And it's crazy. And it's one of those things that we just put down this huge idea, and maybe we don't see what happens in issue 5, but we know that we're going to come back to it at some stage.
I love the mischievous smile on Trevor's face because he knows
Right?
the exact moment. Everyone knows but me right
He's
now.
like, yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, I need to keep my trap shut. We're good.
So the pairing on this book between the two of you, I think that's a big part of what makes it so approachable for non-horror fans. Tom, I got to say, your ability to endear people to characters that are more obscure immediately and make you laugh and then cry is second to none. And then Trevor, your cinematic style is, I think, a big reason why Ultimate worked and transcended. Like, it was already selling well. The Ultimate line changed Marvel Comics, but then the event stuff like Ultimate 6 really reinvented what an event comic could be in the 2000s. So the combination of that feels like watching a movie, man. What was it like developing your shorthand as creators on this book?
For me, I got the script and then I drew it.
That has been it. Like, we've seen more of each other doing panels than we did the entire time. There is the occasional email of, you rock. Yes, you are also awesome. And oh my God, have you seen the sales? Oh my God, have you seen this? But that's been about it. I think we just, we gel on the page very, very obviously. Like Trev, I start all comics the same way. I care about character more than anything else. I mean, yes, it's awesome that he can draw Superman punching Darkseid in the face so hard it breaks his jaw and makes that look incredible. But it's when Superman's saying goodbye to his family. Yeah. It's when he's showing that pained smile as Superman's trying to joke with John with tears in his eyes that you just go, this is the man right here. This is comics. This is what's going to break people's hearts.
We're in it for the drama.
That's right.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget in these event books how much the characters, you have to be invested or the punches don't land. It feels like there's no contact if there's no connection to. That's why I think Superman's so hard to write. Is it's so hard to identify with a character that's Superman.
Superman is not hard to write. Where is he?
Yeah.
Everything's mirrored and weird and slow. Superman is not hard to write. If you're a Superman fan, he's if you can put inspiration and heart and know he's just a good person, then he's easy to write. I understand people like Batman because he's angsty, but angst is easy. Earnest is worth it.
And that's why your Superman sings, man. That's a beautiful art to the character. And that's why I think I've really fallen back in love with him these last years, is that people are loving Superman and it shows on the page. And the stuff going on like with DCeased shows that even when these characters are being murdered, there's so much love there.
No, there's a lot of love.
So this is an Elseworld wherein you have so much freedom. Is there any other character or any other Elseworld you guys would like to play around in with unlimited, in the cinema terms, budget? Is there anything with carte blanche, just here's a page you'd like to play with?
I'm looking at you, Trev. Because
I
just want to know if there's something and I'll make it happen.
Starts writing off screen.
Yeah.
No, I got nothing at the moment. Something.
There's I will say with DCeased, we've always kind of planned for more. So I always had in my mind that I wanted to do Unkillables. I always knew I wanted to do a sequel. And so there's certainly things that I'm kind of planning for the future, just in case we get that crack at it. And there are characters that haven't appeared yet that I'm desperate to see Trev draw. So I won't say any more about that, just in case it never happens. Okay. But there's more fun to be had.
I like the breadcrumbs with the concept of them turning into bread. I like that.
Yeah,
just in case.
At the end of issue 4, everyone is going to know what I'm talking about.
Yes. So you've both worked for both of the big two and done independent work. Is there any character that you think is super slept on from either house? Is there a character that you're like we were kind of talking about Superman just now, is there a character you're like, no, but people just don't get he's blank or she's over here, like this is potential?
Okay. No, I'm stuck again.
Look, I'm going to say Gabby Kinney has disappeared for far too long, as far as I'm concerned. Honey Badger, she needs to come back to Marvel ASAP. But no, look, obviously having to get Laura, write Laura for 3 years as I did, I certainly miss those characters and would love to see them return. Obviously coming up to doing Marvel's Dark Ages, a big sort of event book, and we'll see who appears there.
Well, you write a lot, don't you?
I do write a lot. I write a whole lot. And the thing is, every time I write, I do it like I'm collecting toys. So if there's something cool that I really, really like, I'm like, oh man, I'm going to write that character. And then I can buy their action figure and it can stare at me. I can be sitting there as I kill them and I can feel terrible. Yeah.
You're writing so that you can collect the action figures. I love
That's
it.
right. Yeah. I mean, I can't collect the action figure until I've written the character. It's like a bucket list where I actually get to keep what's in the bucket.
If you make it tangible, it is yours.
That's right. Yeah, I have to earn the action figure.
That is that beautiful 90s. I love the 90s approach to making this like sing. Like, there will be toys, it will be mine.
Yeah, absolutely. And and then it's great when you get to create your own characters, like we've just done with Suicide Squad, where we created something like 7 new characters and put some of them into the DCeased universe with Hope at World's End. And then hopefully one day I'll get those action figures. And we are getting action figures. Trev, this is the coolest thing. We're getting DCeased action figures.
I haven't got one yet, but I definitely want.
No, me either. But I've seen them online, and I've seen the statues as well. The best idea ever was that Batman in Mr. Freeze's suit.
Yeah, that was fun.
Making a statue of that, which was the coolest image.
But Ben has promised that, so yeah, okay.
Yeah, I want that.
Yeah, Comic Core says Suicide Squad has been awesome. Thank you, and I have to agree that especially that Deadshot issue really it got me. It was up there with Spider Bite, like just the right level of like and then it just because the dad element of Deadshot is I feel like a key element that doesn't always get the time to shine because he's so busy being Deadshot. So it was really cool to have that like Joss Whedon at the farm moment in Age of Ultron. Like, it's really important to have those quiet moments.
I don't think any of the creative team knew how much we were going to fall in love with Deadshot, of all people. But as soon as we got to write him, we got to know him, and he had that relationship with his daughter that we explored, and suddenly we all, it's sad. We fell in love with him around the same time we'd already made the decision to kill him. Spoiler for everybody out there, he is dying. That's true. What you've heard from DC, it's the truth. He is dying in canon. Sorry.
But that's why you got to love him first. That's how this works. That's
right.
The pain of loving the characters.
Yeah.
So
I heard "kill your darlings" once, and I took it very literally.
Decades of like, that was the note I got. I have to live up to that note. So Trevor, back to the Ultimate world. When you took over Ultimate 6, that was when it was one of the biggest things in comics. Elseworlds were rarely that popular. It was a huge event. What was it like? The framing, I remember being so unique. It really felt like storyboards come to life in a very unique way. What was it like taking over when it was like the established Bagley and Millar? Like, there were very specific people on these characters. What was it like doing the character designs in your own style back when that book was going like crazy?
Oh, okay. Let's see. I mean, I just got very lucky with that stuff because at the time I was completely unaware of what was going on in comics at all. I think I'd been out of it for a couple of years. And then Ralph Macchio came along and gave me that book. And once again, we're very, or at least I'm very shielded sort of here. I don't really, I have no sense of scale, what's going on in the comic world, really. And I just drew it. I just drew it. I know I had great fun with it. I was lucky in that they allowed me to do pretty much whatever I like with it. So I took Peter Parker's mask off sort of, pretty close to the beginning, and I just left it off the entire series. Yeah, great. It's stuff like that. And I had a terrific time on that book. It was awesome.
Is there a character design? Now. Yeah, I looked at the dates and I was like, that can't be right. I'm uncomfortable knowing that was that long ago.
Hence the white beard.
Yeah.
Is there a character design from then that you remember distinctly loving as you were shaping it and sculpting it?
Yeah, Falcon. Yeah. There's I suppose I had the first shot at the Falcon design after he, away from his original red and white costume. So I sort of militarized him and gave him a propulsion unit and stuff like that. I really enjoyed that. I think the first picture of Falcon is basically my face with some Oakley spectacles on, and that's it.
That's a huge picture. That's a win.
That was fun.
Have that. Yeah.
I tell that to my daughter, and she goes, "Oh, that's good." That.
Tom, yesterday I sat down with Tom King, and I was so tempted to ask him a bunch of all-new Wolverine questions, and then to come in here and ask you a bunch of Batman questions. Yeah. But I thought the audience, if they somehow weren't on Twitter, they would have been like, "What's going on?" But with your run on all-new Wolverine, which I think is one of the great runs of Wolverine, you gave us Jonathan. And I have to personally thank you, because bringing in a Wolverine to Wolverine was inspired. Was there an arc that you didn't get to do that you wanted to, or is there a favorite moment of inspiration that happened on that run?
Look, I think we would have liked to have done. We sort of went out on Old Woman Laura, and we would have loved to have extended that, like had more time to play with that. I think we only got about 3 issues in the end for that one. But I mean, we got 36 issues of that, which is unheard of these days. And we did arcs like Orphans of X, which I'll always love. When I got to team up with Juan Cobal, who we then he and I loved working together, so we ended up doing Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man together. But just creating those characters, creating Gabby and creating Jonathan, the actual Wolverine, teaming Wolverine with Squirrel Girl, like doing things that people just didn't expect. And just having a ball with it and watching the success of that book. People didn't know what was going to happen at the start, and getting to write that for 3 years and then having them join X-Men as well, and getting to write them for another year. It was huge.
The idea of bringing in clones in the 2010s and having it work was, I was very concerned as a Ben Reilly fan, as one of the only Ben Reilly fans. I was like, wait, clones? And landing it. Like it was great.
Yeah, no, we had a lot of fun with that. That first arc, the Four Sisters, was it called? Yeah. And just having them all. The idea was that every clone would be a different aspect of Laura's personality, and Gabby was kind of the person that she could have been without the trauma, and so keeping Gabby there to be that foil and that heart and that humor in the book was so important. And we were gonna have Warren be that for a while. That was the plan. And then we're like, no, she's way better. Bye. And we just ditched him. Sorry, anyone who was wedded to that idea.
So you've both worked with Spider-Man in the sense that I like him. Like everybody has anyone can wear the mask, and a lot of writers write Spider-Man very differently. Like I love Dan Slott's Iron Spider being so differently handled than the Avengers stuff and the more contained. But I'm always a more contained Spider-Man guy. So the literal friendly neighborhood take is how I see Spidey, churros and etc. But this friendly neighborhood run, it stayed so small, even with the villains being so big. What was that like with editorial while there were so many giant Spider-Man books going on? Were you able to keep it intentionally small and separate, or was that the pitch of the book from the beginning?
Yeah, that was always the pitch. It was what Marvel wanted. They wanted me to tell small stories, and I was happy to tell small stories. I mean, I say it was small, but we opened up an entire New York under in the middle of the earth, a different New York. So there were big elements there too. But it came down to any time I suggested a villain, they'd say, no, sorry, we're doing that in Amazing. No, we're using that in Amazing. No, Nick Spencer's going to do that with that guy, so you can't. So we had to keep it small. And that meant that we got to tell these really personal character stories. We got to tell stories like Spider-Bite. We got to tell stories like that MJ, the entire MJ issue where she goes off while Peter sleeps and she saves the day and has a bit of a team up with Miles Morales. And we got to do these stories that we wouldn't have done otherwise, because we would have been trying to sort of do an event book instead of this really personal story of just Spidey's day-to-day in New York.
Yeah, the Mary Jane book and the Spider-Bite issue are two of my, if you're only going to read one issue, like they're great gateway comic books. Like, here, guys, it's just one, trust me, $4 comic books. So it's really nice to have approachable books. And that's what I loved about Ultimate was, back in the day, Ultimate was something you could tell anyone to pick up an issue of, and it made sense. And now those are the movies, and the MCU so much of that DNA to that. But I just saw in the chat, Monster Collection wants to know, when is Harley Deadpool happening?
As soon as DC and Marvel want to play together, I will be there. I'll be sitting there in a boxing match with Donny Cates. we're both of us fairly non-violent people, so we'll just do a bit of this, which won't quite work on this slow thing. But yeah, and then he and I will just team up, and we will tell these stories, and it will be joyous.
Just bring back
Day
Dark Claw,
one.
man. Bring back Dark Claw. That's what we
Yeah.
the Amalgam universe. We need it back.
Yeah.
Trevor, is there anything you're enjoying consuming with comics? You're saying you're not like finger on the pulse with the scale and the scope, but being a bit removed, it must be nice to to enjoy comic books. Is there anything you're reading right now that you're digging?
Yeah, I'm reading Plunge at the moment.
Oh,
Quite
yeah.
Yeah, quite enjoying that. Mostly because I'm a huge Stuart Immonen fan, I have to admit.
He's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably all I can mention about now. I'm literally sat here taking notes of what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, but between all my shows, I'm up to 70 to 80 comics a week, so it's really nice to.
How do you do
hone
that?
in.
Right. Wow.
Dude, it's actually good because my brain, it becomes like this like flipping through channels thing where I'm like, these characters are Monday, these characters are Tuesday. So it's replaced television, and now I get to have my own budget because I see the scope I want.
I get up in the morning, I go to the gym, I draw comic books, and then I go to bed. That's it.
The trick is deleting all of social media off your phone and putting comics apps in those spots so your muscle memory goes to those.
I've already done that.
Yeah. Trev doesn't exist online.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I had to hashtag you, and I was like, oh, I'm so instantly jealous of this person I haven't met yet. This seems like the greatest freedom.
I don't have time for any. I just can't do it. There's no, as you can tell, there's no processing power there to start with. You know.
Tom, is there anything you're consuming that you're digging right now?
Look, I'm reading a pile of, obviously because I'm doing 7 Secrets, I've been reading a pile of boom books and things like Once and Future, fantastic. Anything that James Tynan puts his like mind to at the moment is brilliant. Wind's great. You're about to get Boomer about to release We Only Find Them When They're Dead, and I read that last night, the first issue, and it's so good. Obviously I'm reading a bunch of DC stuff. What else am I reading at the moment? I've read some of Donny's Thor. Reading, I read a lot. it's hard to keep up, but a lot of the stuff I read, I'm kind of reading for research, so I'm often
No tells.
I'm often 3 or 4 years behind. So my son made me read all of Super Sons before I started DCeased. He was the one who insisted they were in there because he's a huge fan. It's like, you have to read this, Dad, and you have to include them. I'm like, all right. So that was a good decision by him. That's worked well.
I love that. You have a personal like litmus test. Like that's a great, like this is what's happening in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And he reads more than I do, and he's been reading heaps of stuff at the moment. He's reading Far Sector. He reads way more Marvel books than I have time to read. So he's often the one who's telling me, Dad, read this. It's great. So it's helpful to have that critic in the house.
It's always good when you have a friend that knows the comics to pick up, but when they're in house, like, and they're your kid, that's the, you raised them right. That's the best stuff.
Yeah, and he's got good taste, so I trust him.
So 7 Secrets I want to bring up, that is going into another printing off of issue 1.
Yeah.
That book's going crazy. What were some of the thematic influences on that book? Like, it's got this great adventure tone. It's got a bunch of intrigue and almost espionage. Like, what went into that one?
Basically, everything went into that one. It's a book that it's really hard to define. I read one fantastic review the other day that was like, "Oh, we've seen this before," and I'm like, "Oh man, no, you haven't." It is one of those books that's going to change every single month. Like, you're going to read it, and the scope of it, that idea of it all comes down to what's in the box. It's a story that I love telling. The first ever comic I wrote, it was actually a play that I wrote first, and it was called The Example. And it was about a briefcase on a train station here in Melbourne. And it was turned into a comic by a man that Trev might know, an absolutely brilliant artist by the name of Colin Wilson. Do you know Colin, Trev?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah, so Colin Wilson is a great mate of mine. He lives around the corner from me.
Oh, you're kidding? Say hello.
I will. We actually got on the phone yesterday because we haven't seen each other because we've been in lockdown for sort of 6 weeks or something here in Melbourne. Even though he's around the corner, we haven't seen each other. But we are going to go for a socially distant walk this week. But yeah, Colin turned this play into a comic, and that was my first ever comic. And it was about a briefcase, and you never know what's in the briefcase. And I love those what's in the box stories. So we created with 7 secrets. We created 7 what's in the boxes, all in one book. And there's secrets laid on secrets and twists, and it just goes places that nobody's going to expect. And it's so much fun to write.
I'm actually Googling it right now.
It only came out on Wednesday, Trav. So literally on Wednesday, and we've sold out twice already, which is
Cool.
insane. Yeah, we're going to a 3rd printing already, and it came out Wednesday. So we couldn't be happy with that. Thank you to everybody who picked it up. You know, doing creator own is always a bit terrifying. You know, the just not knowing whether people will actually read it, and it's been so gratifying to see.
Oh, I want
the
that
success.
now. Okay.
Yeah, that's fun.
I had a pre-order on it, and then I loved the variant for the reprint, the 2nd printing. So I had to go to 3 different comic stores for a 2nd printing in the first week, and that was a fascinating. Like, I couldn't even pre-order the 2nd printing, and that felt so good to be like, wait, this is a problem with a creator-owned book. That felt amazing.
That's a good problem. I don't have an issue yet. I don't have a copy, so I can't leave my house. So yeah, we have a 5-kilometer limit in Melbourne as to how far we're allowed to travel. So I can't get to my comic store.
It is a fascinating time to be collecting anything tangible. And as a comic and print guy, it's been like timing out grocery and comic store, and the rest I'll figure out. Like, it's like, these are my 2 priorities: consume and consume information.
Yeah.
Our comic store closed down, so I'm kind of stuffed.
Oh no.
Fascinating. So where geographically are you at? Like, what area?
Sheffield. So I'm in Crosspool in Sheffield, and we had a comic store sort of a mile down the road, and that's gone now, which is a shame.
Yeah, the Meltdown Comics here in LA, actually, the building caught on fire 2 weeks ago, and that was one
Seriously?
of the most like visually traumatic experiences, because that was like my 8-year comic store, and that was where I did like comedy in the back room, and it was such a hub, and to see that was like, it was like watching
horrible.
your childhood leave. So that was it's been a weird, 2020, guys.
Yeah.
Raspberry Bat wants to know, Tom, would you want to write any X-Men books in the near future with Hickman changing so much?
I'll be honest, I haven't kept up with much. As a creator, as a general rule, when I leave a book, I don't keep reading it. Like, it's like, it takes a while to get back to it, because it's like someone else is coming along and playing with your toys, and you're like, I don't want to see that happen. So it always takes me a little while to come back. So I've bought Powers of X, I've bought House of X, I read the first couple of issues, but I'm miles behind now. Having said that, Dark Ages is out of continuity, and there will be X-Men involved in that book.
So that's an edge that counts, and I'm super excited for Dark Ages, because X-Men Red, I feel like, was one of those runs that it just completely encapsulated the X-Men, and I don't know how Gene hasn't led more teams. That was such a like, wait, yeah, that's the math, that's right there.
That's right, yeah. No, and once again, all these people like, Tom, why isn't she part of a love triangle like she's supposed to be? It's like, look, she's got a world to save. She doesn't have time for boys.
Yeah, she was very busy in that book. It's not like there was
That's
gaps in logic. X-Men Red was actually one of the books. I took Alexandra Shipp comic book shopping for Dark Phoenix, and she was in love with Barry Windsor Smith and that era of X-Men, and she said X-Men Red was one of her new faves, so it was really cool to take Storm to a comic store and then show her X-Men Red
awesome.
and have her love it.
I mean, Storm had a great role in that, and some very, very big moments when she flooded, sent a tidal wave at Genosha, and yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, the book was it was great, because it was the counter to Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. That book had all the heart, but it was always like, a Roland Emmerich film.
Yeah, no, it was huge. So that's the sort of scale that I love playing with as well. And, we get to do that on DCeased as well.
Mark Hay asked, Tom, how do you decide which artist is right for each project that you work on?
As a general, often editors will always have someone in mind, or they might have a list of people. With Trev, he was the only name that I wanted for this book. It was I'm not gonna lie, there was a list and there was only one. And it was Trev.
You actually go on boldness, don't you?
Sorry, yeah, absolutely.
I was the adequate level of boldness.
Yeah, that's right. So I feel like you were one of my people. My hat only ever comes off when I play soccer and when I get cut off in traffic. Sorry, football, Trev, football.
Thank you.
But yeah, look, often an editor will have artists already lined up. They'll say, "Oh, we've got this person. You take a look and you go, this is fantastic, and I know how to play to their strengths." Sometimes I'll want to work with a certain artist, like Bruno Redondo and I have been working together now for 8 years, I think, because he's one of those artists. He's, he gets expressions more than most artists can do. He's like Kevin Maguire, mixed with I don't know who, but he's brilliant to work with, and we just have the same storytelling values. And it's the same with Trev. That's why DCeased has worked so well, because people actually care about the characters on the page. They're not grimacing, muscle-bound people just going in every page.
Can't do that.
And yeah, you bring the heart, and then you torture people.
Trevor, one of the things I've really noticed about your work is, even if it's a character's costume design I've seen before, there's something very functional about the way you draw costumes. I feel like they're actually available. Like, it doesn't seem like they can't move or articulate. What was your style evolving into that character costume design? Because even back to Ultimate, which we admit is terrifyingly long ago, like, the costumes feel tangibly real.
But thank you, because that's exactly what I'm going for. I don't enjoy unrealistic costumes. I just I have a need to ground everything so that it feels, like it exists. That's it, really.
Is there a style that, do you look at clothing or landscapes and things as you're sketching and like let that develop into your style?
Absolutely. I've got Google images spread everywhere, like all the time, with all the stuff that I want to be focusing in on, and I'll just take pieces from here, there, and everywhere.
The speed between panels, I've noticed, especially with DCeased, this book in particular, it's really fun to read twice. It's really fun to read as an action movie and just power through and like let the pace bring you, but it's also really fun to go back and let those emotional impacts hit you. When you're sketching out the framing, do you ever need to change the way you're blocking out the storytelling as you're developing some of the dialogue into the character impact moments? Or does it
constantly? Yeah. On the initial draw through, I like to just take it a page at a time, so that I feel all the surprise as I'm sort of making my way through the script. I'm sort of trying to get as much sort of that impact in the first run through that I can, and then if I absolutely have to, then I'll go back and adjust it a bit. But I try to leave it alone.
Yeah, and I think that's why it reads so well a second time. Is I feel almost the impact of you sketching it like this is your experience with the book, and then we get to experience that. Is that
no? Seriously, thank you if that's the case, because that's exactly what I'm going for again. And it's particularly good on this book, with Tom's stuff, because there are so many moments. You go, oh,
there was just a twist yesterday on that page, and now we're over here.
No, seriously. Yeah, you go, oh no, you can't do that. That's not. Oh.
Tom, when you've received some of the pages back, has there been moments that surprised you, even in the way they were translated, that like, from your head and your words, like when you received it, like, oh, this is a different frame than I would have gone. This is great.
That's always the case with every comic you write. I mean, you an artist is always going to interpret it a certain way. I try to put as much detail on the page as I can. And by that, I mean a couple of sentences, because what I learned, the first artist I ever worked with was Colin Wilson, and I remember I'd be like, hey, why aren't those X-Wings flying over the mountain? He's like, that was like on the second paragraph of panel description. I didn't read that far. So, so that grumpy man who I love dearly taught me to be very concise. So more than anything, I put in expressions and what the characters are feeling. That's, what's happening in the background. That's, that's all Trev. But what's happening on the faces, that's the thing that's key for me. Whoever's speaking, making sure that the speakers are in the panel, that sort of thing. But there's nothing, I don't think I've ever really had to do much sort of reworking of lettering or anything with Trev. Like he nails everything.
Are you sure? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Like a bit maybe, but that's generally my own fault.
You're just being nice. I'm pretty sure I've drawn random beards on people.
Oh yeah, there's definitely that. There's that last issue. I was just looking through, like, man, there's beard, and then the beard's gone. It's like, oh yeah, we'll work on that, Tom. But that's another thing. But no, I mean, more than anything, it's just like getting those pages. And like I said, those 2 pages of Superman saying goodbye to his family, Trev knows this already, but they crushed me. Like, that's the pleasant surprise. You look at that, and it didn't have to be that good. Those 2 pages took me about 3 days to write, just those 2 pages. It's the sort of thing that an editor would kill you for, but I had to do
good
it.
Stuff.
And to see Trev deliver like that was just beautiful.
With this book in particular, I feel like the fan reaction has been the loudest. It's been such an experience because you're bringing in non-horror fans, you're bringing in horror fans, you're bringing in team fans. What have been some of your favorite interactions? Obviously with Trevor, there's less social media, to which I'm very jealous. But anything you've heard that you particularly enjoyed?
Look, I love the reaction to Green Canary. Like, she has just been absolutely beloved. I've had cosplayers coming up to me dressed as her at shows already.
Really?
That, yeah. Oh man, see, you're not on social media. I have to send you these photos. Me standing next to Green Canary.
I need to see that. Yeah.
Awesome ones, man. There's some great ones on Instagram. The reaction to her has been great. The reaction to Damian and John taking over as Batman and Superman, and Cassie as Wonder Woman, that's been huge. It's been really beautiful to see. And it's the same in Hope at World's Ends, where we've got sort of the Super Sons and Cassie and all of them together. That's been huge. But it's just the shocks. It's just people going, "Hey, wait, did you just put a magic sword through Wonder Woman's throat?" It's like, yeah, Trev did that.
Hey, you can't blame me. That's
you
not
immediately
fair.
point the finger at the artist, like, I don't know how that happened. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's right.
Oops, I slipped.
That's right. But look, we get to do more on this book, with real stakes and real shocks and surprises than we would otherwise. And I think that's what people are responding so well to. And also just because we're doing the sort of core characters as most people understand them. We get to the heart of these characters that people have loved for 20 years. It's not the New 52 version. It's not the Rebirth version. It's not whatever. It's like an amalgamation of everything you love about this character in this book, and just trying to get that character right and then stab them through the heart, or through the throat, as Trev would do.
Well, speaking of stabbing through the heart, RB asks, Mr. Taylor, do you ever worry that you're typecasting yourself as a heartbreaker who kills everyone? Or is that a fun thing for you as it is for me? Or both, I guess.
Look, it depends on what I'm working on. It's obviously with something like DCeased, you lean into it. You become the maniacal villain, literally giggling at your keyboard as you do this horrible stuff. You go, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm turning Plastic Man into a giant zombie." It's just so much fun. And, describing him going into Blue Devil's face and popping out his eyeballs. And it's like, I'm a genuinely nice person. But, you've got to revel in this. I don't want to look at it, but I have fun drawing, coming up with it. But I have to say the eyeballs were a good touch. I saw them bottomless, and they're just very fun.
I had to put that one in silhouette.
Yeah. But then I write books like Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, and I write a TV series, which is my show, which is The Deep, which is the #1 kids show in the UK. And that's got a no violence mandate. Nothing is allowed to be sold by violence. There's no guns. There's all the action is peril based. So I'm not worried about being typecast. In DCeased, you know what you're getting. In Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, you know what you're getting. In a beautiful kids show, hopefully you know what you're getting. I like playing with lots of different things. And
Trevor, with the Ultimate Galactus craziness, he killed a lot of people too. We're not giving him enough credit for his maniacal choices. Like, this is...
Yeah, I might have enjoyed that. Sorry.
You had destroyed the White House. Like, there was also like the giant event of like, let's you guys are a match made in maniacal heaven. This is a good decision.
Okay, yeah, I might be typecast. Yeah, I don't know.
And Cody Royland wants to know, seeing John as Superman has been amazing. The moment between him and Lois in issue 1 was brilliant.
Thank you.
Dead Planet, I take it. Yeah, when he's talking to President Lois Lane of Earth 2. That was a really nice scene.
So, but before I let you go, I have to say that the balance of heart and humanity in this book is what really sings for me. You both have played with a lot of my favorite characters, and Tom, Deadpool is my guy, and I feel like a lot of people don't realize that he's not just a Mountain Dew ad. So thank you for realizing the heart of Deadpool is why he's funny. The dick jokes are a mechanism of funny, not the character. So thank you. But is there anything that if you had a complete, I mean, with Seven Secrets, you effectively do the creator control is insane. But if you guys were going to work on something together without giving anything away, I know you've got some ideas, but open source, like my dream scenario would be to bring the Clone Saga back and change the ending. So I'm talking like time travel use, infinite budget. I would fix the Clone Saga. Is there anything in comics if you had complete control you'd do?
I think we're doing it. Like DC handed Trev and I our own universe to play in, and it's been a massive success. I don't know if Trev knows this because he's not on social media, but we're now at a 4th printing for DCeased Dead Planet #1.
How many did they print at one time?
I have no
10?
idea, but yeah, 6. Just because the headline was, but yeah. No, it's thousands, and we're up to a 4th printing, and issue 2 is getting a 2nd printing already. So we've been handed this universe that people have embraced, and I have bigger plans for it. This Dead Planet is a huge, huge, huge story, but I also know what the next step is if we get there, and if people keep buying it like they do, then we will, and I won't let Trev leave, so that's fine.
I've got a question. How are you?
Sure.
Are you going to integrate this into the regular DC universe?
No. I did suggest it at one stage to solve a problem, but that's another story.
A lot of lawyers' ears just perked up. They're like, what character decisions are being made? So my final question for you guys, unless anything pops up here in the chat, but this is a celebration of Comic-Cons. I love what Mainframe Comic-Con is doing. This is for the Hero Initiative. People can donate directly to the Hero Initiative, a for-charity Comic-Con. Like, just makes my heart sing. I think this is amazing. What are some of your favorite Comic-Con memories? Because I feel like even, like, you guys are both not geographically close to San Diego, but I see more of my LA friends at Comic-Con than I see them in LA. It feels like this family, and I feel like even digitally that this feels like the family of comics is one of my favorite things. What are some of your favorite con memories now that we're all kind of trapped at home?
Learning to make tiramisu with Cristano in Luca.
That's amazing. I love a cooking element to any con.
Look, I have so many good memories. I do San Diego every year. All of these friends that I've made, who some of them who I used to worship, and some of them I still do, but now I get to count them as my friends is great. Doing karaoke with Jim Lee. This is hanging out with various Superman. I think I've met and hung out with every Superman that's played Superman.
Oh, cool.
And got to hang out with Margot Kidder and have lunch with her and talk to her over weeks, and went on a road trip with Ray Fisher, who's playing Cyborg. He and I did a road trip across New Zealand, and
nice.
And Bill Sienkiewicz and I did a road trip across New Zealand, and he hung out with my family in our hotel room for things that these conventions, particularly the ones that are tours, are like school camp, and you just form these beautiful bonds with people that last a lifetime. And I'm really looking forward to the world going back to a better place and seeing everybody's faces again beyond a screen.
Well, that's the beauty of these moments, and the freedom Trevor has not being on Twitter. He doesn't see that side of comic culture.
Right.
This comic culture is the magic heart, the real beating heart of comic books. It looks like one last question is going to be from Raspberry Bat. Tom, speaking of DCeased being separate from the main DC universe, do you want to do an ongoing DC book, I assume, in canon?
Yeah, sure. Look, I've made no secret of it, but I'd take Superman in a heartbeat. He is my guy. I would have a ball with that. Similarly, Green Arrow and Black Canary. I love those two together, so I would write the hell out of that. And I'd do a Bat book, sure.
Superman's my favorite, just in case.
Superman's your favorite? Okay, well.
Yep.
I feel like these guys work together well, DC. I don't know. There's an idea.
Yeah, we'll put that in the back.
And ironically, I've always wanted to see Trevor's Hellblazer, and now Tom's jumping on Hellblazer with Derek, which is so exciting. Congratulations.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, look, I can't believe Derek Robertson has never drawn Hellblazer. He's just such a perfect fit for it.
Yeah, that's
So,
going to be good. Yeah.
yeah, it's the pages that we've got coming in are fantastic. We've got the whole first book done. It comes out in a couple of weeks, I think. Issue 2 is completely drawn as well. So it's really exciting.
It's a magic time for comic books. You guys are contributing an insane book to this magic time in comic books. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for this work. I'm loving DCeased. I really appreciate it, guys.
You're very kind. Thank you.
We'll see you next time in person.
See ya.
Hopefully.
Hey, I wanted to bring you on, Rob. How's it going?
It's going well. It's going well.
Hey,
I'm
while
very
we're waiting for our next guest, I just wanted to real quick, if you could help me out, we got some con exclusive.
Yeah.
So from Source Point, we actually have 4 covers for all number ones. We've got Grit, Yasmin, Atlantis, and Concrete Jungle. And you can get those over at bit.ly/Scout Mainframe. All proceeds of these are a limited 100 print run. They are all going to proceeds go to the Hero Initiative. So, hey, I'm just trying to make this feel like a real con. What do you think, man?
I think that's fantastic. I mean, first of all, I just came off a conversation with Howard Chaykin, which I was amazed that I was talking to Howard Chaykin. And one of the great things about the Mainframe Comic-Con is just, I mean, you guys have done such a great job bringing so many different people to fans, and we can't forget that this is for the Hero Initiative, and it's a great charity. And like Howard pointed out, you know, there's a lot of comic creators that have health issues that need financial assistance, because it's not like we might think comic book creators, you know, are living in houses on the hilltops or at the beach or something, but that's not always the case. And a life in comics does not guarantee anybody living their twilight lives in the lap of luxury. So it's great that we have these things, and what a great thing to contribute to, and having cool exclusives like those covers, man. How cool is that?
I know, right? We got Grit, Yasmin, Atlantis, and then Concrete Jungle, all number ones. It's pretty cool. But you know what?
Yeah.
We got we just had another Collider guy on, and I'm going to see if I can bring Coy back on, and I want to talk to the two of you guys, the two studs in the game.
You know, Coy and I used to be on Heroes together. I always love talking with him. He's great.
Coy.
Oh, hey,
Hello, sir.
how you doing, man?
It's good to see you.
I was like, wait a second, I know that voice. I put my headphones down, and I was like, the sounds of Burnett in the distance.
And I watched the last 15 minutes of your panel. It was great.
Dude, those guys, I love the geographical possibility of Digital Con. I was like, there's a Tom Taylor in Australia right now.
It's incredible. You know, I was just talking to Howard Chaykin. I was interviewing Howard Chaykin, one of my heroes, and he was actually lamenting the fact that there's no con season, because one of the things he was saying he likes the most is when he can sit down with his colleagues and get in arguments and have breakfasts. And I was saying the same thing. I mean, Comic-Con, the San Diego Comic-Con, this would have been my 32nd consecutive Comic-Con.
Wow.
Yeah, and like when I first moved to LA in '88, I went by myself, and you know, it was a bunch of dudes rummaging through long boxes at one of these classic hotels in downtown San Diego. The convention center hadn't been built yet, you know, and then I bought Akira, a Japanese laserdisc of Akira. That was my big purchase at my first Comic-Con that I went to, and the Mainframe Comic-Con, you know, there's going to be people that have never gone to cons before that can watch this and experience this. And Howard's like, do you think it's the same thing? And I said, well, it's not the same thing like being there, but you know, this is worldwide, and there's going to be fans.
The heart is there. The heart of con, I feel it. Like, this feels like a con, and I've had so much fun this weekend feeling that con vibe.
Thank you, Rob, and thanks, Coy. I mean, the one thing that we set out to do that was a little different than last time and last two times. So, Coy, we're going to have to get you on here a couple more times to catch up to Rob, because he's already got the three mark.
Ooh, the hat trick. I got to catch up with the hat trick.
But
well, you know, oh, go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. The cool thing is the different panel rooms, and people are talking in the background, like having conversations. Oh my God, you need to go here, do this. So it's been really, really fun. And I can't thank you two enough for being a part of this.
It felt so good to prep a con panel. Like, it was nice during the week to be like, it felt really nice to be sitting down researching, you know what I mean? The moment of like, wait, I have a responsibility to talk about comic books live. Like, that's what I love to do. So, I mean, I know Robert and I have talked ad nauseum every time we run into each other in public, going like, oh, that prep for this, or researching this, or looking into this. And I got to feel that again.
Yeah, you know, it made me go back, and I was pulling off my shelves here Howard Chaykin's work, and just realizing I've been reading him for 40 years. You know, it's been fantastic. And I was going to say, Coy, watching your panel, obviously you bring an infectiousness of joy to when you're doing your interviews, and I couldn't help but smile. And that's one of the things that Mainframe has been doing. That I mean, who else is doing this? And you guys came up with this during the pandemic. And I think what a great way to turn lemons into lemonade, you know?
And it's organized, man. At no point have I felt like I needed to worry. I didn't have to log in a half an hour early and go like, will they have this under control? Like, no, I've been comfy.
And they've been, I mean, seeing how this has evolved, I mean, these guys are spot on. You know, they've got it.
I appreciate that, guys. But guess what? We got to run, because our next guest, trust me, I don't want to get shot in my lap anywhere. And she's already threatened to do this to me one other time on the phone, like earlier in the week when we were trying to figure out how she's going to get on here. So, hey, Rob, we're going to turn this over to you and bring on our next guest. All right.
All right.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all gentle beings from the 28 known galaxies. I can't tell you how excited I am to talk to this next guest. I was going to talk to her at a past Mainframe Comic-Con, and I'm glad she's come back. Now, I don't know if you're not watching Ozark, you should be. But, you know, a great crime thriller is really only as good as your primary antagonist. And I don't think in television, at least modern television history, we have had as good of an antagonist as Darlene Snell. And Lisa Emery, I mean, this is a star turn in television history like we have never seen before. And if you have not seen the 3rd season of Ozark, let me tell you, she takes her character to places that I think many actresses might fear to go. And so without further ado, I know you can't clap. At least you can clap where you're sitting now, but we can't hear you. But I know that for those of you who are Ozark fans, and if you're not an Ozark fan, it's only because you haven't seen it yet. What are you waiting for? Binge all 3 seasons. Let's give a great big Mainframe welcome to Lisa Emery, Darlene Snell herself. Oh my God, I'm terrified to sit across from you.
Oh my God, I'm here. I can't even believe I got here.
Well, first of all, let me just.
And I look fuzzy.
No, let me say thank you so much for being here because my God, to know you. I mean, I can't say to know you is to love you, but really to know you, if you watch Ozark, is to also hate you at the same time.
No,
and
well, good.
I mean, you have created a character for the ages.
Yeah.
And I've got to ask, I mean, first of all, I've talked to some of your compatriots, but I have to say, you wouldn't think this, I think, when I first started watching Ozark, but Ozark is truly a show where the female characters are at the very heart of the program.
Yeah, it's
and
out that way. It's great.
And you bounced around. You've been doing, working, and you've done all different kinds of television shows. But this is the first time you've been front and center, a regular on a show, and you have a cast of just incredibly strong female characters. How did you get involved in Ozark? And what was it like? Did you know that your character was going to develop the way it has, that Darlene Snell would become one of the great villainesses of all television history?
No, of course not. I had no idea. I got the part by doing what you do as an actor, and you audition. And this one was like breezy. I just felt like I knew her, but I didn't find out for a while. And then I had to really figure out what was that I auditioned for, and I was so happy.
Was there a long period of time between when you auditioned to when you got the gig, you booked the job?
Not so long, but you audition for something and the next day you think, well, why haven't I heard anything?
Right.
What's the deal? Yeah.
Obviously Jason Bateman, I've heard from people how he's sort of set the tone. Everyone speaks so highly of him, and I know he's so involved in the series. Yeah. After you did the first season, I mean, obviously for people, when you're working in television, you never know what's going to happen. You don't know if it's going to be a hit. You hope it's going to be a hit. Now, you were working, obviously Ozark is a Netflix show, so you knew you were going to get multiple episodes. You knew you were going to at least get an entire first season.
I knew nothing.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I mean, eventually I found out that, I was going to continue on. I mean, the very first day I got to set, I had to plunge a hypodermic into Bobby Dean's back, which was fun and interesting. And I knew that I was going to be Peter Mullen's wife, but I had no idea that I would have a life, like such a rich life going forward. And I just got to say to anybody who's out there, any of you working actresses over 60, just keep going. Keep plugging away. Plug away.
Well, I mean, one of the great things is, like you just said, I mean, actresses over 60, and you you now have your young boy toy on the show. I mean, even that's pretty transgressive. I mean, you don't see that. Like suddenly you're in a relationship with somebody who's, normally it's the reverse. You've got a man in his 60s having an affair with a woman in their 20s, but no, not on this show.
The writers about it. I mean, when Chris Mundy told me that was going to be my next, now actually I heard it from Jason first, but that was my trajectory in episode 3. I just thought, oh, nobody's going to buy this. And yet, I mean, it's just been amazing.
Oh,
it's just been great. And I love that they like turn the tables on that, old thing.
Oh, it was. I mean, your character, the way I have a theory about Ozark. It's my own viewer theory, and my theory is everyone is in hell. Like the show, you're in purgatory. You're actually in hell.
Absolutely.
And there's nothing. Every time you try and do something, it just drags you deeper and deeper, and everyone's going to lose their soul. And because it really is about, and you're like the devil, you are Satan, your character, and you're the only person on the show that's true to their nature. Like there's no lying. And Darlene is she's the most honest person on the show, really, because she doesn't hide anything. She's not trying to trick anybody. You are exactly who you say you are. And
saying that, like, I look at that episode after Marty killed the preacher, and Wendy's cleaning up, and I just think, you had to do it. Like, what's the problem? Clean it up, move on. I mean,
right.
Lisa as Darlene watching it, that's what I think. I just think, okay, bury him in the graveyard. Come on. Right. Sorry, am I scaring you?
No, well, no, this is fantastic. But I'm curious, as a working actress, when you get material like Ozark, can you recognize, like, was it different from another script that you've read? Like, if you're going to do like a procedural, like, like a Dick Wolf show or something, and a procedural has a formula, and you come in and I mean, I loved your Kilgrave's mom, the Purple Man's mom, and which was fantastic. And again, you had a great demise sort of in that show, and it was cool to do a Marvel series. But this show, as an actress, watching it develop and when you get the scripts in,
so far superior to anything that I've ever done beyond stage. Because I mean, I've done O'Neill plays, and I mean, I've done so many plays on Broadway and off where the writing was delicious.
Yeah.
So to find this in a television, not television, but Netflix, whatever, Jesus, it's everything to me. It's everything is the script.
Well, everything. And it's a lot of the time when you're doing a TV show, like, you have a writer's room, obviously, and based on an actor's performance, the writers can sometimes tailor the scripts when they see an actress or an actor is really cooking with fire and is really creating something indelible that might not have even been expected when you were cast, but seeing how you're gelling with the rest of the cast as it moves forward. Have you seen that Darlene has been developed in ways that have surprised you over the course of 3 seasons?
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that I've even been developed. But
wow, okay.
This makes me crazy happy because, first of all, oh God, I just got to say, if you think they're writing for me because I am such a killer, that's not it. But
well, that's got to be some of it.
No. Yeah. Well, it's, you know, everybody has an inner devil. But the thing is that I love to not argue. I love to not argue with somebody and have a long dialogue about somebody who I know is wrong. You know, I would rather just shoot his pecker off. I mean, why not?
Right? Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But now, have you with do they tell you, like, how does that work? Because obviously, when you're making a Netflix show, there's block shooting with this, and you're shooting all the episodes. You know you're going to make all the episodes of the season because they all drop at once.
Yeah.
So do you get all of the scripts at one time?
No, never. I would love that because then I could really like trace my journey.
Right.
You know, Ozark doesn't work that way. Maybe some people get all their scripts.
Well,
Get more and more, you know, as we go along.
Could you take us through like what is the production of Ozark like? How many months do you shoot, and how much is it on location, and how much is it on stages? How does that work?
A lot of it now is on stages. The farm that I shared with my dear Jacob, who's gone, has been completely and gorgeously reconstructed on a stage because I think my impression is that the people who were donating their house for this saw the first season and just said it didn't really follow their values.
Traditional, yeah.
Well, you know, we respect you, and at the same time, this is not what we didn't want somebody's head blown off in our living room and
Right.
drug dealing in our barn, and I all due respect. So they built an incredible facsimile of our porch. I talked to my brother and sisters, and they had no idea that I wasn't really outside. And
Right. Yeah.
yeah, God, they're so good, man. Amazing what they can do.
So do you shoot on? Well, there's a lot of location stuff,
Yeah.
like in season 3, like at the county fair or whatever that is.
Out of Atlanta.
So it's all done in Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it is. I know other people have gone to Savannah.
Right. Okay.
But all my shoots are in the Atlanta area. Yeah.
And now, where do you live? Are you in California? Are you in New York?
New York City, Lower East Side.
Okay. So how long do you get to go back and forth?
I get to go back and forth, which is such a blessing, but I don't know what's going to happen for season 4. I don't know.
Right.
If I'm going to arrange all that. Nobody wants to be in an airplane these days.
Yeah.
A hotel, and that's what I've been doing. But it's hard for me to relocate.
Well, now when the last time I spoke with one of your castmates was a new she was added to the 3rd season, our FBI agent.
Yes.
And she, by the way, she was delightful.
She's great.
She's so great. And her character was great too. And I said to her, I go, you know, I told her my theory. I said, you know, you're getting dragged into the depths of hell as well. You're doomed. You realize that. You're doomed like everybody else on the show.
Oh,
now,
I just find that baby in her tummy.
Oh, yeah. I can only imagine. But since that time, she didn't know whether or not you guys were going to get a 4th season. And since then, they've announced not only a 4th season, but it's going to be an expanded season.
Yes.
What was that like for you to hear about? Like, not knowing, you know, with Netflix, a lot of the time after 3 seasons, they're done. You know, they announce, well, this show is done. But now you're not only getting a 4th season, but an expanded season. What's that like for you as an actor to know that, wow, what a vote of confidence for the work that we've been doing?
So many things. First of all, wow, it is a vote of confidence. Secondly, you know, I have work coming up.
Right.
It's a great thing. Third, I love Darlene. I believe in her. I do. I just think she's true to herself, as you said before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But we all know in Ozark that anything can happen. I never knew that Wyatt would become my young lover. Anything can happen. So, you just sort of, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jessica was saying, Jessica Francis Dukes, who plays our new FBI agent, the same thing. I mean, she had no idea that they would add a character, and she was telling me that she was a fan of Ozark before she even got the role. Like she was an avid watcher of the show.
Yeah.
And I think one of the interesting things, for whatever reason, crime thrillers, there's been so many, beginning with things like The Sopranos, where television really began to be elevated to the point. I think television, in terms of great drama, has supplanted movies. And really, when you have these auteurist shows, whether you have a Breaking Bad and a Better Call Saul, you had The Sopranos, and now you have Ozark. It is, for you as a performer, what is it like to know that you're working on a show that has a real vision behind it, that that the writers, the producers, Jason Bateman is directing a lot of the episodes now? Is it easier for you to come to work knowing that you're in such good hands, that you as a performer, you don't have to...
The difference in the world. I mean, I've been lucky and I've had great projects, and a lot of them have been on stage. But with Ozark, I have never thought, oh God, I gotta go to work. I gotta get on the plane. It's nothing but, oh my God, when can I get back there? It's a rare thing for me in television, because I don't have, I'm used to playing little slices of life and guest parts, but for me to have a beginning, middle, and end is on television is incredible, because that's what you have in a play. You have a whole arc and you have a whole journey. But my experience with movies and TV up till now has been, I say Netflix like it's TV, but I mean a series.
Right.
When, a little slice of somebody, the victim or the victim's mother or the grieving mother, or, it's like you do it, but it's not like you are so looking forward to going to work, which is the way I feel with Ozark. I just feel like, oh my God, I can't wait.
Now, do you read? A lot of actors, sometimes they don't read all the scripts. They read their parts and things like that. Do you read all of the scripts?
Every single one, over and over.
Now, were you surprised by the end of the final scene, like in the third scene? There's a couple of great, there's some great resolution. Your character has a great resolution. There's a great revelation. I don't want to give it away for people who haven't watched the show.
I think I already know.
But then Marty, the Bird family, also has an incredible. The end of season 3 was both incredibly satisfying, and it also primes the pump for season 4. You're like, oh my God.
Really well. It really did that well. I mean, for me, it was amazing because it ended on such an optimistic note. And all Darlene ever wanted was a family, So,
and a thriving business.
And a thriving business run by people from my people, from where I live, not Chicago people coming down.
Right.
My people.
And you do good business. You take care, as long as your people are loyal.
Yeah.
They don't have anything to worry about.
It's not big cartel business. Well, but it's my business. And I think I do it really well.
Do you think, this is sort of jumping ahead, but do you think when the series is over, is Darlene going to still be standing? Do you think you will in the end? Because I believe that you will be. I don't think the birds are going to be, but I think you will be. I think Darlene is eternal. depending on on just exactly, even though you've committed heinous crimes and horrible transgressions and you've committed sin, but when you're in hell, it's okay because you're already there.
Yeah. I think I believe that she should still be standing because I think that she's the most honest and true to herself person in the show, with, no matter how twisted, the best of motives. But I don't see how any series can end with such a heinous creature surviving. That's actually what I think. And I don't.
You might be right, but I have to tell you, what I love about Darlene is when she does something, she's going to do it well. Like, even though you're going to bed down with somebody who might be 40 years younger than you, you're going to rock that dude's world. You're going to show him things and take him places no girl that's his own age is going to show him.
Wyatt. Oh, my love.
What was it like when you found out? Did you have any inclination that one of the great romances of the show was going to be between you and Wyatt? Like, did they tell you this was going to happen, or did you just read it in the script for the first time?
Called me and said, we have this arc for Darlene. And I think I screamed when he said that, because I thought it was so brilliant and so audacious. And the way that they build up to it as we went along, about just like seeing that he was in jail and thinking, this guy he deserves better.
Right.
And then hiring him and then living in the same, yeah. And she is up for adventure.
Sure. And he's also a local boy.
He's a local boy.
He's a local boy.
His sister. Yeah.
And again, you've come in and sort of, you're taking care of him. What the missing element, you're also providing this familial, twisted as though it may be. You're providing something that he hadn't had,
Exactly. He lost his mother. He lost Menchaca. Mark Menchaca, his Russ.
Yeah.
His uncle. Uncle or dad? It was his dad.
Well, yeah, his dad. His dad got out of jail.
Yeah.
So, again, back to this. You just look at the cast of the female characters, like Jessica added to the season, but Laura Linney and Julia Garner, who, I didn't know if Julia Garner was somebody they found locally. I'm like, where did she come from?
Oh,
and you, the three of you are this formidable, talk about girl power or having roles for women that are this well written and this well developed.
And also Helen Pierce.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And she's fan. Oh God. And I don't want to talk about what happened, but man, what a character that was brought front and center into season 3. And she's amazing. And you don't have
brilliant actress.
So did the 4 of you, I guess, were you ladies, did you recognize that how rare to have these kinds of roles, not just one great female role, but to have a show that's really built around the female roles, to have it? And, Jason Bateman doesn't seem to have any problem sort of staying back and allowing the female protagonists to take front and center.
Yeah.
That's pretty unique, isn't it?
Very, very, he's very great. But to answer your question, I didn't know it was heading there, but after I read season 4 and I saw what was going on, and at the end of season 3, I thought, oh my God, it's our turn. The women are coming out. Wendy is much stronger and ruthless than Marty is. Ruth is so smart and won't take shit from anybody. And Darlene's Darlene. And Helen was a genius. Genius. She was so good at her job. She was just a little greedy, I think. Too bad.
Are you aware, like to have, I don't know if you guys talk about it, or was there a conscious effort on the part of the producers to have the show develop and really make it about the female protagonists
I
as
don't
opposed?
know. I really don't. I don't know. I think, I mean, to my mind, it just evolved that way, but I
Right.
never asked anybody if they had planned initially to steer it that way. I don't know. I just think it's great. I love that they did that.
I think it's rare that you see female protagonists as strong, because everyone is so strong
Yeah.
and they're not compromised. The writing does not compromise them in any way, and I think that's really refreshing to see. We have the Comic Core is asking, says Ozark needs a spin-off series, the Snell origin show.
Yes.
Where did you come from?
Yes.
But
And
if they're
I'm not really a Snell. I married a Snell.
right,
So it's interesting.
as long as like you'd have to, like, maybe they go back and forth in time so they could cast somebody as like your teenage self, and it'd be like Godfather 2, where we could go back in time and see you today dealing with some problem, and then we go back and see how you became you.
And of course, I would also be my younger self, because that would be so easy to do.
Well, I mean, but if you had your adolescence, like as a child, where's your character when she's like 9?
Yeah, what's her whole pathology? How did she become Darlene?
Yeah, it would be the opposite of a baby in a basket being discovered on a river. It'd be some horrible, some trial by fire, some horrible crucible, that hardened you up as an 8-year-old and sent you on your path.
Or blame the mother,
Right. Oh, Shauna Lindsay asks, after Jessica Jones and Ozark, do you have anything else in the works at Netflix?
No.
I bet you will, though.
I hope so.
Do they? I mean, does Netflix? Obviously, you have casting directors that love actors, but when do you have any relationship with Netflix, with the executives there, or is it strictly the production company and the people that make Ozark? Like, do you ever hear from executives or higher ups at Netflix who just call you and say you're amazing?
No. I mean, my relationships are all with the production.
Right.
And I know I went to a really big fancy party at a big Netflix bigwig for SAG Awards.
Right. Okay.
But I don't think I actually got to know anybody there, or I'm a little shy at places like that. Like, I tend to take my shoes off and sit.
Did people come up to you at the party, or were they scared of you?
Everybody's so scared of me. Nobody's scared of me. No. People usually don't recognize me, especially when I'm all duded up.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Now, you said you came from the theater. Do you prefer the theater as opposed to doing like a series? Is it? I mean, it's obviously it's a different kind of acting, but
yeah, it's a different kind of acting. I can't even say, while I'm off from Netflix, I work a few months out of the year, and then I can't do plays that I'm offered because
they run long.
It'll interfere. So I have to say that I crave doing a play. Laura has worked it out really well. She's an amazing stage actress. And, it's just lottery, especially now.
Yeah.
There is no theater and there's very little production. I mean, I can't say I love one more than the other.
Mm-hmm.
I like making money, and you don't make money so much in theater, but I'll tell you, I crave a play. I crave a play, a good play. I love doing a good play.
Now, I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in your background. Was acting something that was in your blood from an early age? And
Yeah.
how did you begin pursuing the life of a thespian?
It was kind of by chance. I mean, I was in a couple of high school plays with like little parts, and I never took it seriously. But my freshman year of college, my roommate encouraged me to sit and watch one of her acting classes. And then it was an epiphany. I wanted to be a painter. I wasn't very good artist, but it was an epiphany. And I changed my major that day, and I never looked back. That was it. That's all I wanted to do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have any early memories of were there some plays or monologues that really touched you? And did you have favorite playwrights, or what were some of your touchstones and inspirations?
I mean, I started out doing a Lanford Wilson play at the Circle Rep Company in New York. I'm sure that's not going to resonate with anybody, but I mean, he's dead now. He was a master. And I've done Eugene O'Neill plays. I've done plays by almost every great playwright in New York. Jordan Harrison.
What was it like the first time for you stepping out on stage in front of your first audience? Was that something that was it terrifying? Was it exciting?
What was really amazing was I had the lead role in a Lanford Wilson play, and it was on Broadway. And it was in this play called Burn This. And it started out with somebody banging on the door, and I have to stumble out of the bedroom and answer the door. And as soon as I came out of the room, I was absolutely, there was like a wall of people, just a wall of people and a wall of energy. And, you know, I had the lead in this play. I can't even tell you. Yeah, it's a really incredible experience. You can't experience that on camera because, you know.
You don't have the audience. Those are the people. You got the crew.
My heart was pounding. The guy who was banging on the door came in and he started shaking me, like, wake up. And then I snapped to and I was fine. But man, that initial thing was just amazing.
Mal Brain, one of our viewers, says, what was it like working with the great Peter Mullen?
Yeah, well, amazing. He's great. He's fucking my heart. It was wonderful. It was just wonderful. It was like acting with, you know, your best friend in a good pair of pajamas. And I know I'm swaying back and forth. I don't know why I do that. You know, it was like being in your pajama and slippers, acting with somebody who was so easy and so good and so true and honest and dependable. And I've seen him in so many things.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, he's so good.
So now that you started developing a background in theater, how did you transition over to doing television and film? And was that hard? Was that transition difficult, or did it happen at the same time? Like once you had gotten into theater and made the decision to follow your bliss there, when was the first time you did a television show or a film, and what was that experience like?
I think in New York, you do what you love to do. I loved theater. And then, you know, people come and see it, casting people, and then you have auditions for small parts. And I mean, I worked with a director at the New Group, Scott Elliott, who directed me in many plays, and then he got to direct a big movie, and he cast me in it. So it's just like, you know, you keep plugging away, and then you meet people, or you get more and more auditions, and then
Sure.
It happens gradually. And I don't feel like as an actor I ever had to focus on something. I just wanted to work. I love work. I just wanted to work, and I love theater.
Was it different when you work in television and movies, you're shooting pieces? sometimes maybe even one line of dialogue before there's another setup. Whereas in theater, you might be on stage for 2 hours. And so did you have was it difficult to transition over to acting for film and television, or was it easy to pick up? I mean, I know some actors have told me that it was hard because you're expected to keep that performance up. Like, okay, we're gonna shoot a scene over the next 5 hours, and you've got to keep that level of acting with each piece that we're shooting, and it's much different than immersing yourself into a character on stage for 2 hours.
Yeah, it is. It is different, but acting's acting.
Okay.
I mean, just, you're there and you know your lines, and I think it was like Jimmy Cagney or somebody who said, you look the other guy in the face and you tell the truth. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're on stage or doesn't matter if you're on film. It's acting. It's just, I mean, there's certain modifications that you make. You don't have to like throw your voice out there like you do. But now, all Broadway stages, even off Broadway stages, are mic'd now.
Right.
Which is sad to me because, you go through all this training where you learn how to project, and then you have to shut up.
Our viewer, the Comic Core, has decided that the Snell origin story should be a musical. The Broadway musical.
Darlene don't sing. So you're going to have to cast somebody else in that one.
Well, maybe that's the title of the musical.
Darlene don't sing.
Yeah, and you're the whole thing, the whole joke is that everybody around you is, but you don't.
I did sing a Johnny Cash song to my baby.
Yeah.
Walk the Line, right? Did you like it?
Yeah.
It's very, very low voice.
That's great. And Johnny Cash would be exactly the person she would sing.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Johnny Cash was revered in the Snell household.
Yes, of course he was. As he is in mine.
So I mean, I feel that. So how long? So it was in college that you started to act.
Yeah.
Now, did you leave college? Did you do more classes, or did you go right into acting on Broadway? How was there a transitional?
Oh, Jesus. My college was in Virginia. I apprenticed at a now defunct theater in Richmond, Virginia, called Virginia Stage Company. And that was a good experience in some ways. And then I moved back home, which was outside of Philadelphia. Then I moved to Philadelphia and I started working in these little theaters in Philadelphia. And then I just thought, if I'm going to do this, I got to go to New York. And I went to New York and I was at sea. It was very tough. Well, it was in 1978, which was like a nightmare time.
New York was not the glistening, amazing New York that it is today.
Right mind ever go to Times Square late at night. You would not even think about it.
That was Taxi Driver, New York.
Yeah.
That was Travis Bickle driving around.
It was definitely very Bickle. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of little Jodie Fosters. Oh. But, then you start to love it. And I went back to school for a year out of the 2 years.
You went back to school in New York?
Yeah, because I was so lost. I had no guidelines. I had no equity card. I had no, I did my share of waiting tables. I did a lot of stuff. And then one of the teachers in my school said, why don't you quit and come with me, because they're forming this lab at the Circle Rep Company. And I did that, and that led to a relationship with Lanford Wilson, Marshall Mason. That got me to Broadway. Not right away. It was gradually getting to off Broadway, and then it took some years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chuck Load of Comics asks, what was the casting process like for Jessica Jones?
Chuck, I don't even remember. I mean, I'm sure I went in there without a big prosthetic?
Yeah, prosthetic.
I said pathetic scar on my face. I mean, I think I went in and read and then got it. I don't think it was a drawn out process.
Did you, knowing that you were going to be on a show that was based on a comic book and it was going to be for Marvel, did you ever take a look at the Alias, the Jessica Jones comics at all?
No, I didn't.
I mean, a lot of actors don't. Being that this is Mainframe Comic-Con, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you that question.
No, of course. I kind of wish I did. I had never heard of them. I've never heard of Jessica Jones before. So I think I just read it and thought, well, this is a very clear, I mean, what's his name? Kilgrave.
Yeah.
Of course. Just I
The Purple Man.
researched him and then thought, what would it be like to be his mother?
Yeah. And you got to work with the great David Tennant. I mean, he seems
a blissful person to work with, just completely himself, completely honest, someone to just talk to. Yeah, he made it easy.
I mean, he was great. I don't know if you've ever seen Broadchurch, the show Broadchurch.
I love it. I love
so
it.
good. He's so good. And then, of course, he was Doctor Who. But Broadchurch really was what an amazing bit of acting.
He's amazing. He's just one of the best.
And again, I mean, that was another show where you're guaranteed. I think Jessica Jones was 13 episodes. It's that first season. So, was that experience? I mean, with Jessica Jones, obviously, also on Netflix, and they had made the whole season. Was the experience of working on Jessica Jones, was it similar to Ozark, and did it sort of prep you for? Because normally, shooting, knowing you're going to do a whole season, that's a lot of work to set out in front of anyone.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. It wasn't similar. Ozark is somehow so much. It's so low stress. It's so welcoming, and perhaps if I had more to do in Jessica Jones, it would have become like that for me. But it was
right.
It wasn't a family.
Yeah,
there seemed to be a lot of stress.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was also told when Jessica interviewing her, she did say the same thing. She said the set there is so welcoming and warm, and it's like a family.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting to me to hear that, because I mean, obviously it's you're acting, but the show is so the opposite of that.
Yeah. Love fest. I know it is. And we all just kind of like really get into the fact that we're all so different, and I've known Laura for a long time.
And you guys had some great moments together too.
God, yeah. Yeah.
When you guys get together to do those scenes, are you cracking up? Are you laughing, or are you doing the work? I mean, I would think that those scenes, especially, you're about to kill each other or getting some kind of a smash in the face. I mean, are those scenes hard to do? Is it hard to get through those scenes?
There's always humor there, and there's a certain amount of kidding around, but basically you have to kind of keep your concentration on the next shot.
Right.
And it's very hard to have to smack somebody like I do with Laura at the farmer's market or whatever it is.
It was awesome.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, I am not one who has to sit backstage or off camera and have to meditate on what I'm going to do and stay in character. It's not my thing. But with this, I have really learned to go off and just think about what I have to do.
Right.
Because I think it's such a good show and I don't want to fuck up, you know? I want it to be true, and yeah.
Is it hard for you to turn the character on and off?
No. No, I've been in that boat before, but not with this one. You know.
Right.
No, she's somebody I love, and I climb into her suit of clothes, and then I shed them at the end of the day. Yeah.
Well, that's another thing. Like I think a lot of people don't necessarily realize that wardrobe and things like that there's a whole department that comes up with things like the wardrobe. But since you brought up the idea of clothes, do you have input? Do you work with the costume department, the hair and makeup people, to sort of add to your character? Like, if you made certain decisions in that way to sort of take the character in a direction that you feel more comfortable, or that it becomes more real to you?
I feel like we're all very simpatico. I mean, costumes, sadly enough, in the fall and winter, I dress much like Darlene, even though I live in New York. I don't have any black thigh-high boots. You know, I mean, I'm pretty practical, and I grew up in the country. But makeup, you know, it's hard because Darlene just doesn't wear it. And as an actress, I have never gone on camera without wearing some kind of makeup, and I would beg for lipstick and she'd hand me a chapstick. And I really respect it. And Jason's whole thing was that, you know, he wants people to look real. And I've grown to, in my personal life, just to say, forget about the makeup. Besides, half my face is covered with a mask, so when I go out now. But it's just like...
But that's pretty fearless. I mean, you know, from an actress...
Thank you.
From that kind of perspective, I mean, that is pretty fearless.
Yeah.
And again, not only are you not wearing makeup, but you also, in a way, you're the sex pot of the show. You know, you're the one now. You're the one that's getting down with the young fellas.
Yeah.
And so it's pretty. That's again pretty fearless. By the way, the Comic Core just said Lisa is the coolest.
What?
and then Anakin Crespin now says, "Damn, you're fine as fuck."
Best compliment I've ever gotten.
So there you go. Definitely, you've certainly got fans here.
You know, I also have to say, like, makeup is one thing, but I've never fucked with my face, you know, which is very, very, very difficult in these times. But
yeah, but you can see it,
Darlene, if I'd done the thing, you know.
I just, you know, there's so many. Like I've always loved people's faces, and when you are a fan of movies and television, there's people that, like, I'm a huge fan of Charlotte Rampling.
Yes,
and Charlotte Rampling,
above all,
she has never messed around with her face.
Those hooded eyes, she is like.
I mean, when you watch her back in the 70s in crazy movies like Zardoz, or when she was in Stardust Memories for Woody Allen, I mean, so unbelievably beautiful.
Yes.
And she's going to be in the Denis Villeneuve's upcoming adaptation of Dune.
Yeah.
She's the
oh my God, I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Yeah, she's the head of the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood. I mean, she's Reverend Mother Mohiam. I mean, she's a big character. And you know, I mean, I remember watching when I was a kid, watching her in The Night Porter, and I'm like, I shouldn't be watching this.
I watched that recently again. I go back to her movies all the time.
Yeah, and she's again a fearless actress, but she's herself, but she is incredibly beautiful. I mean, her face is, I mean, now it is so striking, and she's such a, and so it's interesting to hear you say that, because I think that I like people I like people's faces, and
I
I don't
do.
I don't like when people have work done and you're like,
That's
that doesn't.
all I see when I look at them. That's what I see. I see like the work. I don't see the person anymore.
No, and it's strange because I'm always like, but you don't. It doesn't look real, you know. And I think one of the appeals of, like, I'm always using the word verisimilitude, the creation, the appearance of reality. And my whole thing in movies and television is I love things that have great verisimilitude. And one of the things about Ozark is it is not the way it's lit, the way it feels very real. And part of the appeal of the show is it's utterly believable. It never moves into a realm like, you know, you watch episodes of some of the procedurals that are on networks like CSI Miami. Every shot is filtered and beautifully lit. None of it looks like the real world.
Yeah.
It's got that very, but Ozark is the exact opposite. It looks incredibly real.
And it's dark, you know. You
know, they're not afraid of
things that I hate the most is watching any movie or any TV show, anything where inevitably it's a scene in bed, people are sleeping, and the woman is in full makeup. What woman in this world? And she's wearing a bra. It's just like, I can't. That's what I see. I just say, why are you wearing mascara to bed?
I know. I look, I get it. I understand why people do that. And you know, on a movie, as you know, you've got hair and makeup people between every shot, every setup. And, you know, they're making last looks and you are made to look perfect. Some of it has to do with continuity, obviously, from shot to shot. But for the most part, I think it does interfere with the believability of some of the things that you watch. And obviously movies and TV.
It puts me right out of it.
Yeah. And well, I think that's one of the things with this new generation. I mean, we're living through a golden age of great television drama. The writing on TV is so stellar. Yes. And I think the production values are, I mean, Ozark is even though it's gritty, it's also very beautiful. I mean, the natural locations that you're shooting at and it has there is a call it maybe a dark beauty, but it is a beautifully made, beautifully crafted show.
Yes, it is.
But yet you also believe it. You know, the verisimilitude is strong with that show.
Yeah. I think so too. I think that's exactly why I love it so much. And I think that comes from Jason Bateman, because he, you know, he told Rita, the makeup person, he never wants, you know, tendrils, you know, he just wants people to look like people. And it was really like a matter of just letting go of the vanity and just, you know, which is not hard for a woman over 60, well over. I mean, which is not easy, but it was very freeing. It just made me feel like that's great. That's great. I have nothing to depend on except for a true connection with who I'm working with.
Well, you know, it's when I interviewed for this convention, Jessica Dukes, I mean, she's a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
And she's perky and funny and effervescent and totally different from her character on the show.
Yeah.
And you know, I've met lots of actors throughout my life and work with them. And I never expect people are acting. But what it reiterated to me was, again, her portrayal of that FBI agent is also, like everyone else, Laura Linney and you are fearless. And the fact that was willing to immerse herself in that part. I mean, it's funny that with a show like this, that Julia Garner is the one that appears the most made up, like she's the most dolled up for business or whatever. I mean, her character in the show.
She's also the youngest of all.
Yes,
I mean, she's quite young and she's quite naturally beautiful, but she doesn't overdo makeup.
No, not at all.
She wears
but I just think that all of the the female performers in the show, like you said, there is an element of when you see yourself on screen, it's hard to reveal yourself to be.
It really is. I mean, I look at it and I just go, okay, this is what's on your plate, Lisa. Embrace it. You know.
But that's something you don't get normally. I mean, I've talked to people about, producing things. I've produced some things myself, and I'm like, look, the first line of defense, I always tell people there are two things that you need to know if you want to produce anything that are most important. One is you have to make sure you have great catering, because your crew will know on lunch the first day if their producers are taking care of them, because they want great food. And the second thing you have to do is you have to get the best hair and makeup people that you can, because your actors need to know when they walk out in front of that camera that they look good. There can't be any doubt. And then people always think that I'm nuts when I tell them that. I'm like, nope, you have to understand the rest of it will take care of itself. You'll figure out the logistics, but you need to make sure that your crew is taken care of and that your actors are taken care of. Yeah. And they know that going into the first day, because you're a director and a producer, you have until lunch. You have to win your crew over the first 3 hours of that day, and that's really important. You got to set the tone. And so it's always interesting to me when I'm watching Ozark, because you guys have allowed, even Jason Bateman himself too. He allows himself to look completely. He's not hiding his age or who he is. And again, that's all part of, I think, the appeal of the show. Yeah. And that's not something that you see very often.
Yeah. So when you talk about makeup people taking care of you, the fact that these makeup people take care of me by not allowing me to, they don't permit me to, I beg for a little blush. It's like, and they're like, no, they've made me really brave. This whole thing has made me brave.
But yeah, I mean, and where you went in the third season, that was pretty crazy too. And it's what show has that kind of a you're now romantically linked. You've got the great romance now on Ozark, which I don't think that's going to end well. I don't see that.
I think we'll be fine.
You think so?
I do.
You're going to make it? It's going to go. Well, so let me ask you this. Where do you, like, if you, without revealing it, have you read any of the season 4 scripts?
No,
have they been written?
I talked about it with Chris Monday.
So do you have a vague idea of where?
I have a vague idea of where I'm going.
Yeah. So we don't know with COVID. We have no idea. You guys don't have a date, I would imagine. You have no idea when.
I heard early October, but the fact is, if anybody's paying attention to Atlanta, Georgia, it's just, I can't imagine it happening.
Right.
It's just, I don't know. I'll find out. That's what they projected. But,
well, who is doing well in Atlanta is Tyler Perry's production facility. They were making everybody actually live. They have his new studio facility is amazing. You were living, everybody that was working on, I think it was the show they just finished about Washington, D.C. Mm-hmm. They had everybody living on the barracks there. You had to come to the studio. You couldn't leave. Cool. Yeah, the whole crew had to stay there. Everyone was sequestered away, and then they shot everything they needed to shoot, which I'm like, well, that's the way to do it. And Tyler Perry's built that facility so he could do it there, which is amazing. And I think we're going to see more of that in terms of. I
was told that we would have, crews of people who were concerned about COVID, and they didn't talk about housing us. But they talked about a ventilation system in the studios, and I don't know.
It's a new world. Chuck is here, I guess.
Hi, Lisa.
Our time is almost up, but I have to tell you, Lisa, this has been a fantastic conversation. Thank you for being here. And
such a joy to talk to. It's so easy and so.
Lisa, I just want to say this has been well worth the wait. Let me just say that this was so great, man. I just enjoyed everybody in the chat. Just love hearing you guys talk. I mean, you covered so much ground. Such a nice person, Rob, you absolutely crushed it. So let's definitely do this again.
God, you crushed it.
I mean, it's easy. You know, it's so much fun to talk to somebody that whose work I love and whose show I've been enjoying. And you know, I was a little scared, to be honest, because I didn't know. Maybe there was a little too much of Darlene in you. Who knows?
Just a little bit.
But
Just a little bit.
What the fuck? I'm an actor.
But no, this has been delightful, and I'm such a fan. So thank you, and thank you for taking the time. The Hero Initiative, you know, the Mainframe Comic Con is all for charity, and these guys, they came up with it during the pandemic, and this is the third one that they've done, and it just keeps getting better every time. So because
cool.
people like you participate, so thank you very much.
Very cool.
Thank you both, guys. So stick around, guys. You know, Lisa, Robert, can't thank you enough. Coming up next, after about a 5-minute short break, we're going to have Al Ewing, the Immortal Hulk, is going to be joining us here.
Oh my God.
Oh, Lisa's excited.
No, I have to check that out.
So, guys, stick around in about 5 minutes. We got Al Ewing talking about comics, man. Like it's going to be great. So stick around about 5 minutes right here on Mainframe Comic Con.
Really.
Oh, hello. Guys, welcome back to Mainframe Comic-Con at the top of the hour, guys. Can't wait for this next big panel, Mr. Al Ewing, and here to introduce him is the host of the hour, Mr. Brian Salazar. Are you there, Brian? How's it going, man?
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you so much for being here and taking the reins here with Mr. Al Ewing.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to getting to know Al. I haven't talked to him in the past. I'm a big fan of his work. So really looking forward to diving in with him, getting deep and figuring out some stuff about him.
All right, man. Well, dive away. Take it away.
All right. Well, welcome to the spotlight for Al Ewing on the Mainframe Comic-Con. I am Brian Salazar. I'm a host of a comic book podcast called Around Comics. And, this is just going to be a little bit of a spotlight. We're going to get to know Al and his work. I have not talked to him before, but I am a big fan of his work, and his growth as a comic book writer over the last few years has been rather impressive. So I'm looking forward to this a lot. I hope everybody else will enjoy it as much as I will. So without further ado, let's get Al in here and talk to him. Hello, Al.
Hello, how's it going? Are you hearing me okay volume wise? I can raise it, I can lower it.
I can hear you okay. And I have
Cool,
mine
good.
turned down a little bit. So yeah, I think we're okay.
Awesome.
Well, let me just say it's really nice to meet you. I haven't met you in the past. I have read your work and I'm a big fan, but it's going to get it's going to be nice to get to know you a little bit more, I hope.
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. This is a really great thing you guys are doing for the Hero Initiative and yeah, all of that. It's great. So
yeah, it's a different kind of
what do you want to know?
So far, have you enjoyed comic book conventions at home? It's a little different of an experience.
It's a little weird. I think this is the first like real big convention I'm doing in this kind of virtual way. But it's like I've done a lot of Zoom meetings. I've seen friends on video chat. I've done things like I did a Zoom kind of chat with the Hero Initiative not that long ago. That was a lot of fun. And then there's things like I've been on a couple of podcasts and a couple of video podcasts. So this kind of feels like one of those, but I feel like it's there might be more people tuning in live. There's this little red sort of live thing in the corner of the screen that's very intimidating to me.
Blinking light, right? It's that blinking
yeah.
light. Yeah, it's weird. I've been doing podcasts for a long time. I've been doing comic book podcasts for about 15 years now, and video podcasts for a while. But now everything just sort of looks like a video podcast. Every television show we watch, and it's a little odd. Well, let's not dwell on that too much. I'd like to get to know you a little bit more, and I'd like to kind of start with where you're from and where you grew up.
Well, I grew up in kind of England. You can probably tell from the accent, but I grew up in England. Grew up in a very small village away south of London, near Guildford. British viewers will sort of recognize that. That's a town that was probably most famous for being mentioned in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Okay.
As where Ford Prefect says that he's from, is Guildford, and I'm from near Guildford, but it's one of those little towns that I used to walk it was 45 minutes walk for me to get to a pub. All
Sure.
the kids in the pub, wanted to be in the next biggest town, and all of them wanted to be in the next biggest town, and all of them wanted to be in Guildford. And you went to Guildford, and it was all the kids there, they wanted to be in London. And it was so it was one of those. So it was a really small place. So I had a lot of stretches of time with not much to do. So I read a lot of comics.
Well, that was sort of my next question is were you a comic book fan or reader when you were young? What was sort of your indoctrination into comics?
Well, the British comic scene, especially when I was growing up, it's a little different from the American one, in that every kid sort of read a comic. Certainly in the, I was born in the late 70s, so certainly in the early 80s, every kid had a comic, but it was stuff like the Beano, the Dandy, Buster was the one I read. There was Whizzer and Chips, which was the gimmick was it was 2 comics in one. But what they all had in common was that they were like anthology comics of these one-page humor strips. And if you want the best example of that these days, you can still find the Beano. But also there's Viz, which is a kind of adult satirical version of that, but does the same thing of like an anthology of like one-page humor strips where you get the title of the thing and then at the bottom of the page you have the punchline. And you know, these were like they were pretty. There was very gentle humor. It was very much for kids. There was a sort of slightly more anarchic spirit in Buster, which was like had a lot of interesting stuff. Like there was a strip called Cliffhanger, which was this kid who was constantly being like put in difficult situations, and then you'd have to decide what the course of action would be, and then you'd go to the letters page and find out if you were right. And it's a lot of kind of playing with the format in that one. But from there, I kind of moved on to 2000 AD, which was the big sort of British kind of science fiction adventure comic. It's where Judge Dredd's from. There's a lot of other stuff in there. Strontium Dog, Rogue Trooper. If you've played a game it was on the PlayStation a while back. I think they just did a new version, like a remastering, but like Rogue Trooper was from there. There's a whole bunch of characters.
Like what age were you around that time?
I would have been nearly 9 when I got into 2000 AD.
Okay.
And this would have been like, because around the same time, my brother was getting his hands on a lot of comics from America. And that I have trouble like ordering the exact events in my head, because it's like some things you think, oh, that must have been much later. And then you go back to like when all of these comics were published, and it was like, oh no, that was in a really short period. I went from like the kids comics to 2000 AD, and then like maybe 4 or 5 months later, like Watchmen was coming into the house. And I was reading that, and it was like, you know, skipping the text bits at the end, but essentially reading it. And there was, that was kind of, in terms of the American superheroes, it was, to begin with, it was British reprints, like Secret Wars was probably my first Marvel comic in terms of like, you know, I went down to the newsagent, you know, to pick up my comics, and I saw this new comic, which was like, you know, it was issue 1. It had all these American superheroes on it, jumping out of the page at you. And like Spider-Man was one of them. You know, I knew Spider-Man. I knew the Hulk. I really liked the Hulk, you know, from what little I'd heard of him. And like there they all were jumping out at you. And I thought, bro, brilliant. You know, I'll have this. It was what, like 15p or something? Shooter
knew what he was doing. He hooked you.
In that issue 1, they all stand in a line and say their names. And it is like, thank goodness. Because, you know.
I know the scene. So I'm wondering, you know, we're relatively close in age, and I grew up in the 70s and 80s reading comics in the 80s. And, you know, there was a stigma here in the US, I feel, you know, about comics, superhero comics. Was that, so that didn't seem like that maybe was the same sort of thing?
Not really. The stigma, I think, was different in that when you're in Britain, certainly before the implosion, when because now I think it's the Beano and it's 2000 AD and there's Viz, but that's very much for grown-ups. And to be honest, 2000 AD is a little bit for like although they have been making inroads and trying to look at younger readers again, but I think really the only comic for kids now is the Beano, and there are things like the Phoenix, which was kind of created basically to solve that very problem. So there are more of them like cropping up, but it's not like back when I was growing up when like every kid read a comic. It's very similar with Doctor Who, in that like when I was a kid, everybody watched Doctor Who, and it wasn't a nerd thing; it was just the thing that was on TV. And like similarly with comics, it's like every kid read a comic, and it wasn't a nerd thing. You wouldn't get like, you know, bullied in school for like reading the wrong comic. But like at the same time, it wasn't like a nerd thing or a geek thing, but it was a kids thing. And at a certain point, you were supposed to like stop reading comics because, you know, he'd grown out of them. And instead of that, I kind of got onto like American superhero comics, which were like aimed at like, there was 2000 AD, which was aimed at like an older readership. There was the American comics, which were aimed at a little above that. Then you get onto like Vertigo. So, you know, I was reading like Swamp Thing, I was reading Watchmen, I was reading Doom Patrol. It's like, and you know, I was the right age for that.
Sure.
And then I kind of moved away from like the 90s hit, and I sort of moved away from superheroes in general, aside from like there were a couple of comics I was still kind of into, but it was stuff like the Morrison JLA I read, but I was also reading stuff like, and this is where somebody's gonna like look up the dates on all these things and go, no, it couldn't have happened in that order. But I was reading stuff like Peter Beck's Hate. I was reading 8-Ball, the Dan Klaus stuff.
Sure.
So I was always reading a comic, and it was like the idea that had been drilled into me was that the medium itself was inherently childish.
Mm.
And I think that is something that has gone away. And in that, you know, you've got things like if you go to like the Nib and, you know, get like a long form examination of something, you know, there's
Definitely become
Yeah.
more respected as a genre
Yeah.
and an art form for sure. I mean, it's an amazing, like I said, for me growing up, there was definitely a stigma here in the US.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
it was a childish thing. It was sort of a weird thing. And, you know, you dealt with that sort of thing. And it's interesting now, you know, it's become so popular and so incredibly, I was interested to see if that was the same sort of thing or different. So at that time now, you know, when did you start to think about, hey, this is something I might want to do, or this is something I want to, was that early on that you thought about writing or writing in general?
It was pretty early on. I knew I want to say, I definitely did that thing a lot of kids do when they read comics where they try and draw the characters. I was like, I remember like around I can pinpoint this exactly because it was an episode of Judge Dredd did a story called Oz where there's like a sky surfing, like anti-gravity surfing competition in the future Australia. And like one of Dredd's like enemies, who's this kind of, Dredd has a lot of enemies that are like, you know, Judge Death and people like that. But there's also Chopper, who's this kind of punk kid who's like, you know, in the Chopper stories, Dredd's kind of the villain trying to keep this free spirit down. And there was basically an episode where like Chopper was like trying to get to the future Australia by like surfing his anti-gravity surfboard across the Pacific. Or it might have been the Atlantic, one of the two. But like, you know, he was in trouble. And it was this sort of action sequence. And I tried to sort of draw that and like, and I just, you know, it was like learning the first time, like really coming up against like my limitations in terms of being able to like do anatomy and backgrounds and perspective and all of the other things. And it was kind of like, at that point, I was thinking like, because I'd been thinking like, oh, I'm going to become a comic artist. And it was really like, okay, no, I can draw, but you know, and it was like I had to sort of sit down at like quite an early age and think, what is the part of this that I like? Is it creating the images or is it creating the story? And then it was like, okay, no, I like, so I had to kind of think like, okay, what do I actually want to do? And but the idea that the idea of actually becoming a comic writer, I kind of sort of practiced. I wrote some like, I wrote a few scripts kind of, because there was a thing that 2000 did was that they occasionally printed scripts in the annuals. So,
Okay.
you know, you could sort of use that as an example. And then I kind of had this idea that I'd do some form of writing, but I was kind of the thing that really got me going on that was in, I think it was the end of 2000 and the year before, right at the end of 1999, 2000 AD, being called 2000 AD, decided to kind of put out an issue to commemorate the comic actually reaching the actual year 2000 AD. They didn't end up changing the name. I think at that time it would have been like a branding nightmare and they'd have gone under. But like
3000, yeah. We didn't know it was going to be 2020 AD. It was when it was going to become a reality.
Exactly. It's like, I mean, this was a comic that was like invented in 1977, where like they just went away. You know, I'm sure they're all astonished to like last 3 years, never mind, 23 years. But like they did it. It went over so well that they did it again the next year. So there was Prague 2001, in the year as a kind of like ushering in the year 2001. And in that was their submissions guidelines. And it was the first time it was like, not just you can write comics, but this is how.
This is how you
get a script. This is what we want. We want 5 pages with a twist ending in like science fiction or horror. Here's where you post it to, here's what you do next, which is basically just wait and we'll get to you, give it some time. Don't send one every week. Here's what we're after. Here's the format. Here's everything you need to do to get work for 2000 AD. And, we'll get to your script when we get to it. Essentially, it was a slush pile. And the thing is, they still do this. They don't do this all year. But if you go on the 2000 AD website, and it's coming up to September, and I believe it's over the course of the winter that they do this. So it's either you're about to run out of time to send a script in, or you're about to get like 6 months to send a script in. It's one of the two, and it'll be on the 2000 AD website. But basically, I sent this script in, and it was just full of mistakes. It was just way too wordy. There were like 50 words per speech bubble. There was all this stuff, and then I didn't hear back from them. So I kind of sent in another one that was like a lot more goofy, and I kind of heard back basically like, yeah, we don't like the goofy one. We like the first one, but you need to do this and this and this. Basically, like cut the verbiage by half. But essentially, basically just like give it a second draft and send it back to us, and we'll give it another look. And that one sold.
Now, what year was that? How old were you at that point?
Oh, it was 2002. So that was 18 years. And I just turned. I'm doing it in my head now. I would have been about, I want to say I'd have been around 24 or 25, I think, if my maths is right.
Now, what else were you doing? What were you doing besides trying to get into comics?
I was working at a bookshop in London, and it was becoming very clear that I was not going to be able to exist in London on a bookseller's salary. I was working retail, like I was living in Zone 3, which was rent wise, the rent in those days, it felt like the rent was insane. And plus I had to get in every day on the tube, which was like a season ticket, which was another massive expense. And then, I had to try and budget some left over for like food and drink, and it was just not, it just was not happening. So I moved north, and I live in the north now, and it's much cheaper, and I can exist. And, and there was a while basically when I was sending in, I was doing whatever temp work came my way. I was trying not to tell people when I went to job interviews that, like, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? Writing for a living, not here. You know, people don't like to hear that. People want to hear like, "Oh, I want to be your boss in 5 years," and it's like, no.
Well, that brings up going back to sort of, was there, you know, I know talking to people here in the US, you know, even today, like being a comic book writer is sort of a strange job. You know, people, you tell someone that at a party and it's like, okay, they don't quite understand what that means. There's a difference now than maybe 10, 15 years ago because of the films. But what was sort of the culture of it at, you know, where you were at that time?
I mean, it was really when I started, like the idea of there being a professional community seemed like very far away. And I remember I went to like I think it was some sort of convention and like, or a signing or something, and like a whole bunch of 2000 AD people were there. And I remember just sort of introducing myself and say like, "Hey, I just got published. Can I sit with you guys?" And Dom Reardon was there, who'd drawn the short that I'd sold. And he was like, "Oh yeah, you're the guy that wrote that." And you know, we just spent the rest of the night like just, you know, like chatting away. And that was kind of an entry to meeting. There's a sort of truism that goes around, which is that if you're sort of getting into comics on a professional level, you don't really want to hang around and like meet up with people who are like, you know, the big time artists and writers or even editors. You want to meet the people who are just coming in like yourself.
The class, your sort of class of creators.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing. So like I used to like look forward to like, there used to be a convention every year in Bristol, and that kind of went away. And I think the big convention at the moment, I mean, at the moment it's all, you know, the big convention is here on the computer, but like, you know, the big British convention these days, and you know, knock on wood, in the future, is Thought Bubble, which was in Leeds and is now, I forget, Harrogate, I think, and then which is like just down the road from me. So I love going there. You know, I go there every year. But back in the day, it was in Bristol, so I had to travel all the way down south, and it was, you know, it's 4 hours on a train and then this big adventure. And it was a convention in a hotel, very much based around the hotel bar. You know, and it was basically that was pretty much where I met people like Rob Williams, Simon Spurrier, Kieran and Jamie, Kieran Gill and Jamie McKelvey, just like a whole bunch of people who were all basically, apart from Kieran, who had his own stuff going on, were all getting into, at various stages of getting into 2000 AD. And I was kind of bringing up the rear on that because I was like selling occasional Future Shocks and like doing these like mini comics that I'd make out of photocopier paper. And like there was a long time where I was like, you know, the guy at the table who was the small press guy.
Right.
And like, you know, the idea of, and you know, occasionally I'd sell a Future Shock or a Terror Tale or like a really short series. And then, you know, it was like I was kind of like watching all these other guys like, you know, make it big with these like long 10 whole episodes and stuff like that, and going like, wow, one day that's going to be me. So
at that time, was that something? I mean, you know, so you're starting to sell, you know, pages. You're starting to sell scripts to 2000 AD and Future Shock and that kind of. And so, was the idea at that point, okay, this is what I'm going to continue to do? And I don't know, like I'm a dumb American, so I don't know the enough about the comic book industry in Britain, but was that sort of the golden ring, to do that? Like, is this what or was it then looking at American comics?
The golden ring was making enough to live on.
Yeah. That's just comics, right? Like that.
Yeah. And I mean, I was at the time I was selling these scripts. I was doing any temp job that came along. Probably the happiest of those was working in box backing, where I'd sort of, I'd do like a 9 to 5, packing up like educational catalogs and sending them out to schools. And it was literally just like a production line of like somebody makes the box, I put the catalogs in the box, pass it along, somebody tapes up and puts the label on the box. 9 to 5 of that, lunch breaks were generous. We were listening to the radio a lot. There wasn't that much chatter on. I mean, people had conversations, people talked. It wasn't like, it wasn't one of those where it's like they time your toilet breaks. This was a very local operation. It was not, Jeff Bezos. So like, it was, but there was a lot of thinking time. And I'd do that and I'd go to, I see we're getting a question, so I'll wrap this up. But like, I'd think all day about what I was going to write that night, and then I'd go home and I'd write it. And like, those were kind of, but what pushed me over the line was, I got in with the guy at 2000 AD's parent company, Rebellion, the computer game people who owned it at that point. And again, this isn't like Warner Brothers. This is a relatively small company, but like the a guy named John Oliver, who was editing a novel line, a line of sort of work for her novels, and where basically, I'd be paid like for so many thousand, like 90,000 words, I think it was the ballpark, and then for that I would get enough to pay my rent for a few months, which would make all the difference. And it was another, it wasn't quite so open to the public, but it was another kind of, if you are somebody who writes science fiction, I want to hear from you. Here's the address. Here's what to pitch to. And I pitched like some stuff. You can get them on Kindle. And it was like wild stuff. It was like steam powered Nazis getting stabbed everywhere by like this Zorro analog. And then, they were like, yeah, great, we want more. And I kind of did another one, and I did another one. And this kind of kept me going while the comic work ramped up. And, and at the time, I was living very cheaply. I wasn't living in London. I was living like, I was roommates with, I was living in a room, and supplement my income with like box packing. So I was able to sort of live off writing for a while, and then I was able to kind of keep doing that and eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, I can stop writing novels now and just fully do comics. And that was a good feeling, because novels are a very different animal and I'm less good at them. But please buy my novels.
Well, thankfully you moved on to comics or got enough comic work that you kept doing it, because it led you to what everyone wants to talk about. Obviously, I'm going to have you come on my podcast, because I'll sit and talk.
Yeah, we'll continue this. Continue. We'll have the detailed version of this conversation on your podcast.
Absolutely. But so let's fast forward a bit to Immortal Hulk, and I'm a huge fan of the series. I've been talking about it, for months and months and months and months on my podcast. And obviously people are really excited about that book and have questions and that kind of thing. But I guess I kind of want to know how that book came about a little bit. Let's kind of briefly, I know you've talked about this in the past, but could we talk about a little bit about how the idea for the Hulk came about and also how it changed? Because I feel like, it started out as one thing and then it became something much bigger, which I love.
At some point we're gonna, I would imagine at some point we're gonna publish the original pitch. And when people read that, they will see that I have contradicted every single thing in it. Except the stuff about tone and how it's got to have this particular tone. I think the inspiration came from a lot of places. I think there was definitely talk about like a horror tinged Hulk. I think basically the big thing inspiration wise was it almost grew out of like the situation the character was in, because Bruce Banner being dead was like, I think the best thing. Bruce Banner getting killed in Civil War II was an incredibly good thing to happen to the Hulk, because it gave people a chance to miss him. But the other thing it did was it wasn't like, because it's not like the Fantastic Four, going away and we're going to just let them lay fallow for a while. And it's not like, we're just going to let this character fade into the background for a while and not like publish their book for a little bit and let readers miss them. Him actually getting killed, that meant like, well, we got this great story from Greg Pak about like Amadeus Cho being the Hulk. And I loved that. I had a great time reading that. But people did miss Bruce Banner. People like wanted him back. And it was like, the big thing was like, as soon as he died, we'd had a story where like his corpse had been like resurrected by the Hand. And again, great story. And we'd had like Secret Empire where he'd kind of come back again. And like the big question was, right, we're bringing him back as part of this Avengers No Surrender thing we're doing, where like all the Avengers books wrap up, including the one I was on. And how are we going to bring him back in a way that doesn't make readers think, well, we've seen this before? And the answer was, we do it as a horror thing. And I have a very vivid memory of like saying, well, in the writer's room, just saying, well, what if he just doesn't die? What if that's just a thing that he does? And it's like, I look back at it now and I feel like it came out like, hey, what if we do nothing, guys? What if we just like don't have a story? And it's like, yeah, okay, maybe that didn't, but kind of, I had the opportunity working on Avengers No Surrender. I had the opportunity, and I think, Jim tells the story. I don't have a memory of this, but it sounds like something I'd have said, especially after a few drinks. But Jim has a memory of me saying, Jim Zarb has a memory of me saying to him, look, can I pitch the Hulk? Can I Bagsy the Hulk? Can I call dibs on Hulk? And, and I did. And I was like, and I pitched it in the room. And it was like, and I pitched as a horror beat and as a kind of like, yeah, we got to do this. And then there was a kind of a whole thing of like, well, and I made it really clear, like, I'd really like to write the Hulk book if there is a Hulk book. And it turned out that I had to kind of, I had to compete a little bit for it. I had to sort of put my pitch against some other pitches and stuff. And it was, which is fun because I really wanted that book. And
what was it about that? Why did you want that book so bad?
It was a really good idea. I just like,
you just felt really strongly about the pitch. You had an idea for what you wanted to do.
Yeah, I kind of had a thing where it was like, I knew it was going to be something. I didn't know it was going to be as big as it was, but I knew it was going to be something. And it was like, you know, if I'm gonna get like an A-lister, then you know, this is kind of my chance for that before I sort of, you know,
Because you were kind of like
after a bunch of cancelled comics.
But you were also really involved in a lot of, it seemed like a lot of different things. I remember the first time I think I saw your name was it was actually like a complaint. It was like an online complaint about how you were writing so many of the I can't think of the name of the event. Shoot, I can't think of what it was, but it was like
Was it Civil War 2?
It might have been, but there came out with like a list of all the books that they were going to do, and your name was on like 26 of 42 of them or something. And people were sort of like, "Why is he writing?" I can't remember exactly. Sorry, I should have.
No, it's like because before I was on Hulk, I was writing like 4 books, and was it Secret Wars? Because I definitely did 4 issues of Loki for Secret Wars, and I did 2 issues of Mighty Avengers. I mean, this is a very believable complaint that somebody made, but I'm just like,
but
I'm trying to work out which crossover it was.
Were you involved in kind of just the a lot of the story room stuff with Marvel of just like not books that you were directly on?
There was a period when I was like invited to the writers' room, and then I kind of got rotated out of there. I suspect because I was on a lot of stuff that was being cancelled.
That'll do it.
And also, they have to fly me from England.
Oh, sure.
You know, it's like I'm not the cheapest person to put in that room. So there is that, but it's like for whatever reason, I like rotated out of the room. And then more recently, after Hulk kind of took off, I kind of got back in the room, and now I'm sort of, so you know, I'm sort of aware of what is happening.
Sure.
But there was a point where there were a few months where like I didn't know what other people's plans were so much. But Hulk was very much kind of built as a book that would exist entirely on its own. That was kind of part of the pitch, in that like
kind of the Hulk universe, his own little bubble.
Yeah, it was like I think the way I pitched it was like I didn't want readers to feel like they had to read another book, like ever.
Right.
And that kind of holds true, even with, because we're seeing Immortal Hulk sort of tie into things a bit more. But even then, I try and always make it like a separate special. So if people are reading the main book, they can keep reading the main book.
Gotcha.
And it's basically like, you know, the idea is like you never have to read anything else except this one book to get the full story. But we have these optional extras, which will like, you know, they're a nice experience, and you can have them now, you can wait for them later, you can pick them up in the library, you can sort of, I think we're going to end up doing, after the final trade of the main story week, I think the plan is right now to do another trade, putting together some of this ancillary material, and like, basically so people who get their comics through like libraries and trades and, you know, trade waiters,
sure,
can get all of that stuff too.
So with Joe Bennett, how did that relationship come about? Was he, you know, was that from the beginning, or did that come later?
That was it was Tom Brevoort and Alana Smith kind of who like got the book rolling. Basically, they picked him as like somebody who would give the Hulk solidity and like mass, and like the idea was that we would have a Hulk who was like, you would feel the weight of him on the page, and you'd feel the physicality of him on the page.
Oh,
and this was, and then very, very soon into it, very early on, we had an email conversation because I think he dropped like an Easter. Joe drops a lot of Easter eggs into the art, and I think he dropped an Easter egg in for like, I think it was what's his name, Ray Bosson, but the guy who did I'm probably getting his name wrong, but the guy who did the effects for The Thing. And I noticed this, and I was like, "Oh, you like The Thing?" And it was like, "Yeah, I love The Thing." And I was like, "Oh, I really like The Thing too. It's one of my favorite horror films." And that sort of started a train of thought. And oh no, I know what triggered this. It was it was when he did the transformation sequence for Sasquatch turning back into Walter.
Sure.
And I said, I basically wrote it in the script as like a multiple images thing, like a classic Hulk transformation, you know, where multiple stages, multiple images. And he did it as just one glorpy mass. And I loved it. I thought it would look fantastic.
Cronenberg-ish kind of.
Yeah. I was like, that looks absolutely brilliant. And Joe was like, let's do more. And it was, and
it's interesting, so, like you can feel the book. Like I kind of touched on that earlier. Is like it starts out as sort of this horror book in a sense of like a lonely, you know, traveler. You know, it has a lot of the TV show feel to it to some degree, but also, you know, a bit of EC comics to it, and that kind of thing. But then it seems like it transforms into this much bigger idea, and the art, you know, you can just see it. Like all of a sudden he takes off, and you guys are making these, you know, disgustingly fantastic pages, and it just seems like his ability to create that stuff fueled your thoughts for, okay, let's go in this direction. Is that kind of what took place?
I mean, basically, yeah, it was like what we went in with was I had basically, I think 15 to 18 issues, because like based on past experience, I was thinking, well, it's the Hulk, it'll have legs. If it doesn't, you know, if it starts falling off, I want to be able to like end it with a kind of, so I basically had up to the Hell arc planned out, and and then it became really clear that like this had legs, so our plans changed a bit. But it was like there was always this thing of we were gonna that first arc in Hell with like the kind of, that was always on the table, but like the way there we started adding a lot more body horror and a lot more like originally the vibe was like much creepier, but we just added like, and body horror kind of became a thing that people really responded to, and we love it. And you know, you could really feel the enthusiasm coming off Joe when he got to design all these horrible things. So we had things like you know, he designed us, he wanted to do the Abomination, and I was like, okay, let's do it like this. Let's have Rick Jones in a kind of Abomination suit.
I gotta say that was the first time I felt like the name of that character was truly fitting. Like he was truly an abomination at that point. Like,
I mean, it was. I hope we've left enough of the Abomination's goop behind that like a future writer can like scrape them up, and like maybe, you know, if somebody wants to bring back the original Abomination, I hope they can scrape up what we left, and you know, run him through a gizmo. But
so
like,
you always had the idea though of sort of making the Hulk. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but to me, it feels like the Hulk is more of a concept or a force of nature than an identity, or simply Bruce's anger.
I mean, it's kind of both, because I was doing around about issue 4 and 5 when I was really getting into like the One Below All stuff, and I think originally I was thinking like we weren't going to go so big with that. It was going to be like a different demonic entity, but like I forget who exactly, but it was like, I think at some point before issue 1, I suddenly thought, well, there's one above all. Why can't there be one below all? but like around the time I was writing those issues and really getting into the idea of the one below all, I started getting into like all the Book of Job stuff and the various Satans and things like that. So there was that sort of heavy level of concept going into the Hulk, but also there was a point around that was like it would have probably been after the Hell conversation, and after I really got into like, okay, so this is the Devil Hulk from the Paul Jenkins run. There's a lot of questions coming up at the bottom, and I'm not answering like none of them, so I do feel a little guilty about that.
I have to apologize to everybody that's sending questions. I'm doing a terrible job of I
mean, I can answer a couple of them. I'll finish this up, and then I feel like I'm answering like the Hulk inspiration one. I feel like I've sort of got around about that, but like I'll answer a couple of others. But like to finish this one up, around the time of working out the ins and outs of the Devil Hulk, I think I was definitely thinking about like, okay, what's Bruce Banner's like psychological setup at the moment. And also I was thinking like, well, I've got this plot thread where he's like, I want to do a thing where the Hulk is like trapped in a place with a lot of, because we'd introduced this thing with the, the sun, and I wanted to trap Hulk with a lot of like solar radiation underground and have like Bruce Banner in a situation where like he's got to like, there's a cat and mouse thing and he's got to work his way out. And I mean, well, I was thinking that up and thinking like, well, what's Bruce Banner going to do? He's going to have to be really tough and mean. And I was like, what if Joe comes back and it's Joe in Bruce's body? And that opened the door to a whole like, because originally I didn't want to write the Savage Hulk. I was like, I don't want to do Hulk speak. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. And then I kind of brought him back for like a moment in the Hell arc, and I kept bringing him back for like little. And it turns out, no, actually, I really enjoy writing this. So I now had 4 Hulks.
Yeah.
At this point, I was like, okay, I've got to do a lot of research on dissociative identity disorder. I've got to like read up a lot of people's kind of experiences of it, because we're going there. We're going to like the old Peter David things, and I don't, I'm not even sure if I've got all these ideas in the exact order they occur to me. But there was a point where I was thinking like, I like the Hulk as a system, not a dichotomy. I like him as a system of 4 alters, 4 personalities. And like, how does that work? How does like, what if Bruce Banner starts thinking of himself seriously as a system and stops trying to, cure the Hulk and starts kind of working with his alters and like, I basically treated him like a real person with dissociative identity disorder who also has been hit by gamma rays and has all this extra freaky stuff happening to him, which, gives us a little bit of sort of leeway, because the ideas are it's a condition that is manifests in a lot of different ways for a lot of different people. So, I feel like adding in the gamma element, adding in like so-called Hulk syndrome, gives us a thing where we can kind of
little bit of a cheat code. You don't have to necessarily.
Well, I mean, there are things like, because I didn't want to do the Mindscape for a long time, because I was thinking like, okay, that's very sort of. And then I read about
a little bit of.
Then I read about Inner Worlds, which is like where people with DID. I'm gonna have trouble finding the right words for this, but they do have some people who have dissociative identity disorder do have these inner worlds, which are kind of places that alters can be when they are not in front. And that's basically Bruce Banner's Mindscape. And a thing that I had thought was like, had no bearing on actual dissociative identity disorder. You know, upon doing more research, I was like, oh, we can use that. We can bring the Mindscape back and like do some Mindscape stuff. And actually, we kind of need to, because there's stuff happening in coming issues where like we get into that.
Okay.
Anyway, I better answer another question before. I have to
let's go ahead. Coffee and Heroes
So-
asked, "We're very much looking forward to We Only Find Them When They're Dead. What can you tell us about it?"
I'll answer this very quickly. It's the elevator pitch is it's the future, and a very large amount of humanity's resources are mined from the corpses of Kirby-esque space gods that float in from the gulf between galaxies, and fleets of autopsy ships. Basically taking them apart for like rare metals, rare kind of proteins, chemicals, and like a lot of the stuff that like makes in the same way that like your smartphone is full of like rare metals and there's only so much of this stuff, or we're running out of helium. It's like there's enough from these dead gods provide a certain amount of stuff, and basically we're going in close on like one of the crews harvesting from these dead gods, and the various trials and tribulations. And if that's not enough for you, there are trailers. There's a trailer out. I think if you go, it's still around on various websites. I'll repost the trailer. But it's like there's you can read plenty about this thing.
Find it.
In terms of I'm doing it with I've co-created it with Simone De Mayo, and and that's all we have time for on that question.
Comic Court asked, "Love the Hulk, but when will we see you on X-Men?"
I couldn't possibly comment. You may have noticed me in certain meetings. What I was doing there will become apparent soon. That's all I can say for now.
Pame BC said, "Empire is about to finish, which is sad because it's been great. What made you feel this was the right moment for Billy and Teddy to be the protagonists and finally get married?" By the way, thank you for that.
No problem. The Billy and Teddy as protagonists, we were looking at a big story about the Kree and Skrulls and them uniting. I was not about to write that story and not have Teddy be a part of it, because I'd already put in a load of work on that. And I really love Billy and Teddy, especially Teddy. I think he's my favorite out of the two of them. And I should mention, a lot of people are wondering why he's so green. I really like green Teddy as well. But like, I really like the shoulder things. But the, basically I really, and it was, it's time. They've been talking about getting married forever. And like they're 22, 23 now. They've, I have a weird relationship with the ages with Marvel time in general and the ages of Marvel superheroes. I think of Iron Man as like a 40-year-old man. Mostly Robert Downey Jr. did that. Bruce Banner, the Hulk destroyed Jackie McGee's house when she was just a kid. Now she's a reporter. Time has gone by. 15 years have gone by in Marvel time. My person, and this is very personal to me. I'm not challenging anyone who says it ain't so. But my personal thing is Bruce Banner's in his late 30s, and I think by this time I do think of Teddy and Billy as like 21, 22. They're not gonna get married to anyone else at this point. I mean, I think it's okay to like have a couple in the Marvel universe who are like for life. There's such a thing as high school sweethearts who get married and are happy together forever. That happens in the real world.
Happened to me.
Oh, well, there we go.
25 years.
There we have it. Do we have time for one more? I'm seeing.
You're seeing me. This is Chad. Hey, Al.
Yes.
Great seeing you again. I did your hero initiative.
Yeah. Good seeing you, man.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great.
Brian, thank you, man. You slayed this.
Oh, thank you.
And
I want to apologize to everybody watching. I did not do a very good job of asking their questions. I had too many of my own. But hopefully,
we spent a lot of time in Britain in the early '80s.
We did.
At the newsagent.
When we get a chance, man, we'll have you over on Brian. And Brian, I gotta come. This is my man right here.
I love that.
He owns Marvel Universe outside of the outer space aspect of it. But again, thank you again for doing this for Hero Initiative. We appreciate it.
No, thank you. I'm sorry to anyone whose questions I missed. Next time, do answer them on the podcast, maybe.
Yeah, we'll get them on there.
I love it. Love it.
All right, awesome.
So I'm gonna turn it over to Chuck here in a second. But again, thank you, Alan and Brian, for having some time with us today. Thank you, guys.
Anytime. Thanks for watching, and thank you for donating to the Hero Initiative. And
that's it. We're good. Thanks, Al.
All right.
Hey guys, welcome back to Mainframe Comic-Con. We still have a few more minutes before our next panel, Chad, so we're going to go ahead and hold off for just a couple seconds. Right at the top of the hour, we're going to bring the guys who bring you the book Fishkill. They're going to do a total read-through of, I believe, issue 1 and maybe some of issue 2. I'm not sure. We got Lawrence Blum, Ben Templesmith, and Dan Fogler who are going to be coming on to talk about their awesome book in just a few minutes. Thank you very much to Al Ewing for doing that amazing interview. And we'll be back right around the top of the hour as soon as we get everybody in the backstage area with more Mainframe Comic-Con, so don't go anywhere. I love when that happens. Hey guys, welcome back to Mainframe Comic Con. I see you, Lawrence Bloom, down there in the background, looking all excited, ready to get going on Mainframe Comic Con Day 2, Hall A. A very special episode of Fogler's Fictions. Sans Dan Fogler at the moment, but I'm sure he's going to be joining us at some time. There he is. I just saw him pop up, guys. So please help me in welcoming the creators of the awesome comic book Fishkill. They're going to be running through the first, I think, couple issues of the book. We're doing a live, like a directorial commentary almost, with all the creators, Lawrence Bloom, Ben Templesmith, one of my favorite artists of all time, and a man who speaks for himself, Mr. Dan Fogler, the guy who crushed it in The Walking Dead last night, man. Holy shit. Dan, you there, man?
Hey.
I'm going to back out, but before I do, I just want to say you absolutely crushed it yesterday on Mainframe, Dan.
Oh, thanks, man. That was I'm trying to
That was
set up
outstanding.
I'm trying to Cam, Mike, how am I doing here?
So Ben, Lawrence, how's everybody
Hi.
doing, man?
What's
Good,
up,
good,
bro?
good,
You can hear me, right?
good.
Yeah, everybody looks great, man.
Everyone's
How's my sound here? Okay.
You sound like $1 million.
Oh, I got
Yeah.
good.
You
Dan-
sound as good as you look.
Dan, you got us banned in.
All right, guys.
We got a what? We got
got
banned?
banned in New
We
Zealand.
didn't get banned.
What do you mean? What do you
No,
mean?
the video got taken down in New Zealand.
New Zealand is not a fan.
Why? Why? Because of the music?
We don't know. We're finding.
The doorbell
You can say
is
things like
the funniest part is the doorbell.
Yeah,
We'll talk about that off camera.
We'll talk about it later. Okay,
So,
so
guys, you guys have fun, man. We're gonna run through your
good.
book, so I'm gonna back out. Have a good time, man. Talking
Thanks,
Fishkill.
brother.
Good to see you guys.
gentlemen. Oh, wait, let's not put
I
that
got
up quite yet. Let's not put that up quite yet. Okay, how you doing?
What's up? I hate
Oh,
looking at my own art, man. This is going to be.
what
is going on?
it's really hot there, huh? Where are you, man?
Seattle.
Okay, so it's also crazy there, right?
Not less crazy now, but I'm in a non-crazy bit. But it's probably going to be a record hot day. But because it's Seattle, almost no one has air conditioning generally, so it's going to be 10 degrees hotter inside. It's going to be great.
Were there like nonstop riots or something? I heard crazy things going on.
They had a lot of stuff downtown, and then they had the Chaz or the Chop, where they just the cops
Right.
weren't there for a month, or something like a month.
So it's like
Mine-
not as bad as people make it out to be, or no?
It was what?
Not as bad as everyone's making it out to be.
There were incidents. I mean, when you that's
There
like
were
the weird thing
incidents
with the
and
whole
accidents and hints
It's
and
when-
allegations.
when people know there's a vacuum, and like even if police are elsewhere dealing with protests and riots, all the other stuff, other people take advantage of that. So
Yep.
yeah, it's like there was a few incidents in the Chop Chaz, but I don't know. It's like both sides are kind of like putting everything out there, and you see. I didn't get to visit before it got cleaned.
Big
out.
hi to Ben from London. Okay, cool. So we're gonna have people giving comments throughout that they can ask questions to. Great. We'll be able to answer a lot of questions at the end. I just
Are
want
we
to
allowed to swear, or do we have to be child friendly?
no. Hey man, no. This is not child friendly. No, at least I don't. My stuff is always R
I'll say
rated.
hi, Rich. Rich Johnson's
Okay.
in the chat.
Welcome to the Heavy Metal Presents Fogler's Fictions Fishkill Creator Commentary panel. Let me introduce my co-conspirators here. We got Lawrence Blum, longtime friend. I'll give you more of an introduction later. Actor, co-writer, and the amazing Ben Templesmith is with us.
And
And
just love from Australia, promise. I promise.
he's shooting his balls off, but we're happy. He's so happy he's here. I'm happy you exist, Mr. Templesmith.
I'm happy you
yes.
exist too.
Yes.
Lawrence, how does it feel, my friend, to be? I told you we were going to be on a panel at a
You
con
did.
talking about our book.
You did, and
Does
it's
it
I
feel
always
good?
tell you it's just surreal, bro. Because we're both geeks, man. It's like I look at my comic collection and I'm like, wow, I have a comic that I did with Dan, Ben Templesmith drew it, and this is just I pinch myself every day, man, every day, because
Okay,
it's
let's
just
talk
unbelievable.
Let's talk about Templesmith for a second, all right, man?
If
Like,
you give me $5, I'll pinch you.
All right. Well,
$5? Just
well,
five?
10. Depends where you want to be pitched.
Templesmith, I started reading his stuff with 30 Days a Night. Okay, a lot of people I think became fans during that.
Thank you.
And obviously,
that was all Steve Niles, though.
Say that again.
That was all Steve Niles. He's the reason it was good.
It wasn't all Steve Niles.
Come on,
That was my
bro.
first book. That was my first real book.
Those vampires were scary. Those are scary, and it's hard to recreate something. And you guys recreated this, age-old genre with those vampires, and just how horrifying they were, and it went on to be a big movie. I think that's a major testament to you and the look of it, man. Absolutely. And okay, so Templesmith, I didn't know this. I went, I like to go back and when I interview people, I like to go back and really see what they've been doing, and I didn't know
the bad karaoke I did in the Philippines. Did you?
No, that was like
that's
I was
on
going
the
to bring
line.
that up. I was hoping you were going to sing a song for us.
I was drunk, so you get me drunk, I'll do it.
Yeah. So, oh, by the way, what Chuck was talking about earlier, and Chad was talking about, we did yesterday, and then there'll be a recording, a link of it out soon in the next 24 hours. We did the Walking Dead at home house party. I got a bunch of the cast. Norman Reedus showed up. Like, we got all these like
Nice.
20 people from the cast, and we put on like a house party. Everyone was dancing, and anyway, it was really fun. I'm actually I was nervous because I felt like I was actually throwing a party. It was crazy. Anyway, so Templesmith. Okay, I had no idea about the Todd McFarlane Hellspawn.
Yeah, it was my first work, man.
So your first
me a job.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know this. So this, I want to know what this is.
Thank you. And I love Spawn. Okay.
I do too.
We'll see later. Spawn comes up in Fishkill because of the connection to Al Simmons in my mind. But it's so funny how there's so many synchronicities. So Hellspawn. Okay, so McFarlane, who I love. My first comic books were Amazing Spider-Man, the Hulk, anything that he did. I had the Wolverine poster on my wall with the Hulk reflected in the fucking claws. I love McFarlane. Okay. And the fact that he gave you your first job.
Well, his art director saw me on a forum and said, "Oh, I like your stuff," because it was a comics forum back in the day. And I tried out, and I got to. It was technically my first work. I did like a half an issue following Ashley Wood. If you know if you think my shit's okay, then Ashley Wood is God. So I followed him and did a couple issues, and then 30 Days a Night happened at the same time.
Wow.
So that's my first complete finished work of a 3-issue miniseries, but I was still doing Hellspawn for a while. Yeah, it was my first job.
What issue? And
I got my first paycheck was mailed to me, the only paycheck ever mailed to me, and he signed it the same way he signs all this comic work.
Oh wow!
So I was like, I didn't believe it. I thought it was a joke.
Awesome.
Like,
did you put it on your wall?
Did you cash it? Did you cash it?
I cashed it, and I didn't think because I didn't. This was before decent tech. I should have made a copy, but
take a picture or something. That's so.
I needed the money. It was good money.
What issue was that? Because I wonder if I have it or
10. I think it's 10 or 11.
Wow.
The fucked up thing is Ashley Wood did most of the issue, and I did like the last 6 or 7 pages.
Okay.
But it had my art on the cover, and then the next issue I did, I think, all the interiors, and he had the cover because it was in transition because he was off the book. So, yeah, and then after that it was me and Steve. So, and because I did Hellspawn with Steve Niles, there was a gap between issues a lot. So we what do we do? So we decided on 30 Days a Night, and then
Wow.
So that's how that happened.
I gotta read that comic. Because I just became a huge fan of your work. I have to
thank you for your bad taste in art.
Come on, Templesmith.
I mean, you have good taste, but my art is bad.
You crushed it, man.
Works for Listen, you did Army of Darkness, Star Wars, G.I. Joe. This is like some of my favorite stuff. And okay, I got to do a shout out to Ben McCool, who basically like sprinkled in some genius here and there throughout Brooklyn Gladiator. And
I did a book with Ben too.
Yeah, so I saw Choker, which you did with Ben, and I was like, ooh, I want Brooklyn Gladiator to look like this, you know. It seems like it's a very similar world universe, and they could exist in the same universe. And so actually Ben and I were talking about trying to combine that stuff, but you know,
you should.
maybe down maybe down the line sometime. But he introduced me to you. He introduced me to Simon Beasley. So these are the guys. He worked on Brooklyn Gladiator. My favorite artist. Like I'm like a kid in the candy store right now, being able to work with my favorite artist. So thanks, Ben.
You've met him, right?
Sorry,
you've met him,
Ben?
Simon.
I met him over the phone. We were supposed to when FaceTime and stuff. He's a character, man.
Yeah, if you ever like, because you've read Lobo, right? Lobo's,
of course,
like, he is Lobo.
Exactly. I was going to say that.
He's amazing.
Yeah, he's such a character. I was supposed to meet him at a Comic-Con, and you know, in like Hunter S. Thompson fashion, he just didn't show up. You know, he was like, people were lined up, and he was just, you know, he was rock and roll. You know,
you guys would go well together. And his art's amazing too. So,
well, when he did the Grendel War Child covers, that blew me away, man.
Oh yeah. Well, between heavy metal, between Lobo, like he's such a huge influence. Okay, so Temple Smith working on Batman. Okay,
I've done a bit of everything except Marvel.
Yeah, except Marvel.
I've done some Marvel, but
why is that? Oh, you technically have done Marvel.
I don't know anyone at Marvel, and they don't ask me. But I've done. I did a big wall exhibition painting in Australia to celebrate their anniversary, and I did some sort of limited Punisher print once. But I've never done actual comics.
Cool.
So can I ask you a question? If you could do a Marvel character,
what
would it be? You could pick a Marvel character to draw. What would it be?
Ghost Rider.
Ooh.
Which I think just got cancelled. So.
Oh my god.
Which character? Which version?
Oh.
Whichever one the classic, like
original, right?
Like the Mark Texiera, like what I know of as classic Ghost Rider, which was Mark Texiera era. He's just got a good leather jacket, spiky shit.
Texiera, man. I like how that guy draws Sabretooth.
Yeah.
Okay, Lawrence Blum, my buddy, who has a Marvel connection because he's in the Marvel Cinematic TV history. Because
hook me up, man.
You're in Daredevil. You play.
Yes.
Okay. If you don't recognize Lawrence has played every cop in everything you've ever seen.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's cops,
been in everything. Between the two of
paramedics.
you've been everything.
Right, we're covering all the bases, pal.
Yeah.
Oof. I actually got to hit the Kingpin over the head, and afterwards people were like, "You survived." The only person that got to hit the Kingpin, and you survived.
Oh, right. You what way? You were a correctional officer.
A corrections officer. That's yours. Put it on. Whack. And then I didn't have it was corrections officer, but my name tag was like Officer Zeralinsky or whatnot, but I didn't know it. A week later, it's like Lawrence Blum, Officer Zeralinsky, Marvel Cinematic Universe. Somebody looked it up and posted it. It's hilarious, man.
You're in, man. You're in. You know, it's and Daredevil is so cool. I love Daredevil. Okay, so Daredevil, the Punisher, Spider-Man, Wolvie, the Ghost Rider, all these guys who came through New York, you know, all these guys.
Captain America too, man. Brooklyn.
There you go. Okay, there you go,
dude. You know.
So sorry, Australia, but
I live in America now.
Okay, good.
I love Australia.
Yes, everyone. We all love Australia, but there's definitely there's a connection here with New York, Brooklyn, and so let's talk about Fishkill. Okay, I was thinking back, and I was thinking like, how did we how did we come up with this idea? And I don't know if you remember, Lawrence, but I remember, like, okay, whenever I'm looking for collaborators, I'm always looking for collaborators, and Larry was a bartender, actor, friend, and we talked about comic books, all the time, and he knows a lot. He knows a lot about comic books, and then when I'm sizing up, someone to collaborate with them, I always ask the same question. I say, if you had your druthers and your resources, what would you make your comic book about? And I remember him saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lawrence, but I remember him saying that he liked cops and he liked Green Lantern, and their code, right?
Yeah.
And then I started riffing on that, and I said, I always wanted to do a story about the cop that was stuck on the Brooklyn Bridge. Now, I would walk across the Brooklyn Bridge all the time, back and forth to Manhattan, and I would look at that guy stuck on bridge duty, the cop, on the Brooklyn Bridge, and I would think, like, what did that poor bastard do to be put there? It's like he's in a cage, Who did he piss off, And then what if the apocalypse begins and this ultimate unlikely underdog rises to the occasion and becomes our savior, essentially. And the name Fishkill, that's all Larry. Okay, so he mentioned living up in Fishkill, right, or something like your connection.
I shot something up there, but then there was a restaurant. It was just weird with you and I, man, where we always connect synergistically, bro.
Yeah.
It's like there's a restaurant called Fish in New York, which is gone, and I used to love it. And Dan had said to me, "You have to understand something about Dan. I sometimes have too much verbiage. Dan will say in one sentence what I say in a paragraph. So he'll be like comic, and I'll be like, do you want to work on a comic? I mean, he has to spell it out for me. But there was we talked cops and this restaurant Fish, and I was like, Fishkill popped in my head. And then, of course, I ended up shooting a TV series years later in a place called Fishkill. And it was just another one of the reasons why I meant to work on this, man.
What's crazy? Yeah, there's a lot of synchronicities. He was connected to Fishkill, New York. I said, "Ooh, that's a good name," and then nothing really happened with it. And I went on, and I'm working on Brooklyn Gladiator, which is my dystopian, sci-fi New York 2033 cautionary tale about the coming technocracy. And I started realizing, holy shit, we're living in, the sci-fi dystopia right now. I want to write a prequel to Brooklyn Gladiator, and
I didn't know that. That's just wild, man.
And then I realized. So then I sent Larry the text. Fishkill.
Can I tell him what exactly how? So I shot this TV show called Big Dogs in Fishkill, New York, and I'd never been to Fishkill, and I totally had forgotten about the comic. So I swear, for 6 months on and off location, I get a text from Dan, Fishkill, and I'm like, who the fuck does Dan know? You know someone on the show? He's like, the guy. And I'm like, which guy do you know? He's like, comic. And then he's like, Planet, 12:30 tomorrow, which means I want to meet you at Forbidden Planet, our spot in the city, at 12:30 tomorrow to discuss a comic. But I didn't realize it was Fishkill. And then I showed up there and I had all these ideas I was going to throw at him. And he's like, the guy. And I was like, the guy. And he's like, the wrong side of the tracks. And I'm like, wow. And then all the stuff we had talked about just started to happen. And we probably jammed this issue. Then we just started jamming the first issue out, man.
Right.
And,
so as Fishkill evolved, we wanted to make him controversial. We wanted readers to question whether he was a good guy or not. And we wanted the hero to question himself, and so suddenly he's like this lone wolf patsy character who's blamed for this incident, this attack, and now he has to save the world while proving his innocence. Okay, so it's like the fugitive. So we have all these elements, and then there's like the final layer of how can we make this guy more controversial? And so why the question here is why make him black? You know, he's a black Jew. Obviously, Lawrence. Well, I don't know about how obviously, but Lawrence and I are both Brooklyn Jews, New York Jews. And you know, we know that side of it, you know. And the you know, and we come from there's a long line of you know, of
old school Jewish
of old
stock,
school
man.
Jewish East Coast comic writers who created great black superheroes, you know. Stan Lee, Black Panther, Falcon, Marv Wolfman, Blade, Cyborg. Okay, so that, but it's not lost on us that we're two white Jewish guys writing a black character here, and you know, so it's very important to me during these, you know, volatile times that we're authentic here, you know, and so, like, thank God, it's amazing how things just kind of happen perfectly. Where we have Joe Illidge now, who happens to be a brilliant black man, who is now the head editor over at Heavy Metal, and I'm just so happy to have him as overseer over, you know, Fogler's fictions. You know, it's his blessing is very important to me during these.
I
these
didn't know
very
that.
times.
That is awesome, man. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, I love Heavy Metal, and I love that he's been put in place as the head editor there, and honestly, you know, I mean, okay, so it's so important to be authentic, and Joe is brilliant. You know, he was working over at DC on Batman, you know, and so his wisdom is extremely welcome. This happens to be a detective comic, so he's working on the greatest detective stories ever. And Joe happens to be black, you know, and he happens to be the perfect editor for Fishkill, and I'm just very happy that it worked out like that. It makes my soul very happy, and I think that he is just that he's looking out and making sure that we're authentic, and I'm gonna have him on the 40 Experience podcast, and we're gonna go deeper into what he thinks about it, and I'm really excited to talk to him about it. And I would love for him. He's a writer. I would love for him to come on and you know, write a chapter or 5. You know, would be amazing. So I just want to talk about the fact that, you know, we make him, he's black. And some of the reasons that I did that was, well, you know, why the fuck not? But also, Brooklyn Gladiator, while I was working on Brooklyn Gladiator, it's a world where the sun is just blocked out. Okay. So, you know, even the people of color are pale, you know? So I was like, wow, we got to infuse some color into Fishkill here. And like I said before, I also love Spawn and Al Simmons, you know, and and I feel like they're kind of kindred, you know, both soldiers, both sell a large portion of their soul, in order to try to find the path of the light side. So now we had this layer, this controversial layer of, okay, so now he's a black guy, he's a black Jew, and now it raised the question of, during these attacks, why are whites labeled lone wolf, and, you know, people of color are labeled like a domestic terrorist, you know? So now things started to become even more complex. I love a character with a good Achilles heel. Fishkill he's got flaws. You know, he's like The Rock meets Rocky Balboa. You know, he's and when you meet Rocky, he's at the end of his boxing career. You know, and he looks like he's just like the ultimate underdog. Why don't we get into talking about Fishkill right now? Why don't we throw up the comic book? We'll show Ben's beautiful art, and we'll take it page by page. Oh, how do we see the full image here? Or how do I? I gotta let me see.
Shrink it.
Enter full screen. No, I'm only seeing the top. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. So can I control that? Oh, I see. Okay, you're gonna control this. Okay, so this is the cover. Okay, we're not gonna be able to see the full page by itself, or is it gonna be like this? Chad, whoever's controlling this, are we gonna get a full page here?
Maybe not.
Okay. Okay, so I guess we'll go through it like this. Huge shout out to Justin Molman,
Big shout out to Justin Molman, man.
Justin Molman, who helped me produce. He put a lot of money into Fogler's fiction, so bless his sweet, fragile heart for helping us get to completion here. Fishkill, yeah. Okay. Let me. You know what? I'll. Here we go. I'll put it up on my computer so I can see the full thing as we go along. Here we go. Fishkill is a love.
This size, you can read the dialogue and see most of the panels as you scroll down for like
storytelling. It's beautiful. Yeah,
it's not bad when you get to the pages.
It's fine. Fishkill is a love story wrapped in a modern noir that takes our hero, Detective Bart Fishkill, so far down the conspiracy rabbit hole that he starts to question his own sanity. As the story unfolds, the reader, along with the detective himself, begins to wonder whether he isn't really the villain in the first place. When another 9/11 style of attack occurs, it sends New York City spiraling toward martial law. And while trying to uncover the truth of who done it, the authorities find themselves blaming Bart for the attack, labeling him a terrorist, while others flock behind him as a revolutionary of change. Welcome to New York City, 1 p.m. today. Some martial law, man. You're gonna see there's a lot of prophetic themes that come up during.
We wrote this 3 years ago, man. It's crazy, dude.
Okay, so
crazy.
First page we got Lieutenant Render. Let's move it along here. I had this idea. I wanted every chapter to begin with someone screaming Fishkill. Someone, he's always in trouble. And Fishkill, goddamn, what kind of moron are you? With no fucking warrant, they're suing us. You know that? Okay, so now we got police brutality. Off screen, Fishkill says they broke the law. So this gentleman, I always imagine for Lieutenant Render, I always imagine I don't know about you, I don't know about you, Larry, but I always imagine like a Samuel L. Jackson or something, or if it was animated, if Keith David, who did the Spawn voice, if he wanted to any of these voices, I would be incredibly happy. I always hear him in my head, and of course we know Phil Lamar, and we know Kari Payton. Any of these guys would be amazing for an animated. Okay, cracked skull, 13 broken ribs. You're like a fucking stalker. They resisted arrest. He deserved it. She would have ran. Was it 288, Lieutenant? 288. Look it up. Child abuse. It's child abuse. So that's his Achilles heel. I love a good flawed hero. Bart, he's like the patron saint of punks, of street kids. He can't help saving kids. He can't hurt women or children. That's his thing. And it gets him in trouble a lot of time, as you can see. Look at that face. Ben, we described what Fishkill looked like. And
He's only. All I remember is it kind of a cross between The Rock and Stallone kind of thing.
yeah,
So try and get his eyes and his nose kind of like that was tough.
You did it though,
He's got
man.
Because
that-
when you said that, I was like, oh, The Rock, and because his heritage is a little different, and he's got a little. He's Hawaiian,
Samoan.
right?
It's
Oh, Samoan.
gigantic. Yeah, he's
So
big.
I'm like,
I want,
I'm gonna try and work that in facially too. So
yeah. And he's also half Jewish. You know, he's a gigantic mutt. You know, that's like the ultimate underdog, and he's got that 1,000-yard stare in his eye. You hit it perfectly. His whole life, he's just had people, authority figures screaming at him, and he's in another place. So they would have got off. Okay. Lieutenant, you even listening, detective? Nah, he's back in the war, man. He's back in Afghanistan. He's not even there. He's daydreaming. So I like a good I like a comic that gets right into the action. Okay, no wasting time. Here we go. It's a flashback, and he's a one-man army, and he's taking on the whole war himself.
It's like we talked like he has a little bit of like Conan the Barbarian's code, you know?
Yeah, he's got a
Conan's
berserker.
He's got the berserker. Yep.
I always like a good berserker rage, you know, Wolverine. So he runs out of bullets. He starts just killing these guys with his bare hands and a knife, you know. Look at him, that steam rising off of him and the hot knife. So I love this part. Back in the war, we thought we knew what we were fighting for. Look at that, the big truck full of heroin. All right? Most of the time. We knew what we were fighting for most of the time. I've had authority issues my whole life, asked too many questions. That's why I made detective in the first place. And this guy's screaming at him in his face, his major or whatever. And then he flashes back to when he was a kid, when his dad was screaming in his face. From day one, I was instilled with an ineffable barometer of justice. I could just sniff it out. That's one of his super abilities. Larry can talk more on that. I didn't need some asshole adult telling me what was right. I know. Don't judge the packaging. Fucking Ben, look at the reflection of little Fishkill in the eyeglasses. Brilliant. This is a
script, right? Wasn't it in the script?
Yes.
I'm gonna say
but you can write it in
the.
Hold on. You can write something in a script, but you hope that there is an alchemic response when you hand it over to a genius artist like you that brings it to life. And you brought this to life, man.
It's like we talked about, you elevated it, man. You elevated it. You took it and you were like, he would send me a picture. I'm like, you ready? And I get it. I go, Dan, that's our guy. He goes, I know.
And he gets the emotion. You get the emotion, Ben. It's all. Listen, we're two actors. We're cinematic dudes, and you're matching the emotion beautifully. And you're just.
I am told that I do emotions okay and teeth. Teeth and emotions.
Okay, so they say I was kicked out because of insubordination. Only me and my Sarge knew the real reason he freaking headbutts him. Dishonorable my ass. I walked away because that war made zero sense and it stunk to high hell. Look at him, man. He's smoking his Lady Brand cigarettes. That's one of his characteristics. Obviously, Lawrence and I are actors, and we like to build very complex characters. He's smoking those cigarettes. That's his mother. That's his connection to his mother.
Yep. They were her cigarettes. She smoked that brand, and he smell comforted him.
And the smell. It's all about the smell. So you want to talk about his thing with smell on?
So he's got, like, we talked, because there's a lot, like Dan and I, we already have the last page written. The only guys that know about it is us. So we know this character, and we discussed trying to make it interesting. He's got hyperosmia, which means that he has an enhanced sense of smell. but it's connected to who he is as from his father's side, and he is able to smell things, and then he's able to remember where he smelled them. It's almost like a smell map.
Yeah, like a remote viewing, which came in handy in the war.
So he's like, I could smell, that way. And it could have been years ago. It's almost, people who are able to recall things. He can do it by sense of smell. And it's wild. He doesn't know he can do it.
So you got Berserker Rage, you got Heightened Smell, fucking Wolverine. They're all influences. It smelled like a fucking scam. Demoted to bridge duty. Now get demoted to bridge duty. Now get the fuck out of my precinct. Psh, story of my life. Look at him there. And he and Render just fuming. Okay, so now we got the Brooklyn Bridge, my beloved Brooklyn Bridge, which I would walk over every single day. Look at that crowded. Makes me sad. And you had families, and you matched it perfectly. And this is a 2-page spread. The next page, you see poor Fishkill. Welcome to the Rotten Apple. And he's just sitting in his cell, his own personal jail cell, And
you see guys in the summertime stuck driving around in one of those things, and you're like, how?
Okay, at least they're able to drive around. Okay, those guys, they can't move. They're stuck. It's like a toll booth. They just watch people come and go all day, loving the bridge, and they just sit there with the Fishkill look in their eyes, 1,000-yard stare. They're in their own worlds, man. And so there he is. He's like a monster, stuffed inside. He's too big for this vehicle, And he's got his. So let's go back for a second to that last image. He's got his.
I
milk
actually
cart.
didn't know those things existed until this book.
Yeah.
I had to look them up, and now I see them everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, those things. It's like
3-wheel meter maid vehicles.
Yep.
And can you imagine this guy is like, he's like, 6'9". He's almost 300 pounds. And they poor guy to stuff him in this. So, and there he is with his Lady Brand cigarettes and his milk carton. So he's a guy. He's traumatized. This guy's a traumatized individual. He's almost like a big child. There's also like a mice and men thing going on here, where he's too strong for his own good, like a Lenny, And there he is with his milk. The other connection to his mother, the other connection to innocence, and the milk carton becomes a huge metaphor as we continue. We'll see here. So the name's Fishkill, by the way. Detective Officer Bartholomew Fishkill. He's named after a saint, right? So the next line is, yeah, it's unfortunate, but my mother was a saint, so I ain't changing it. Okay? May she rip. And he chucks his Lady Brand cigarette out the window. And there he is, drinking from the milk carton. Missing. Have you seen Izzy? First of all, this was supposed to be Lizzie, but Ben.
That was my
Ben
fuck up.
made it Izzy. No, but I love it.
I love it. It probably was there, but in Photoshop, I must have accidentally deleted the letter, or it didn't catch when I did it, and then I just didn't think about it. Because Izzy's in
letters. Ben did letters and art. Listen, I'm always going to say yes. Like that was the process throughout this whole thing, and the the cream rises to the top. I love that it's Izzy, because it's also a question. Izzy. Okay, so he's stuck in limbo on this godforsaken bridge. It should have collapsed 100 years ago, just like the whole system, but still it stands. Swiss cheese rust holes and all. I'm very happy with that line. Have you seen Izzy, the lost children? Okay. There's a lot of themes, current themes coming up here. Hard to fight crime when they stick you in your own personal jail cell. And he just can't help but smell something wrong with this guy in the green jacket. Because he's a detective. He's one of the greatest detectives ever. And here he is stuck in a freaking penalty box. Psh, freedom, my balls. He's looking at the Freedom Tower. You seen what they try to pass off as a memorial at Ground Zero? 2 empty black holes, just like his eyes. Okay? I was there the day the towers came down. Okay, so now he's flat. He's always daydreaming. He's always in his head. I was duped like everybody else. He's there at the 9/11. That's why I enlisted. Thought I could figure the whole mess out for America all by my lonesome. But the deeper in I went, the less sense it all made, and the harder it was to focus. Everything blurred. And there he is. You're matching that same shot to him putting the pill in his mouth. Beautiful, Ben. So here I am back home where I thought I could make an actual difference. Don't even get me started on Building 7. Whoa. Did I just say that out loud? Okay, I love that. Okay, he's monologuing out loud. He's crazy. He's like Rorschach, you know? I love that about him. And he's sensitive and he's paranoid about it, you know? He's a complex dude. Okay, here he is about to take this pill. Adderall. We call it it's an homage to Adderall. It's Adderall. Okay, so here he is. Suddenly someone's tapping on the window. It stops him from taking his meds. Wake up, Bart. You're monologuing again, son. Dad? Okay. Now he sees his fucking dead father. Ah, shit. Wait, come back. Be alert, son, because the world needs more alerts. Remember that old kids thing? Dad! And the people on the bridge. Maniac. Jesus, dude. He's like a freak, you know? Sorry. And I love the anxiety on his face. Dad, wait. Fuck. Idiot. This is our hero right now. Everyone's fucking shitting on him. And all his meds go falling onto the bridge. It's just his lowest point, man. Gone. Focus, Fishkill. Maybe the universe is trying to tell me something. He hunched over that big bear of a man, hunched over, trying to scrape his meds off the floor. Shit. My last refill. AD. After death. Maybe it's time to give up the good fight. You're going to see a lot of references to, you know, he's a black Jew. And there's a lot of references to Jesus, you know. Not, you know, it just gets biblical. So this is my favorite fucking page. This is my favorite page. Ben, you did a beautiful job. Leon, I love Leon. Leon is, there's always 2 cops on the bridge. And they're always facing each other. And Leon is the regular guy. He's been on the bridge since day one. And here comes Fishkill, who is just like, he's like a week in. And he has this interaction with Leon. Hey, Leon, you want another hot dog? Fuck off, Fishkill. And yes. And a large papaya juice. Okay, the comedy is beautiful. Leon means well. He's just been stuck on the bridge too long. The fuck you say? Okay. So he's monologuing right in front of Leon. And Leon just looks at him like, the fuck is wrong with this guy? I love this. Just sums everything up about look at him. He is a hero stuffed in this too tight suit.
But reluctantly, man, we talked about it. He's a reluctant hero, man. But he's just such a good guy.
He's the flawed hero. He's got the Achilles heel. He's got, you know, you got to love characters like that. But I just love how you got the comedy, the look on Leon's face, like, what the, who is this fucking guy? And the fact that he's this flawed, monologuing, semi-crazy hero. Okay, let's keep going. Takes a certain amount of faith to eat a hot dog, let alone 2. Luckily, as of 5 minutes ago, I'm suicidal. Nitrates. Hold that thought. What? Look, he's even monologuing to the hot dog guy. Okay, hold that thought. He's sensing this guy with the green hoodie, man. He's no good. But he can't do anything about it. It's not my problem anymore. So far out of my jurisdiction is scary. And the cops who are supposed to be doing their job on the side, if you ever walk the bridge, it's always happening. You have these two cops with freaking machine guns, and they're talking to some girl. It's that's what's happening here. Not really paying attention. And here comes Fishkill bringing his hot dog to Leon. Hey, Leon, you owe me. And then the next page, kaboom. Leon's poor face blown off. Here's the attack on the bridge. Fishkill in the middle of all of it. Just out of nowhere, like a movie. Bam. And next page. So, I'm a Brooklynite. And I lived through 9/11. I was 20 blocks away from it when it happened.
Damn.
Having this, I actually had Derek Robertson on the podcast recently. And when I read The Boys, there was in their version of New York, their universe. There's an attack on the Brooklyn Bridge, and when I read that, it hit me so hard, and I was like, "That was their version of 9/11 in that universe." And I was like, "Oh, if there was ever a 9/11, just the symbolism, another 9/11 again in New York, just the symbolism of taking down that beautiful bridge." And that's what happens here. So it's an homage to The Boys. It's also an homage to just my love of that bridge and how terrible it would be if it was taken down. While I was flying like a rag doll through the debris, must have been a shock because all I can think was, fuck, that was my last picture of her. Oh, man. It's the last picture of his mother. And then the next shot is, his parents and holding their hurt children, his kid. Mom? Oh, fuck. The emotional backdrop here. Felt like I was floating for a full 60 seconds, and he's still clutching that milk carton. Surreal shit happens, like that when you're in a bomb situation. You fucking lose your shoes, but for some reason you're still holding your Coca-Cola can or whatever the fuck, It's crazy. You did a beautiful thing here, Ben. The rain woke me. I don't know how long I was out. And there he is, lying there on his back, like Jesus with the almost on the cross there with the stab in the side. We'll talk about that in a second. There's a lot of reference here. Jesus was a Jew. What color was Jesus? We don't got a lot of time here, but these, is the idea of the Messiah, the idea of an Antichrist, Fishkill. That's a synchronicity. The idea of Fishkill and the reference to Jesus, and man, all of these things have come up while during the evolution of making this. That moment forward, I finally knew I was done sitting in the sidelines. Ooh, look at that bridge. It looks like a goddamn fuse being lit. In my shitty little penalty box. Pretty sure the city won't bounce back too soon from a hit like this. Another goddamn 9/11. Not in this day and age. Not with the current administration. Going fuzzy. Got to hunker down, regroup. World needs more alerts. Fuck you, Pop. Thanks for the warning. And there's the carton, the missing. Have you seen Izzy? Didn't look like it, but it was the quiet before the storm. What the fuck? Not a reference to that on the internet. And I had no fucking clue that my biggest lead to this whole giant clusterfuck just slipped through my bloody fingers. And there's that milk carton sitting there. I I don't know if that resonates with any of the listeners out there. Oh, we got about, you know what? Let's go to the next page. Let's go to the first page of issue 2. So poor Fishkill. Fishkill. There it is. His name again. The Black Friday bomber, believed dead. Fishkill was a loose cannon that went undetected by the NYPD until it was too late. He's the fucking patsy. They're blaming it on him. Someone put him there on that fucking bridge. There's Render. I mean, I knew Fishkill was a loser, but I never thought he'd stoop so low. I'm as shocked and appalled as you all are. No further questions at this time. And then we have the classic talking head news guys. He may have been off his medication leading up to the mass slaughter. Just another in a long line of domestic terrorists. The disgruntled and demoted detective sought revenge on a city that handed him a raw deal. And unfortunately for those seeking real answers, dead men tell no tales. We may never know the true motive of Bartholomew Fishkill. Okay, let's wait, stop there. Okay, they're gonna have to read it. Don't show anymore. Let's take it off and let's spend the last 5 minutes here. Maybe take some questions.
Yeah, man. I got a question. Where can people pick this up? What is it on the shelves yet? When is it on the shelves? I mean, my God, that was awesome. What an awesome table read, man. That was great.
Hey, are we done? We're done it in like 10 minutes or 5 minutes here, right?
We got Greg Rucka. He's about to come on. He's going to talk about the old guard and all that. So yeah, you got. I mean, I will say about 3 more minutes. So whatever you guys want to plug, man.
Okay, yeah,
plug away, dude.
Plug
Can
away.
I hang out? Can I hang
Ben,
out?
go for it. What are you working on, Ben? Throw it out there.
Right now?
Yes, sir. Awesome. What is that?
I'm doing a bunch
Is
of
that
like
Hellboy?
cyberpunk stuff. So
Sweet.
Lead up to the game Cyberpunk. So
cool, man. I'm excited to do more with Temple Smith. I know you're a busy man, but you're my guy for this, man.
Anytime.
You crushed it, bro. Crushed it, man.
I think I still owe you
crushed
a
it,
big
man.
cover for the whole thing. So
Fogler's.
Sorry, I'll do it.
Oh, dude. We got time. It's gonna be, we got 4 issues that are coming out over the next several months here, and we'll have the trade out early spring. So we can put save it for that, brother. Thank you guys, Lawrence.
Come on, Dan. Thank you, bro.
Thank you, Chuck. Mainframe, heavy metal. To answer your question, heavymetalshop.com. www.foglersfiction.com. Check it out, man. That's you can find all the comic books there. And
Dan, what I love about you, Dan, man, you're a guy of huge ideas. You know what I mean? You're like, you think big. Everything you do is so big. Just even this. I mean, you're one of the few people at Mainframe who actually did a full read through of their comic. I mean, it was such a good idea, and I mean, the fans dug it.
Well, that's awesome. I wish we could have taken questions. You know, we got to put all our skills in place here, man. We got to do a little acting. You know, you do a little hosting. You know, 40 Experience podcast comes in handy in these scenarios. But guys, I really appreciate you taking the time. Please check out Fishkill, Brooklyn Gladiator, Moon Lake, my 3 titles that are coming out. All Fogler's fictions from Heavy Metal Magazine, which, I mean, is another dream come true. Dream come true.
You have your own imprint at this point.
Still blows my mind, man.
What'd you say, brother?
You have your own imprint at this point, man. You're that big. You're a big deal.
Well, we'll see. Knock on wood. We'll see if these take off, and we definitely have a lot more material in store, don't we, Lawrence? Oh my God,
Yes,
years.
And Ben, I
years
love Gotham by Midnight. By the way,
Thank you.
Huge fan, man. Like that was one of the first books that I found from you, and I was just an instant fan. Been a fan of you ever since. So I'm definitely going to start picking up Fishkill.
Everything usually goes to my Patreon right now, so I don't have much on the shelf except Fishkill.
Check out
Dude, I was
Lawrence.
gonna say you crushed it, bro, man. And Dan, this is just a dream come true, brother. And Mainframe, thank you.
You're
Heavy
welcome.
metal, but and Ben, you just elevated it, man. It's just unbelievable. I mean that sincerely.
A lot of blood, sweat, and anxiety, and alcohol.
Plenty, and
Always a little bit of that. Guys, thanks. Hell yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Guys, thanks so much. Thanks for donating
you.
your time for the Hero Initiative here on Mainframe, guys. Come back next time we do Mainframe. We will be doing another one in a few months. So you guys, our door is always open.
Thanks for having us, man.
Thank you
You're very
so
welcome.
much.
You're very welcome. Hey guys, welcome back to Mainframe Comic-Con Hall A, Day 2. Thank you very much to Dan Fogler, Ben Templesmith, and Lawrence Blum for showing us their book Fishkill. Just want to take a couple seconds here. We got about 60 to 90 seconds before bringing in our next guest. But I want to remind you guys, if you're watching Mainframe Comic-Con on YouTube, if you're watching it on Facebook, you're really not getting the whole Mainframe Comic-Con experience. So I implore you, head on over to mainframecomiccon.com. From there, you can access all of our 5 panel halls, all simulcasting live Q&A panels all weekend long. So if there's something going on in Hall A, there's about 4 other things going on in Hall B, C, D, and E currently as we speak. So it's a real virtual con experience built by real comic book convention fans. So and while you're here, in each panel hall, you'll see a little button at the bottom that says donate to the Hero Initiative. It's the reason we're doing all this. All the money raised through those donate buttons, 100% of it is going to go to the Hero Initiative. We're not keeping any of it. 100% is going to charities. So take a second. All of our guests, all of our celebrities, all of our hosts are donating their time for free to raise money for the Hero Initiative. So please do what you can. Give $1. Give $1,000 and explore the space. Go to the exhibitor page, buy some awesome stuff. We've got comic books for everything from $10 to $40,000 in the exhibitor page. We've got con exclusive merchandise, tons of great stuff here at mainframecomiccon.com. So I want to go ahead and kick off our next round of panels here at Mainframe Comic-Con. I'm really excited to introduce our host. I am a huge fan of this gentleman, both on Collider Movie Talk, his show Outlaw Nation. He is the champion of the movie trivia Schmodown. I mean, come on, John. That's pretty impressive resume right there.
Well, it's very kind of you, Charles. It's more impressive to put on a Comic-Con like this, my man. I'm so impressed with everything you've lined up, all the great hosts, all the great guests. I was listening the last 20 minutes of Jacob Kowalski telling me all the stuff he's working on. What's that all about? What I had no idea. Fogler had all this stuff on the side that he'd built upon, all the books and stuff. So it's exciting for me being a host, but it's exciting for me just being a fan of this stuff to see all the great people you've brought onto this Comic-Con, man.
It's a fun site, you know. It's like we're all comic book convention fans, so like we built a space where you can just literally go from hall to hall to hall and just see it all totally live. It's a real honor to meet you, John.
You too.
Like I said, I am a long time fan of yours on YouTube and everything you work. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you and let you go ahead and kick off this amazing panel.
All right. Well, I'm hoping they're here, and I'm excited to welcome them. And thank you so much to Chuck Lindsay over there. As I said, we just met for the first time, but he's very kind to give me a chance to do a panel here on the Mainframe Comic-Con. This is my first virtual panel of any kind at a Comic-Con where I'm actually hosting, so I'm excited for this, and I couldn't ask for a better one to kind of pop my cherry with, for lack of a better term. And let's get into it. I'm excited to welcome these two gentlemen who have created one of the most unique comic book series we've ever seen in the history of comic books. Two gentlemen with a wealth of talent in multiple arenas. And they're here to talk about the old guard, talk about the process of how it became a movie going into Netflix, what we might be seeing in the sequels. I just finished reading both series this morning again, just to kind of get me a refresher onto the in the writing and the storylines, and also in the visuals drawn out here. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mainframe Comic-Con, Greg Rucka and Leandro Fernandez right here. Hello, gentlemen.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good. Very nice to see you. ¿Cómo está, Leandro? Mucho gusto, hombre. Mucho gusto que estás aquí con nosotros.
Muchas gracias. Un gusto. Hello.
I love Greg. Look at Greg. He's just chilling. I love it. It must be hot where he's at, because it is hot here in LA for sure, my man.
Yeah, it's crazy hot in Portland today. It's 100 degrees. So
I hope you're staying safe there. A lot of madness going on, so I hope you.
Oh no, no, there
city.
isn't. There is not a lot of madness going on. Come on, you know how cameras work.
Yeah, I do.
They film what's happening on 3 square blocks downtown around the Justice Center, and then they go, "Oh my God, the whole city's on fire." The city is perfectly fine.
Good to know.
Good. Just got people who are not willing to, sit down and take it.
Well.
Don't believe the lies.
Don't believe the hype, as Public Enemy once said. And then this is a great segue too, Greg, into the old guard, because one of the things you're really known for over the last 20 years with the stuff you've created is to put a contemplative approach to all your work, a social justice approach to all your work, an exploration of humanity within all your work. And in the old guard, certainly that is there as these soldiers kind of confront the idea of what is a prolonged mortality, not an immortality. A prolonged mortality is how I kind of look at it, and what the various experiences are for them. And as I just said, I reread both series that have been out this morning again, because I have them as a collection, and I was blown away in the light of COVID, in the light of these protests, in the light of Me Too, in the light of Black Lives Matter, how interesting how prescient and interesting and topical this book is now, and even more so than it was when I first read it 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, find something I've done that where the politics don't leak in, and I'll give you $1. I mean, but I look. We're gonna. I guess we're jumping in with both feet on the deep end.
We only have half an hour, so I like to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, look. Whatever we create as artists and we put out in the world, the goal is to tell a story, and the goal is to entertain.
Yeah,
absolutely. And Leo and I, we came to the old guard wanting to tell a fun story that people would, enjoy. But incumbent in that is the knowledge that we're putting out into the world this tale, and you have to be cognizant of what you're saying. You have to own what it is that you're saying, and I really do believe it's incumbent on us to think about, we may not always be aware of the messages we're sending or the statements we're making, but that doesn't allow us the right to not try to be aware. Right? Like, I'll screw it up. I admit I screw up all the time, but I'd much rather be exposed for unwilling ignorance and to be educated than to plow ahead gleefully ignorant, if that makes any sense. So
and that bleeds through in the characters you create, certainly in the old guard, because you have so many different points of views on this idea of their prolonged mortality. Andy just kind of reaching the end of her rope, as we see throughout the first series, and really, and I don't want to spoil too much, but really in the second series, by the end of that, you really see how far she has gone into the realm of almost immobility in dealing with it. Just can't deal with it anymore. And we see shades of it in the movie as well. And I tell me, what inspired you to create these characters? You create such powerful female characters. Even when you took over Wonder Woman, you added some interesting new layers to her that maybe you hadn't been seen quite as powerfully before. What attracts you about taking on characters like this or creating characters like this?
I don't. I guess it kind of goes back to this very core thing with me. I remember when I was I got out of college and I managed to get myself into a writer's program for graduate school. And I remember arguing with my thesis advisor as I was working on my first novel, where he told me that and he basically said, "You're doing it wrong." It was like, people don't want to read about, they don't want their heroes to make mistakes. And he was like, "This guy should be more like James Bond. He should always have a move," and so on. And I was like, dude, what? I mean, it was generational to me. I was 22 and he was clearly, I think he was in his late 40s, early 50s. And all I could think was, Dude, I watched the Challenger blow up on TV one morning. You know, I came into the world during Vietnam and Watergate. So the idea of a flawless protagonist is boring as hell for me. I find it far more heroic and far more compelling if you can ride with somebody warts and all, and you can see them trying to rise and recover from their setbacks and their mistakes, and oftentimes the mistakes of their own making.
Yeah.
You know, that to me is far more emotionally honest, at least, because I don't, you know, there are plenty of people who go through the world going, I'm not responsible, I never did anything wrong. But when we encounter those people, we have a phrase for them, and that phrase is jerk. You know, and you don't, you know, there's something to be said about stories about jerks.
Right.
But you want to see them get their comeuppances. So,
Yeah.
you know, Andy in that way comes out of that, you know, primordial soup that sort of all my characters end up sharing on some level.
Yeah. And again, no spoilers for the second series. If you all haven't read it, Andy's thing gets even more. She gets confronted by some of the other things that from her past that I think are essential to once again expose the flaws in a hero and make you connect with them. Because how many of us can look back on our 20s or 30s and be like, oh, I made some mistakes there. If I had been a little more wise like I am now, that's life, you know?
And I think right now we're in this very interesting moment where, and you can do certain things in a comic that you obviously, you know, you can't do in film, you can't do in television because of the time and the understanding, the audience's understanding of the time that you're working in. But, you know, we're living in this age where certainly social media would have you damned for a single mistake. And and that is not to say there are not sins and crimes that should not be forgiven.
Right.
But it is to say that we need to moderate that, because otherwise we never learn. And if we cannot grant people the ability to be educated, the ability to learn from their mistakes, then it's a zero-sum game.
Yeah.
Because eventually you're going to step wrong.
Right.
I mean, it's going to happen. It's life. You're going to screw up.
Right.
And if we cannot grant in one another the ability to accept it, to own it, and to sincerely try to make right, if we can't grant that to others, we're in real trouble.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and I look forward to this third series and seeing how you tackle that with these characters, along with Leandro Fernandez, who is, I mean, your work, mi hermano, your work is just so beautiful to look at. Such cinematic masterpieces within these panels. I don't know how many times that I'm like, oh, I'm going to make that my computer wallpaper. I'm going to make that my computer wallpaper. It's just incredible what you're able to create. I think there was even a Vertigo reference in the second series in one of those panel shots, the shot there, which I thought was genius. Tell me, what inspires you to create these cinematic images within your work, and especially within the Old Guard?
Well, when we started with the Old Guard with Greg, we wanted this to be something, at least from my side, something unique, and I wanted to give my best from all the point of view. I mean, it took me at a moment when I was trying to focus a lot on what I wanted to do in terms of, I mean, the moment in my career. And we developed this from the point of view that it was the storytelling, the way we wanted to tell the story before the format of the book or anything else, including the storytelling visually, specifically. From the beginning, for example, when Greg sent me the first script, he sent me 24 pages issue script, and I gave him back 36 pages issue. So, and if you take a look at that, it is not that I'm buying space to play. You know, it's just that this is a very visual story.
Yeah,
and in some way, I've been waiting for this story all my life, for something like this to be done. The tone, the genre of the story is something I've been waiting for this so long, that I wanted to do it the best that I can.
Yeah.
So that was our first step, and that's how we began with it.
Yeah, it must have excited you too. I mean, when an American writer writes, most of the times they're writing about American stories. This is an international story. This is a global story. This is a story that spans the centuries. So the challenge for you and Greg, I'm sure, to make this accurate to the times that you're creating. And I'm sure there must have been a lot of conversations about, wait, would they have a button? What kind of material would they be wearing? What's the look?
Oh, yeah.
How much work did you guys do in creating that together?
Yeah.
Well, go, Leo.
No, yeah, of course, there's a lot of that. And I enjoy a lot to take the time and the work to get information and the right documentation. But for sure, Greg is very accurate with his descriptions, and there are things he wants to put an eye on. I mean, he wants to tell something about that, so I have to be very careful with that.
Yeah.
And yeah, we interact in that way. Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, it's interesting. There was, there's a sequence in the second series where I literally was trying to research if we knew if there were belt buckles at the time. The invention in quotes of a button, for clothing is actually a big moment in human development and trying to go. And then the other thing, especially with Andy, that we just discovered the hard way, because I had just, when I did it initially, I was like, oh, she's just really old. And then I slapped down an age.
Yeah.
And I did not do that I did not do that in with consideration of where that placed her in the historical record.
Right. And
then when we started working on, and it came up in the movie a lot, and it came up for the second series a lot. I went to the British Museum looking to gather reference so I could take photos.
Oh, wow.
So I could send them to Leo. So it'd be here's some jewelry and so on and so forth. And the section they have for roughly the period that would be Andy's lifetime is almost non-existent. It's literally 2 little cases, because she comes out of an era where all of those artifacts are pretty much gone because they got destroyed to make the Bronze Age. Right. So it was sort of this realization of going, oh, wow, I picked this great big dead zone in terms of the historical record, which has some good, but has some downsides. And one of the really cool things that's come out of actually the movie, is we've got a lot of historians and linguists who are really fans.
Great. That's good.
And that's a kick. That's kind of exciting.
You don't want someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson coming out like he did after Gravity, going, "Yeah, none of that is realistic at all." Blah blah blah. You want people who are of accomplishment and note in those fields to laud your comic and your series for being accurate, because it speaks volumes to the kind of precision with which you approach the creation.
At least you want to show some respect, and I think, look, there's a sequence in Force Multiplied, that takes place on the deck of this, it's on board this galleon. Yeah. And little did I know, as I was writing that sequence, that's turns out that's one of Leandro's things, right? He got the pages and he was like, oh my God, I can't wait to draw this, because, and if you look at the ship, all of the rigging is correct. I mean, he did not, it's all historically accurate. And it's damn, man. So.
Particularly with ships, I love to draw them. I love that. Yeah. And I had a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah, that sequence is incredible, man.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you like it.
With all of this, you just mentioned the movie, Greg. So, and you've been doing. This is kind of you're kind of blowing up over the last few years with all the stuff you're doing. You're a New York Times best-selling writer. You've won Eisner Awards. You're behind the what's happening with Batwoman over there at CW because of the work you did on the page, and now this is happening for you. Queen and Country has been in kind of development over the last
perpetual development,
which is I think which is a signature of Hollywood. That means you really made it. If you have something in perpetual, it means they want to keep working with you, in my opinion. So, but when you were looking at it, because it's rare when the comic book artist becomes the screenwriter of the film. How was that negotiation? Like, how did that come about for you? How important, I guess, was it for you to be that person who writes the screenplay for this?
It was a condition for this one. In the past, things had been optioned and purchased, and I've had varying degrees of participation in what's going on, and in the main, I tend to pull back because I felt for a very long time that we're talking about different skill sets, and that the ability to write a comic well has things in common with writing a teleplay or a screenplay well, but they're not the same things. In the same way that writing a comic is not writing a novel. Yeah. And we've seen prose writers try to transition, some with more success than others. So when Skydance came around on the old guard, we said to them pretty clearly, the condition for this deal is that I'm going to do the draft.
Right.
And in Hollywood terms, that's not actually a huge ask. Right. Because they
bring other writers in.
Yeah, exactly. It's just they change writers like socks most of the time. So they're like, okay, we'll do a draft or two, and once he's out of contract, we can fire him and we'll bring in quote unquote a professional. Yeah. But the reason I pushed for it is that I was at a point where I felt that I could do it. Right. And I felt that certainly with the old guard as a movie, and Skydance was very clear about this, and all props to them. They said, no, we want this series. Yeah. This is not a case of going, we're going to call it the old guard, but we're going to make it about three Dobermans trying to find their way through the Himalayas, right? They were very clear that they were buying the book, and that's what they wanted. Right. So the adaptation process was eased by that, and it was also eased by the fact that the guy I was working with at Skydance, Matt Grimm, was phenomenal. I mean, he was a great rabbi to have for this. Right, right. What is more surprising is not that they gave me the bite at the apple. It's that I was able to successfully hold on to the apple and see it all the way through. That's
and get
the
credit
thing.
and get the credit as written by absolutely.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I'm still not 100% sure how we managed it. But there you go.
I know you were on set. I've read that Leandro was on set as well. Leandro, why
he was on set more than me?
Yeah,
Leandro was on set more than me.
That's even rarer that the artist of the comic is on set. Were they talking with you about the look, about the costumes, about the feel? Like, what was your experience on set for this whole thing, Leandro?
Well, the experience was, I have to tell you, I always wanted to go to a movie set way much before than this. And having the experience to be on the set of our comic book, it doubled the bed. It was something that I wasn't expecting something like that. And it was amazing in many fronts for me because for what you asked me, the moment we went to the set, the production was already been working on, and most of the things were based on what we already done on the comic. Right. So the process was that way. They worked hard to keep the essence of the comic. So it was like it was an intention of that, and you could see that. And on the other side, for me having on the movie set, figure out that I was very anxious to go there, and my work is to tell the story with images the same way. in some way, like a movie does. I wanted to see how they do the little works everywhere to make the story on the screen.
Right.
So it was like very interesting for me to see how many people are working on that, and on the opposition with my work, with this absolutely lonely work.
Right.
So it was very exciting. And the moment I got to the set, it was the moment that there was a special dialogue between Joe and Nikki. I guess for those who see the movie must know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But it was a very special moment on the whole movie. And I just arrived to the set. The first thing that I see is that.
Yeah.
And I'm watching that dialogue, and I find myself, moving the lips as the guy we're talking is like, I knew that dialogue. And it's a very emotional dialogue.
Yeah.
And after that, I've heard that it was just the same as it was on the comic book. I mean, it's something you, Greg, wanted to be just as it is on the comic book.
Yeah.
So it was very surprising for me, and that's the way it started. After that, it came all the set in the studios in the UK, the locations, Morocco.
Right.
It was amazing. It was a really good experience.
They put Leo to work the first day too. Like Joe, if you've seen the movie, the sketchbook sketch is by Leo.
Right.
And Joe's hands when he's working on the sketch, that's Leandro. And they I mean, he showed up and they're like, oh, okay, here you go. And that was, I mean, the delight in watching Leo's bewilderment and delight was fantastic. It was something else. Yeah.
Let's answer this question, and I'll come back to Joe and Nikki real quick because I have a question for you guys on that. Lohit Sastre wants to know: will Greg do more independent stuff going forward? Are we getting Lazarus, a Lazarus movie or TV show? People love Lazarus, man. You're selling those shirts, you're selling those books.
Yeah, we have a bonfire. The website Bonfire. We have a bonfire store. It's called Nervous Habit Threads. 3 words. And we've got like Lazarus shirts that with Michael Lark original pieces and designed by Michael and Eric Troutman. And we now have a couple Old Guard shirts with original art by Leo. And all that money goes to various charities. The nice thing about working with Bonfire is you can set it up so that you can do different clothing styles, and they will just send the profits after cost straight to the designated charities. Yeah, I mean, look, I've got a couple other things I'm working on. I don't know when they're going to see the light of day. Nicola and I have the next 5 issues of Black Magic are pretty much, she's finishing up issue 17 right now. So those are going to be coming out monthly. And then Nick she's got some obligations, so she's going to fulfill that work. And then we're going to get back to that. Lazarus, we were hoping to have out this month, but frankly, we all got COVIDed pretty hard, which is not to say sick, but suffering from the current situation. So that's been pushed and looks like it'll be out either October or November.
Okay.
There are 3 other projects in various stages of development. And the 3rd Old Guard series, and one other thing that may be Old Guard related that we're discussing now.
Okay.
So I'm not sure there will be anything quote unquote new out in 2020. But 2021 might be one of those years where all of a sudden we're vomiting forth. Here are all these books. on the Lazarus of it all, we were in development with Amazon for a very long time, and that has finally come to an end. And we are now figuring out the next move.
All right.
Sorry, I was just going to say, like the Old Guard, Lazarus is something that, look, Stumptown made it to ABC. It didn't need me. right? The people responsible for that, I'm there as an optional creative resource. The like the old guard with Lazarus, that's something that I intend to be involved in.
Yeah.
I want to do it. I want it. Should we do a TV series? I really want it to be what Michael and I created, in the same way that Delivering the Old Guard was about, trying to preserve what Leo and I had created. So.
Yeah. Well, you just saw there, they've expanded us to an hour because we're almost at the half an hour mark. So if you guys can stick around, let's keep it going if you're down.
Yeah.
All right. So the question I wanted to ask you guys, after rereading these two series again this morning, and after just kind of looking and then watching some of the scenes from the movie again here on Netflix, it strikes me that quite possibly, and I know you spoke about this in previous interviews, how the first series was about you dealing with the death of your father, which really moved me. I lost my father in 2008 to cancer. So kind of rereading the series through that prism was actually a very, very interesting way to consume that first series that you guys worked on for the Old Guard. But it struck me that just maybe I think that Joe and Nikki are you two. That you speak so eloquently about Leandro's drawings and you speak in all your writings that maybe you're the romantic and Leandro is just looking at you. Oh, such a romantic. Is that a possible thing that maybe was subtly working through?
I'm definitely a romantic. I'm a sentimentalist.
Yeah.
I am. I'm sappy. I cry easily at movies. I don't think, to take the question in absolute seriousness, I don't think Joe and Nikki were ever, none of the characters were ever really quote unquote me or anybody I know.
But it feels like that relationship, because they're saying it's beyond boyfriend. It's more than that. You guys have worked in the country, and it feels like there's a love there between you for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And you can't look. I have no career in comics unless I am collaborating with artists who, and in particular with artists who are not just talented but gifted, right? Because I can come up with the best story in the world, but in the hands of the wrong collaborator for that project, the project's not going to work.
Right.
Leandro and I have been working together now for almost 2 decades, off and on.
Wow.
Yeah. And the guy you're seeing on your screen there is who you get. He is a generous, creative, empathetic, joyful guy. I have never, and look, we live in different countries. We have not spent as much time together as we have worked together.
Mm-hmm.
But I am very hard pressed to think of a moment when I have not seen Leandro with a smile for another or with kindness for another. And I mean that in all sincerity. This isn't me blowing smoke. And I think it's much harder for him to say the same about me. I suspect he'd be like,
of course. And now is the moment that we kiss.
Such a romantic, Greg. Such a romantic. I love it. It's been a joy to revisit all of this. So let's talk about how this all came about to be a movie. I know you've spoken about in other interviews, but maybe for some people who haven't watched or haven't read some of those or seen those interviews, it's such an unusual path you took for both of you to be involved in this movie. But certainly, Greg, we spoke earlier about you coming on as the screenwriter, but you also made it a requirement, speaking of Joe and Nikki, that scene between them has to stay in the movie. The LGBTQ representation, you wanted it to be a very powerful part of this story in the movie as well. So you didn't want them to shirk away from it, which some properties tend to do when they have characters like this.
Yeah, but look, I think one of the things that Leo and I hit on very early when we started working on it, and I think we were working on various incarnations of what would become the Old Guard back in late 2013, 24. I was going through some files, and there are sketches from Leandro back in 2014 of sort of proto Andy.
Right.
And one of the things I knew when I was constructing the mythology, because Andy came first, sort of Andy was the manifestation of the story, and she sort of was the lightning rod around all these other ideas coalesced that I had for years and years and years.
Right.
I resolved pretty early on that I didn't want to have to spend, certainly in the first story, a lot of time, or frankly any time, justifying the mythology that they could do this. They could. That was the base premise. We went from there.
Yeah.
But I knew in doing that people were gonna be inclined to try to figure out the how and the why of it.
Right.
And I wanted to make the nature of the blessing and or curse of it universal.
Yeah.
I didn't want somebody to go, okay, well, it's only if you do this and you do this and you do this, you're immortal. It needed to be broadly inclusive. And, you know, one of the things in working with the Skydance never had a problem with that. And I had a conversation with Don Granger at Skydance at one point saying, I'm surprised nobody ever asked me to get rid of the armored car sequence. And he said, you know, and I've said this in other interviews, but he said to me, quote, if that scene had not been in the screenplay, I would want to know why. That's one of the things we acquired it for.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So you take that attitude on the part of Skydance, and then you take Gina Prince Bythewood as a director, and that was not an uphill battle for me. I can't speak to any other battles that might have been fought, but I was never in a situation on set where we were ever arguing those core principles.
Right.
It was always any discussion, any argument on set was about how do we make it better?
Yeah.
Not, is this dangerous? Are we going to offend people?
Right.
That never, I was never, if that ever happened, I wasn't privy to it.
Right.
And yeah, man, I love working with people like that.
Yeah, I think it's great, honestly, and it shows. And you know you're with the right people when you get a reaction like that from Granger in that discussion.
Yeah.
With Gina Prince Bythewood, you mentioned her. Charlize Theron, we'd be remiss not to mention her. Who came on to the project first? Was it Charlize?
It was Gina.
Okay, so it was Gina who came on as director first, and then you all went about. Did you have discussions about casting, or did you have?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Gina and Skydance would reach out and say, "We're looking at this person. We've talked to this person." I didn't have any input, right? Yeah. They would say, "We're talking to, you know, fill in the blank," and I would be like, "Oh, that'd be awesome."
Right.
And it's interesting because it was sort of my first time seeing how that particular, you know, sausage is made, and they come up with lists of like 60, 80 people. And then they sort of go through them and figure out. Charlize was not the first actress they went to.
Oh. Anything you want to break here? Any news you want to break here, man?
There were a couple named actresses who were approached and who backed away for a variety of different reasons.
Okay.
And one of those reasons, I think, was that Andy is not an easy character to play.
Yeah.
And the nature of Hollywood, and I think the nature of being a woman who is a movie star, in quotes, in Hollywood, is that you are arguably constantly having to do image maintenance, right?
Yeah.
And you want to present in a certain way. And Andy isn't terribly, I think she's a very difficult part to play, number one. Number two, she's not nice.
Yeah.
And a lot of people look at women who are not nice and they go bitch. And there are a lot of actresses who don't want to risk that being a tag on them.
Right.
I think it says a hell of a lot about Charlize Theron, that not only does she turn into parts like that, you know, and I've said it elsewhere, you forget at your peril, the woman has won an Academy Award for a reason.
Yeah.
But I think, and this isn't to pat myself on the back, I think the actress who took on that part needed to be not only an actress who had the chops physically and performatively, but needed to be an actress who was incredibly brave. And I think if you look at Theron's CV, her courage is all over it. She does not back away from a challenge. So.
That's one of the things that people have grown to massively respect about her as an artist. You know, you look at Imperator Furiosa, from which, of course, you have experience with, Leandro, from Mad Max Fury Road. You look at her with what she did in Atomic Blonde. Obviously, you go back 10 years to Monster, which she won under Patty Jenkins' direction, that Oscar. And you see she is willing, as she could easily have just become an ingenue and lived that ingenue life. But she is willing to take on these more complicated roles and highlight things. I interviewed a few months ago the writer and director, Jay Roach, the director for Bombshell. And we spoke about her process when she came on and steered that ship into port to make that film happen, and selected him to direct it. And so she has a powerful energy to tell these more complicated stories about women, and not just be, oh, they're tough. It's layers and complexity to show the empowerment of women.
And this is another thing I think it's worth bearing in mind, just for people who are curious how these things happen. You know, at first there was Skydance, then there was Skydance and Netflix.
Right.
And then when Charlize came on, there was Skydance and Netflix, and then there was Denver and Delilah, because Charlize is a producer.
Yes.
Right. And that is a manifest material contribution. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that Leandro and I have done. In all sincerity, I think that the movie is a better work. Wow. It benefits from a broader collaboration, of more deliberation, of being able to spend more time on characters that we really couldn't do in the comic.
Yeah.
And I am never going to be ashamed of the work Leo and I have done, but I think just objectively, you can put the two side by side, and you can say, as a prototype, this works beautifully.
Right.
As what it becomes, the movie is superior. So
interesting.
And that's ideal, honestly. You would hate to be like, oh, here's an adaptation that's worse.
Right. And that was the ding that at times Zack Snyder had to live with Watchmen. And I think his director's cut kind of finally let people embrace what he was trying to do with that piece. And that's a fair point you bring up. I ask you both this question. I'll go to Leandro, you first. You've been on set now. You know, the way you draw is so cinematic. The two cinematographers, Barry Ackroyd and Tammy Raker, was there, like, as you walk into a third series now, is there influence from having been on the set for some of your images and for some of the writing and storylines that may be developing here as you walk into the third series of this?
Of course. I mean, it's not specifically for being on the set, but because I've tried to learn and catch everything from everywhere I go. As you know, the comic artist's work is to show on images a story. But the difference with the movie director is we have to think in all the details that go to a page. We don't have the luck on our side for if anything happens by itself. I mean, every little detail that's on the page is there because we meant that to be there. So we have to be a little bit obsessive, paying attention to a lot of things. And building a movie in some way is about that. Is to having a lot of people working on something to create the visuals to tell the story.
Right.
So yeah, of course, I've learned from being there and from watching that and a lot of things. And at the same time, the characters we've created, now they have their own voice. And there's been another process beyond that, and not only because of the movie itself, but also by the feedback by the audience. I mean, I've seen, for example, a lot of fun art from another artist doing their versions from the characters. I mean, it's something that's way beyond my expectations. So it's something that we created on the loneliness of our studios. As all of a sudden, you have this, it has its own life, and it moves in some ways by itself. So it's really amazing the path it's taking.
Yeah. Greg, thoughts on that?
No, I can't. It's actually, there's a weird cognitive dissonance now working on the comics versus working on the movies, because aside from the continuities diverging, I have to remind myself, and we have conversations where I will say Quinn, and our editor Alejandro Arbona will say, "You mean Noriko?" And I'll be like, "Right, yeah, sorry. I mean, do you know who I mean?" It is impossible to not be it's impossible for them at this point not to cross-pollinate.
Yeah. You had to change that for the movie at the request of the actress who was cast originally as the Noriko character to Quinn. So now it'll be interesting. And if you come on to the sequel, and we'll get to that in a little bit, like that almost opens new doors for you to explore. There were some changes from the first series to what you put up on the screen. You got rid of the kind of Ed Hardy villain from the comic book, turned him into more of a farmer bro, as they say, which I thought worked really well as well. I enjoyed that movie a lot. It took a while to sink in, and once it did, you're like, oh, here we go. Let's go on this interesting and new ride. So Gina Prince Bythewood deserves so much credit for what she was.
I think she did a remarkable job.
You all's work for sure. Let's get into some of these questions, and we'll circle back to a possible sequel here. Shauna Lindsay wants to know: was it always your dream to be a screenwriter and filmmaker? Greg, do you ever see it taking the place of comic book writing? Yeah. Do you ever just slow down with 500 projects?
I think I can remember, being in high school and writing a screenplay, or trying to write a screenplay. And the dream of writing a movie, I think, was one that had been there for a very long time. I tend to view it as but my first literary agent gave me some very good advice. He said that at the end of the day, you're a storyteller, and your job is to work on the craft of storytelling.
Yeah.
And what has happened since that fateful day, that we had that discussion some 30 years ago, is I think I have tried to actively acquire the skill sets for the different means in which to tell the stories. So I have the luxury now of, if I have an idea for a story, I can visualize what I think is the best vector for it. If it's a comic, or if it's a novel, or if it should be a teleplay or a film.
Right.
I will say I have loved writing a feature film and seeing it get made. And it is something that I intend to continue to do.
Okay.
That said, I don't see myself ever abandoning comics, because I love comics.
Yeah.
And I want to make comics.
In that second series, you speak about, in one of those back pages where you're writing, you speak about how comics is really a powerful medium for you to write the things you want to write. So, because you talk about the economy of the pages, what am I buying with one page that I hope will pay off in another page. So that's, I love that you don't want to walk away from it, because your work is just incredible. Both of your works are just phenomenal to watch and to read. The other question here, Keith Miller has questions. Love both Old Guard and Lazarus. We often chat about them on the Coffee and Heroes pod. Nice shout out for yourself there, Keith.
Thank you.
Greg, now we're a few issues in. How are you adapting to the quarterly format of Lazarus Risen?
Well, I figured out how to write for it. That was the trick, and I think you see it in particular in Risen issue 1, less in Risen issue 2. By the time we get to Risen 3, I'd figured it out. You know, I had trained myself to write these 22 to 24 page issues, and we had done 28 of them. And then we hit this new format where all of a sudden we're telling 44 page. You know, you get 44 pages of Michael's storytelling, sometimes more. And that was there was a gear shift. I needed to learn how to work in the format. That said, I am loving having the room and being able to do it as we do it, and also being able to fill, you know, it's a 64 page quarterly, so you're going to get a minimum of 44 pages of Michael's storytelling. The remainder is, you know, back matter that includes short fiction that Michael has illustrated, that includes the ongoing letter column discussions, artifacts, you know, by Richard Howe and Eric Troutman, and even some supplementary material for the Green Ronin role playing game. So I'm digging it. I mean, I think it's working actually really well now.
Yeah,
but it did take a little while to find my legs.
Word Balloon says this was amazing, and I've loved turning friends onto it. They're caught on the tease of a sequel and are thrilled. Also love this team on their Queen and Country Story arc 2. So the tease of a sequel. Let's speak about this, because we've got that third series coming up. As I said, I've reread that second series again this morning, and it gets me even more excited for the possibility of sequel. But you move some things around in the movie from the second series into the movie, and I found that to be interesting. So is this happening? Are you working on it? Is it going forward? What stage of the sequel is it right now?
We are in the everybody wants to do a sequel stage. We have not officially announced one, because everybody wanting to do it does not mean everybody has signed paper saying they will do it.
Okay.
That said, that said, the intention is clearly there. Now, something can go horribly wrong, but the intention is there, and all of the actors are locked in. If they do one, they are there.
Okay.
There is a story for the second.
Okay.
That is, and this is the interesting thing, I think. You know, you could adapt Opening Fire pretty much beat for beat to make the first movie.
Sure.
You cannot adapt Force Multiplied beat for beat, simply because Force Multiplied really doesn't have a plot until you get to issue 5.
Right.
And that would be a really crappy movie. So nobody wants to make a really crappy movie. True. We'd like to make a really, really good movie. So in this instance, I would argue that I think you're going to see, should we get there, you're going to see a lot of the ideas and a lot of the thematics carry forward, and there will be sequences that will be the same.
Yeah.
But for instance, if you've read Force Multiplied, this is spoilers, but if you've made it this far, you should have left already.
Yeah.
You know, Force Multiplied, Booker doesn't truly re-enter the story until the last issue of the series.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot make a movie where Matthias is only going to show up in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's too magnetic of a actor.
Exactly. And it would just betray so many of the principles. So there is a plan, there is a way forward. But to be honest, and I think again, this is the natural outgrowth. You're going to see, if there is a second movie, if there is a third movie, and so on and so forth, you're going to see it by definition have to diverge more and more from what we're doing in the comics.
Yeah.
Simply because the comics are always going to be, I don't want to say smaller, but perhaps maybe more intimate might be the better way to put it. Is those stories are going to be more intimate than what you're going to want on a film. So,
someone screaming 6 movies and 3 spinoffs.
I'm sure Netflix would love it too.
Yeah, if there's the audience for it. And I do want to give some love here. I mean, it's 72 million households during its 4 weeks that it was out. When it came out on July 17th, over those 4 weeks, 72. It was among the top 10 most successful original launches in the platform's history. And by August of this particular month, it was reported that 10.6% of subscribers had watched the film over its first month. So that gives a lot of positivity to this. It's about, I think it's 70 or 80 over there on the overall score of it. So it's like,
I think it's like an 81 or 82 on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
And I mean,
yeah,
the movie, look, I mean, both Leo and I are aware that we released the movie in the summer of self-isolation.
Yeah.
When people had watched everything that they wanted to watch on Netflix, and here was a new thing.
Right.
So we certainly are benefit. We may be the only people who can say, "Hey, COVID did us a good turn." But that said, as I have had many people remind me, if it was bad, people wouldn't watch it.
Yes, I have to tell you that absolutely, because people now, if they don't like it and they hear it's not good, they won't waste their time on it. Because people, I think now in COVID more than ever, have relied on the old reliables to go back and revisit and watch over and over again because they are so worried about the world. They want to go to a place of comfort. And so if they enjoy the movie, and if that many people, that's word of mouth and critics. And so, yes, absolutely. I wouldn't just default it to COVID. I think it's actually a damn good movie. A lot of people liked it. And the actors throughout were great.
Cast was amazing.
Yeah. Kiki Lane, how does this come about? I mean, she's fantastic as Niall Freeman. Like, did Gina bring her on? Was she already somebody you guys have been talking about?
Kiki auditioned. We had talked to Tessa Thompson had been the first person that they had talked to for Niall, and now I'm telling all sorts of tales out of school. and she had been very interested, but both Westworld and the Men in Black movie at the time made it so she couldn't do it.
Gotcha.
And I believe there was at least one or two other women that I know Gina had gone to, and then Kiki auditioned.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the audition. I remember what happened, which was literally the day she auditioned. And my understanding was she had filmed her audition, and then she had sent it. And Gina saw it. And Gina saw it at the same time or on the same day that Matt Grimm and Dawn Granger and Dana Goldberg at Skydance saw it.
Gotcha.
And I got a text from Gina that was, "Oh my God, we found Niall. She is unbelievable. She's so good."
Yeah.
And within 10 minutes, I had Matt Grimm calling saying, "So we just saw Kiki Lane's audition, and the first scene had us howling and on the floor, and the second scene had us weeping."
Wow.
And she is Niall. So the casting, and I think that was sort of indicative of the process. The casting was really deliberate. Like Gina knew, like she found Marwan, and then she brought Luca in to do a chemistry read with him. Right. She was very careful in putting everybody together and seeing if they would play off of each other appropriately. And boy, did it pay off in spades.
Yeah.
So.
Did either of you have? I know we got to wrap up in 5 minutes, guys. Real quick, did either of you have the actors or the actresses come up to you on set and be like, "Am I creating this correctly? Am I bringing this character to life?" Because sometimes you hear about, because I do voiceover, and sometimes actors come in and they don't want to be directed, and this is the take, and I'm out. Like, was it more a collaborative process with them as well?
I'm sure Leo's got his own answer to this, but I think actually. I'm actually trying to think. I think I remember having a specific conversation with Matthias about Booker on set. Like it was between setups, and he was in his little tent,
Right.
you know, which makes it seem like he had a tent. And it's not. They had like a canopy, and he had a chair, you know.
Right.
And when I got on set, and Marwan and Luca were like tight. There's a photo that Leo took and sent me that I put up on Instagram of the two of them kicking a soccer ball around at Shepperton Studios between setups. But they really were like best buds.
That's awesome.
And I remember getting to set and being introduced to them together, and Marwan immediately being like, I'm reading this poem. I think this is a great Joe poem, and I love this speech. So they, you know, in many ways, they already knew who they were playing. They had the characters.
Nice.
It was more often questions about like, what do you think about this?
Right.
Or would they have experienced this?
Yeah.
And that was, from my point of view, it's like, I'm happy to provide whatever information you feel I can, but they're yours now.
Yeah, that's great. Now,
know?
what about Leandro?
It's good. Yeah. It's like when we made the comic book, I wanted to give everything that I could. I wanted to give my best. And what moment that you already finished that is, I said, okay, this is it. I mean, it's like I am Boyd right now. I mean, it's done, and it's what Greg said. Now that it's done, now you have to start from this and do your thing. And that's what they do. I mean, I've been in set. I met the guys. I mean, the actors, they were great. They were very warm with us and very curious about our work. We have a really good talking, and they were giving life to those characters by themselves, and they done it great. I mean, I was afraid, not only by this, but the whole thing to find myself in the usual position where the creator has to, be separated from the adaptation of his play. But we are on a new situation where it's all about joy. So I love the movie, and I'm proud to be related to that. So it's great.
Awesome.
Yeah, we've been blessed. We've been blessed.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
One last thing, and I know Chuck's coming in. So one last thing. Can you tease anything about the third series coming out at all?
Do I have? I don't have the last issue around.
Anything?
I don't suppose you have that teaser image, do you, Leo, nearby?
The teaser image of the the one is on the
the biggest thing I can say about the Old Guard 3 is that it has always been called Fade Away.
Oh, look at that! That looks fantastic.
Yeah,
this is on the last issue.
Oh,
okay.
All right. I love it.
Good call, John. Very nice plug there, John. Good way to get the teaser right at the end, man.
Right, you gotta plug it in. Leandro, esto es para vos. Punisher IMAX. I love the Punisher IMAX series. So that's when I first discovered this. So it's an honor to have met you and interviewed you. And Greg, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John. And thank you, Chuck, for letting me host this one. It was a blast, my man.
Thanks to both you guys. Also, John, I mean, like I said, huge fan, man. Thanks so much for taking the time out of your very busy day to join us here at Mainframe Comic-Con, and I hope you'll return back for the next one. This is actually kind of turning into a nice little collateral reunion. We got Coy Jandro coming up right now.
Oh, nice.
With Mark Waid.
Oh, nice.
So, John, thanks a lot, man.
That
was fantastic. All right, guys. So, without further ado, guys, right up now, that was amazing, by the way. Can I just say that that Old Guard panel was absolutely phenomenal, guys. We're going to go ahead and bring in our next host for Mainframe Comic-Con, I believe, for one of his final two panels. You're doing a little back-to-back action, right, Coy?
Yeah, excited about it.
Coy, huge thank you, by the way. Here we are. We're nearing the end of day 2, the final day of Mainframe Comic-Con. You were here from the very beginning till like almost the very end. You've been it's a Koi Jandro bookend, man.
It's like a Comic-Con party. You want to be the first one there, so you get the food. You want to be the last one there for the stories. It's an endurance run. It's a marathon, but that's how you con. You don't do half measures.
I couldn't agree more. Well, I know you're gonna have a lot of fun talking to Mr. Mark Waid, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump out, and we'll see you guys here just in a little.
So I am honored to introduce and sit down with the great Mark Waid. How you doing, Mark? Oh, dramatically paused. Who knows what's going to happen? Mark Waid might be here. He might not. I can only see me. I will talk at the Mainframe Comic-Con audience until someone tells me not to. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's me and Deadpool, which is this finger, until I hear otherwise. I've known Mark Waid's work since the 90s, since Wizard Magazine, since I was growing up reading him on Flash and Spider-Man and all sorts of stuff. So I am personally very excited to see and that vetting worked. How we doing, Mark? Oh, can you hear me? I can see you, but I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Hey, Mark. If can you hear us? Can you hear us at all? Is he frozen?
There's slight movement, but I got no audio.
There's definitely movement.
Yes,
but no audio. I'm going to go ahead and drop him out, and he can maybe come back in.
Okay. If we got a little like side.
Boy, how are you doing, man?
Dude, it's a little warm, but I'm hanging in there. It's,
everybody we've talked to that's remoting in from the West Coast, people in Portland said it's the hottest it's ever been. And everybody out in California, we had a couple of people actually lose power. Luckily not on air, but
I keep charging my phone when I'm not on air, so that way I'm good for when I come back. Like I'm preemptive striking.
Are you there, sir?
I am.
All right.
I got kicked out a second ago, and now I'm having camera problems because you're not seeing me, are you?
I am seeing you. We're good.
Okay, I'm not seeing me. Okay, that's all right. Well, then, as long as you can see me, I'm good. All right.
Good to see you, Mark. How you doing?
I'm okay.
So we'll dive right in because I know we only got for half an hour, and then we're bringing all the Humanoids folk as well. But I have been a fan of your work since Wizard Magazine days, so it is an honor to sit down with you. I wanted to know, with the evolution of comic books, especially lately as technology escalates exponentially, you're a rare insider for a good long haul. How have things evolved, especially in the last 10 years, that have surprised you?
Technologically, not much of surprise. The only thing that surprised me in the last 10 years technologically is that I thought digital comics would have a bigger foothold by now. But what we've come to learn is that it's two completely different audiences. Your periodical audience that's got to be there every Wednesday, your Wednesday Warriors, and the people who pick it up on digital that Venn diagram is a lot smaller than you would think.
Do you find the Venn diagram, the people that read digital are more binge readers than the weekly warriors?
Hard to say. It's the part of the problem is we just got no publicly available data on all this stuff. Some of this is just anecdotal on my part, and some of this is what I know from the Humanoids digital experience, but I don't know if that translates across all different platforms. I just know that this is, as I've talked to other publishers, this is something that's come up over and over again.
One of the things I've been finding really interesting is the audience that's transferring from other mediums back to comic books, and that like strange Ouroboros of comic book fans that find like the Flash on TV, and then they're like, wait, Flash has been around for 70 years? Yeah. With working on the Flash back before there was the zeitgeist shift of how popular the character is now, have you had any sort of conversations with folk about your work on that character in particular?
I define folk.
So the Flash work with the CW reminds me a lot of your 90s work with the character, and especially his tone of comedy at cons and stuff. So you have conversations with fans of the show?
With fans of the show, yes, all the time. And also Eric Wallace, who's the EP, is a good friend of mine, and we talk a lot about the Flash. They've always been, I've not, the only reason I haven't been like visiting the writer's room or visiting on set or anything to this point is only because my schedule hasn't aligned, and then we were actually looking forward to getting me in the writer's room just to meet people, and then suddenly the world went upside down.
I've been very impressed with the optimism of that show, and that was one thing I always liked about your runs was how optimistic the Flash is. It's really a special light on the character.
Yeah, certain characters you can be cynical with, but not with the Flash, not with Superman, not with some of the old guard DC characters. They're not built to be cynical. There really needs to be a sense of hope and optimism to them.
Yeah, I've always liked that the Flash even survived the Frank Miller era of darkness, where every character kind of had their walkabout phase. Like even Spider-Man had his Ben Reilly darkness. We were like, what's happening? And then we got him back. But the optimism of the Flash has always struck me as this really cool thing for adults and kids to look to. But with Spider-Man, I've always found his rogues gallery to be one of the densest in comics and widespread. And you got to do an incredible run with so many villains. Is there any character in the Spider-Man rogues that you think is slept on? Any character that you wish got more love?
That's a good question. I don't think we do enough with the Vulture. I mean, it's hard to do a great Vulture story because he's 102 years old. But at the same time, it's a great visual. And secondly, if you look back on all the early Spider-Man stories, they're really about age versus youth. If you look at all of the villains are old men, they're professors, they're this, they're that, and Peter's this young kid. And so I think that's an undercurrent. Even the Jonah-Peter relationship was, obviously generational. I think there's an undercurrent of that stuff there, and the Vulture epitomizes that.
Yeah, I've never looked at that clearly, but the Ditko Lee era was very much a young man's game versus that side. I thought they handled that really well with that crazy Michael Keaton scene that took a lot of Goblin lore and incorporated it in the MCU.
Yeah.
Now, with the characters you've dealt with more recently, working on an indie side with publishing and everything else, has it been like a different creative hat? Has it been like transferring over that kind of information from reading and writing into now putting out what people want to consume?
It's all part of a unified field theory. I mean, and it's, again, this is why I owned a store for a while, is because it has the one thing I hadn't done yet in comics. And so somewhere in my head is the grand unified field theory of comics. And I just haven't put it all together yet because I've sought out these opportunities so that I can be somebody who's done more than anybody else in terms of the breadth of experience in comics. I like being able to be the guy who's done everything but put the staples in the comics. And so as a publisher, it is a different hat, but it's still the same values, if you will. I mean, that's one of the things I had to come up with as a publisher pretty quickly was, what are our company values? What do we stand for? And it's boldness, and it's transgressive, and it's, and it's integrity, and things like these. There are, those are the values of the company. Those are also personal values that to some degree I've imprinted on. Some of them were already there. So that's important to me. That I don't think the company needs to be a reflection of me, but if it doesn't have my voice in it somewhere, then anybody can do that job.
I do agree with your like kind of mining for data. There's not a lot of slashes left on the resume for comic books, and I find with like big events, you were in the heyday of Marvel events when there was the Apocalypse, the Age of Ultron, when there was 30 titles. What was it like trying to balance other creators while also plugging and having your input, like you said, the necessity for your own tone on something that big?
It was not always the easiest. It was sometimes challenging, but I've always been a team player, and I don't, I resent it when I'm trying to do something. It's a collaborative medium, and so when people aren't collaborative, I don't find that very helpful. But it is kind of jarring. It is kind of daunting, and suddenly you have to figure out how your story fits into all the things you're going to do. Are suddenly going to fit into this big crossover that's coming up. Marvel has actually gotten really good about making it an opt-in system where it's really not dictated across the board. Doctor Strange, do you want your book to participate in this thing? Because there's pluses and there's minuses. The pluses is you get ostensibly more exposure. The minus is you got to derail what you were doing. Same with Daredevil. I mean, Daredevil, we were very lucky, pretty much other than I think Original Sin, to be able to pick and choose which of these events we wanted to be in. So I think that's the way to go. I mean, if that strikes both, it makes the creators happy, it makes the readers happy. That sort of opt-in system is probably the best way to go.
Were there any events that you had wanted to do? Say with the X-Men, was there any large event that you'd pitched or that you'd dreamt up that just didn't work out because of timing, because of the amount of moving parts?
Not really, but I'm not a big event guy. I've done a couple. I did Underworld Unleashed, which I think is coming out into this year, finally in a big deluxe edition, which is cool. But and I was part of Age of Apocalypse, but I wasn't the prime mover there. part of, you know, the end of the Marvel Universe in 1996, but again, not the prime mover. My wheelhouse is smaller stories. My wheelhouse is very personal stories and getting inside characters' heads. And I'm sure that if you put a gun to my head, I could come up with some sort of big, grand, blowout, company-wide crossover idea that would work. But it's just, I've gotten to the point in having written comics for 30 years that it doesn't excite me, because we've seen so much. We've seen almost everything you can possibly do. I don't know what to do now that's not a repeat of what's done before. So it's not my thing.
Yeah, and I like the balance of both, and I find that comics, especially in the last, in my opinion, 10 years, have finally found that event balance with individual stories, and everything's not just, this is a trade, it has to end at issue 6, and that feeling was always exhausting, like, well, I guess this is over. With Fantastic Four, I think that's a set of characters that I thought you handled really well, keeping that flow of event into small contained stories. What do you think it is about the characters that make them Marvel's first family, but hasn't translated necessarily to cinema or into the more mainstream world that we've had with a lot of other characters?
I think that in terms of translating to cinema, and sometimes also translating just into other creators handling the characters, I think that something is overlooked. And I wish I could take credit for this, but this was Carl Kiesel's quote, which is, we keep talking about them as Marvel's most powerful dysfunctional family, or this big dysfunctional family. No, they're the epitome of functional. They're so functional together. They're at odds with each other one by one, but as a team, they work like a Swiss watch. And so that's something that I think is overlooked sometimes. We tend to you tend to look at the lens of what we think a dysfunctional family is now, and not just, they're a family. You don't have to accelerate or exaggerate the drama in between them. As long as you're telling honest stories about family, those are automatically dramatic.
Is that something that your books definitely have a flavor, but it's not like an Aaron Sorkin where you hear a voice and you're like, this is only that thing. But what do you want to bring to any not creator-owned work? Like someone else's IP, what do you try to bring to the piece that's yours?
First thing I do is I go back and look at the earliest stuff, because that's where the wellspring of ideas is. It doesn't always mean that you have to do, you're not going to do comics exactly the way that Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster did, for instance. But you look back at the formative stuff, and you look at the stuff, you figure out what worked, why these characters lasted 40, 50, 60, 70 years. And then beyond that, my edict is very Hippocratic oath. My self-edict is do no harm. Get in there. Don't be so arrogant that you think that your cool ideas are better than the last 80 years worth of stuff, including the guys who created the book. If you think you know everything that makes these characters successful and want to monkey with it, because you think you know everything, then you're dead wrong. Because there's always some sort of X factor that we don't know. We can sit here all day and talk about why Wonder Woman has survived all these years and stuff, but I guarantee we're not going to be on the same page. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be some X factor there that one of us is overlooking, because if that X factor wasn't there, then we'd all be creating characters that last 40 and 50 years every month, and we're not.
That's a really good point. Is there ever a conversation amongst like a writer's retreat or between you and an editor when there's a conflict of how you perceive the character? Like, how do you personally go forward if you see Wonder Woman contrary to how your editor goes forward? Like, what do you guys do to shape that story?
I mean, it generally doesn't happen, because generally you're hired by an editor because you're simpatico, and if you're not, then it's just time to be polite and move on and let the next person come on. I've rarely been in a situation, I can't think of one off the top of my head, where I've been in a situation where the editor and I are at loggerheads about how we perceive a character. If that's the case, then if it's the character who's in the book, I just politely leave the book. If it were just a character who was appearing in the book, then I just wouldn't use that character.
This most recent run of Doctor Strange, I thought it was the heart of Doctor Strange, but it was almost the Spider-Man story I always wanted, ironically, with Ditko and Lee inventing both. But I always wanted this surgeon by day and sorcerer by night, like overwhelmed with work, kind of like, Peter in college. What was the impetus behind giving him his hands back and that whole idea?
I would give anything if I could take all the credit for this too. But this is Tom Brevoort, who at one of the Marvel summits just out of the blue, leaned over to me and said, what if you gave him his hands back? That's all he said. And suddenly the whole thing came into my head all at once. And it's like you said, what that creates is he's still Doctor Strange. He still has things that only he can do. But at the same time, as a surgeon, he has a responsibility to be in that room because he's the best in the world. And he'll only take surgeries. He'll only take those that only he can do, because otherwise he should be out defending the world from Dormammu or whatever. But if he is needed, he's a doctor. It is his responsibility to be there in the operating room. And he's always been very careful about not letting the two mix, because magic comes at a price. And there's always some sort of cost associated with magic and doing magic. And Doc is not dumb enough to bring that into the operating room, because what if that cost is transferred to his patient? What if that cost is somehow manifests during the operation? So he keeps those doorways completely, that doorway between the two completely shut.
Yeah, it's almost the Superman problem meets the Spider-Man problem. It's the how do you control the whole world with Superman powers? I love that. That was one of my favorite Doctor Stranges, man. That was an incredible.
Thank you.
Coffee and Heroes asks, "Hi Mark, big fan. Your Daredevil run remains my favorite, and your Black Widow maxi series was awesome. Any future plans for you and Chris Samney to work together again?"
Oh, if only. Nothing concrete. We actually swapped emails just last weekend and talking about how we really, as soon as his schedule clears up, we do want to do something together. But that, knowing Chris's schedule, that could be years from now. I mean, he's got Firepower with Robert Kirkman over at Image, and that's a terrific, or Skybound, that's a terrific looking book, and a terrific. Yeah. I really enjoy that. And he's got some other stuff he's monkeying with, and he's got 2 kids, and he's got all this stuff going on. So it's a miracle he can produce as much as he produces now. But we remain good friends, and hopefully someday, yes.
That Firepower book's one of the most accessible books. That's one of my gateway comics to tell people, if you don't know comics, try Firepower.
Yep.
Now, Daredevil, while we're on Daredevil, I find his sense of humor to be one of the hardest to describe or to count on in comic books, because it's so dark. The character's so inherently ridden with guilt. How do you see its sense of humor so consistently, as opposed to Spider-Man, who's a defense mechanism, or Deadpool, who uses it as also pushing people away? How do you see Daredevil's sense of humor?
It is in its own way a defense mechanism, different than Spider-Man's. It is the fact that, from my point of view on Matt Murdock, is here's a guy who is just, every time he hits bottom, God just hands him another shovel and is looking for another way to get darker and darker. And so he reached a point, and I set this up in my very first issue, he reached a point where it's I'm either going to keep digging, or I'm going to fake it until I make it. And that's what I have to do to get through the day. I have to fake it until I make it. And as somebody who's dealt with depression myself over the years, over long, long periods of time, and I've gotten to know how it manifests, how it's treated very well, rather. And I see that in Matt. I see that the idea that what you have to do is just put one foot in front of the other. When the thing about depression is that it's like a living thing inside you that's keeping you from doing anything that will make you feel good. So it's very inertia based. If you're the most depressed people I know, or are the ones who sit in a chair 7 hours a day because they just can't get themselves out of the chair. So with Matt, I can either be that, I can either have sunk to that level, or I can just, pick up one day at a time and go forward. And part of that is just trying to keep a light, ironic sense of humor about himself. And he's not jokey. He's just, and then he's really wisecracky. But in his inner monologue, to me, is very observationally ironic, if you will.
Yeah, like a sardonic versus sarcastic. There's definitely a darkness there.
Yeah.
Over to DC, I've always wanted to talk about Kingdom Come, and especially now with the CW bringing awareness to Kingdom Come, it's really cool to see new waves of fans be like, this over here. What's it been like seeing the world revisit such a great run?
Oh my God, that's so good. I was having dinner with Mark Guggenheim. I mean, it must have been a year ago now. It's 10 years. I don't know. Time has no meaning anymore.
Especially now.
And we were at dinner, and he was talking about breaking the story, and he couldn't tell me too much, but he can tell me some stuff because we're close. And he says, I've come down to one of two choices. I can either put Brandon Routh in the Bryan Singer Superman costume, or maybe in the Kingdom Come. And when he said kingdom, I didn't even hear the rest of the sentence. He saw my eyes light up, and I'm like, this has got to be it. And so he sent me some, on the QT, he sent me some character sketches and some pre-production artwork and stuff as we went along, just to wet my whistle. And it was really awesome to see that embodiment of that character on the screen. That was when you're doing comics, especially if you're working on other people's IP, other people's characters, the thing that you really hope for is that you do something that has enough of an impact that some other people pick it up down the road, because it means then that it meant something. It means that it has some resonance, and it means that you've somehow contributed to the mythos in a way that, just coming and doing a Superman story or a Batman story is not gonna. And so seeing that on the screen, that was all. I love that we live in that world, but that we see that.
Seeing him, Christopher Reeve, as Kingdom Come Superman was one of those amazing, almost comic book moments of self-aware, beautiful reverence. Shauna Lindsay in the chat wants to know, how was it taking on Princess Leia?
It was daunting. I didn't want to do it because I was terrified of Star Wars fans coming after me with pitchforks and torches, because I love Star Wars, but I'm not as passionate about Star Wars as I am about other things. But at the time, my girlfriend at the time said, if you don't take this, you're going to sleep on the couch for the next month, because this is the perfect. And so I couldn't wrap my head around it until I hit upon the notion of, geez, she stood there and watched her entire planet blow up. And then we never got a chance to deal with the fallout of that in the movies, and as well we shouldn't. I mean, there was no room for that, no time for that. But that's what I wanted to focus on, is you're suddenly the princess of nothing. You're suddenly the princess of absolutely nothing. What are your responsibilities? What do you do? Do you go out in the cosmos and find other people of your race and tell them what's going on and pull them together? And so that became the genesis of that story. And it ended up being a really great experience. And the Lucasfilm people were really happy with what we did. They got very few notes. And it looked good. Terry Dodson and his wife kicked it out of the park. It looked like it was a great looking book.
Do you have any sort of different shorthand with, say, the Dodsons or Alex Ross, or Alex Ross would obviously, I imagine, take a little longer, being that it's so, elaborate and painted, or is there any sort of different process you need to adjust your writing to?
Only when you've worked with somebody for some length of time. Like with Somni, it should become, the scripts become shorter, the scripts become, more concise, because a script is basically a letter to your artist to explain what you're looking for in the story, and for them to latch onto the stuff that they feel that they're passionate about as well. And so when you're working with somebody like Somni or Barry Kitson or other people I've worked with over the years for great lengths of time, then it does become shorthand. It's like, do a fight scene here, or this thing that you wanted to do, go be nuts with this. And it becomes a lot easier to write those scripts.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why Lou asks, you've loved comics your whole life and have read almost every Superman Batman story ever. After being so immersed for so long, how do you keep from getting jaded? How do you keep yourself enthused?
First off, I want to correct you. I've actually read every Superman story ever. Not every Batman story. I've read every Batman story up until about 1990, and then I just hit a wall because during that period of the movie, there were 8,000 Batman comics, and I'm not sure I've revisited that. I can't say I've read every Superman story in scrutinizing depth, but I make a point of, it's a point of pride now, right? I gotta read. I gotta keep up. I don't want to have there be one that I haven't looked at. And how do I keep myself from getting jaded? It is, you just have to remember what you love about the characters and what these characters meant to me as a kid, what they mean to me now, how I have benefited from having them be a part of my life. It's hard times. I mean, I'll honest with you, if I'm in the period where I was told you can't do Superman, you'll never be allowed to do Superman, so like the early 2000s, it was hard to keep my love of Superman up because it's felt like I was divorced from that character. Or the last 12 years of DC where I wasn't allowed in the room, and it was because I felt like it's hard to keep from being jaded because you so want to be part of that. But at the end of the day, it's really drilling down on what makes those characters special to you and holding on to the good stuff.
you're like able to discern such a core of the character because you're a fan and a creator. So it's a very unique position. What is it about Superman that calls to you so specifically that you've always loved? Like, why is he your guy?
He's my guy. I'm going to try to tell the story quickly because we've got like 4 minutes left. So, and if you I'm sure everybody's heard this story by now because I've told it 1,000 times. I apologize. January 26th, 1979. I went to see the Superman movie. And I saw it twice in a row. And when I went in, I was a kid with a lot of problems and I didn't feel connected to very much. I didn't feel very cared about by anybody particularly. I kind of felt shunted out and really in a dark place. Came out of that theater loving Superman. Coming out of that theater convinced that whatever I was going to do with the rest of my life, it was going to have something to do with Superman. And that's because Superman cares about everybody. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter where you come from. And that, I'm not crazy. I know he's not a real character. I knew he wasn't a real person, but still, that's exactly what I needed to hear and needed to see at that exact moment in time. And that bond has defined the rest of my life.
I love that. I love that everyone has that character that kind of finds them. It's like people say with pets, like sometimes the character finds you. And over in the chat, Belai Alion, I love the Invincible Woman miniseries. It was perfect. Sue as a secret agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. just made sense. Will there be another solo series or one-shot for her?
No plans, although I'm way open. I will be doing another Fantastic Four story with Neil Adams that comes out in a couple of months. And Sue is a big part of that. It's the Sue-Reed relationship is really the heart of that story. So I hope you enjoy that.
That last run with Black Widow, that was inspired, man. I agree with her.
Thanks. And I know there's been other questions that have popped up we haven't had a chance to address, and I apologize for those. So
it's always a speed round. So my last question before we bring in the Humanoids folk, it is the classic age-old question, but you particularly with your decades investment, what is it about the medium of comic books over above all other mediums that you think is so unique that you would tell someone that thinks they hate comics makes them special?
It's one of the most intimate entertainment experiences you can have because it's, if you're watching TV, if you're watching movies, if you're watching a play, it's happening in front of you at its own pace. You don't get to dictate the pace at which you read stuff. But if you ever sat there and read a comic book with somebody over their shoulder, one of you is going to want to turn the page faster than the other. Everybody absorbs the story at their own rate. And there's something about that I find very enchanting and, again, very intimate that I like to plug into.
I was talking to Tom King about the same, and I hadn't put this together, but the intimacy of there only being a couple creators versus like a movie with all of the credits, it feels like more like directly connecting, and it's a fascinating medium because so many people see it as childish, but I see it as the opposite, and then you loving them so much for so long has been very inspiring.
This is really why I've been asked a million times why I haven't done Flash TV shows or worked on the Justice League cartoon or whatever, and I've had all these opportunities, but honestly, I know that by nature of those processes, what you write, will kind of somehow show up on screen, maybe more than less if you're lucky. But what I love about comics is this is from me to you, and there's very little standing in the way of that. So you're right. That's what I love.
To concentrate. I like the concentrate.
Yeah.
We got everybody in here?
Purity of voice, yeah.
Yeah, there's no distillation of the concept you tried to put out there.
Coy, I gotta say, if I have one major regret,
okay.
No, stick around, Mark. If I have one major regret about Mainframe Comic Con is that we didn't extend this panel for a whole hour. What's up, Mark?
I had nothing else to say. That's it. I'm being mindful of your time. That's all.
Oh man, I'm gonna go to my grave just so upset that we didn't extend this panel for an hour. But guys, I just want to let you know if you're just joining us right now, you just missed the Mark Waid spotlight. We're gonna go ahead and
why is this weird silence?
We're gonna bring. Are you silent, sir?
No, Chuck's talking, but I don't know if you can hear him or not.
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and bring everybody in from Humanoids right now, just kind of one at a time. Is everybody the Humanoids ready?
All right, we'll make sure we can hear everyone.
You're bringing everybody in, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, everybody. Sound check. Everybody good?
Sound check.
Checking,
1, 2,
checking.
3.
Can't hear anybody.
Yeah, I think so.
So Mark can't hear anyone else, so he's going to tag out and tag back in for safety.
Okay.
The glory of digital Comic-Con is always exciting doing this live and hoping for the best. It's 2020 with a side of AOL Instant Messenger. So Humanoids Inc. is this incredible company that's been around since the 70s, and I am so excited to talk about the depth of what all you guys put out there. Mark, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you see me? Because again, I can't see myself on the screen.
I've got you.
Okay, great. Okay.
Perfect. So I'm wondering what this new iteration, what the message of Humanoids, what the unique flavor of the comic books is going to be. Like, what is the goal of Humanoids Inc. as a publishing?
The goal is, I like living in places that nobody else is living. As a publisher, I like being in places and entertaining philosophies that nobody else is entertaining. And picking up, Humanoids has been around for 40 years. So basically just picking up the baton and understanding that it's about telling transgressive stories. It's about telling bold stories that nobody else is going to be able to tell or wants to tell or is scared to tell. It's about, that's really the ethos to me of Humanoids is really going out there and wing walking and not being pedestrian about it.
With the legacy behind it, did you guys find like heavy Waid the crown, or what was it like when you first decided to embark on this journey?
It was a gradual transition, actually. I mean, it looks like I just became publisher, which I did. And again, it was either 5 months ago or 5 minutes ago. Time, again, has no meaning anymore. I have no idea. But I was a consultant there for a couple of years beforehand, so I got to know Fabrice Geiger, the owner, and the other people there pretty well, and sort of got slowly inculcated into what that philosophy was. So it's just natural transition. I try not to think too much about the legacy because then I really will collapse under the weight of it all.
Anybody else with their when they joined in?
I actually joined in from outside the industry, and it's interesting, Mark, what you just said about the involvement, what it takes when you're in film and television, which is the world I come from, and it takes longer to create a project. And what I love about comic book, having coming into this for the first time, is how relevant it can be to what's going on and how quick the turnaround can be relative to film and television. And what Mark mentioned, the intimate connection, the direct connection that you have with the reader. I write a lot of work that's based in social justice and sci-fi. And Mark read one of my TV sci-fi pilots and asked if I would pitch for Omni. And I immediately jumped in. It's been so much fun because of that relevance that I can bring to it, especially with all this going on in the world. The stories about Cecilia Kubina, who's a doctor who has super intelligence that's realized through several different avatars that connect to different types of intelligence. And she deals with social injustice and we deal with white supremacy, with intolerance, with water rights, with Native American rights, queer rights. And it's so wonderful to come into this world. It's my first time. It was a huge learning curve, but it dovetailed well with what I was writing for television. I was writing 2-sentence horror stories for CW, which is short form. And everyone's been so welcoming. And Mark's been great to work with and has given me kind of freedom to explore these stories and controversial storylines. And I absolutely love it.
That's one of the things I want to do with Humanoids is more, it gives me an opportunity to bring in more voices. I mean, my goal really is to have no one there working there who looks like me. I want other voices, and I want them undistilled. I mean, I hired you because I want your voice. You know, you hire Joe because you want his voice. You hire Helen because you want her voice. And that's something that we are very, very cognizant of at Humanoids. My editorial philosophy has always been hire the best people for the job and then just get the hell out of the way. I don't need to put my thumbprints on your script to prove I'm doing my job. I want to be able to go home at 5 o'clock. That's what I want. So the easier you can make my job by turning in a great script, I'm fine with that. And all three of you have excelled there. It's a different turnaround because, as you said, Melody, with you, it's boom, boom, boom. You know, the beauty of writing periodical comics is you write one and 4 months later, 3 months later, it's on the stands. So there's that quick immediacy to it. Conversely, what Helen and Joseph have done with their work is a deeper dive. It takes a longer time to do. Helen, your book and your pre-existed me there. How long was it in development and how long did it take to do? I'm curious.
I think that it took a couple of years. all together once we took the book to Humanoids, and they jumped on board with it, and we kind of I had the scripts when we went to them. We had the scripts and we had a few pages of art, but with them we were able to like refine them, and we were able to, you know, make them better. And obviously the art is its own process, and so yeah, it was a good couple of years until we got to now, and we've in the States we've just released, in the UK we're just about to release next week.
Yeah, it's a great. Actually, I'm sorry, Coy, just take a break for a second. I'll be right with you. Helen, for those who are just joining us, give the people out there like a couple of sentences about what the book is about.
So Never and the Bloody Queen is a kind of family drama meets horror fantasy about a young girl who's forced to go to this remote village with her family for the summer. She's under duress, she's bored, and she develops this intense crush on an older man who she basically stalks, and through him she becomes embroiled in a world of murder, myth, and magic.
Boy, I'm going to hand the book to Chair back over to you.
That was one of my two-part questions, so thank you. I was going to ask about the particular project, and my follow-up was, what kind of stories did you want to tell when you had the freedom of Humanoids? For Helen.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I'm passionate about writing stories that explore kind of family and growing up, and those sort of kind of very human issues, but behind a backdrop of horror and of fantasy. That's the sort of story that's always kind of made my got me kind of passionate, and I want to write those sort of stories, you know, micro stories, but against kind of more cosmic backdrops.
Hell yeah. And Joseph, what are you working on, and what was that beautiful, enticing freedom of Humanoids for you?
So the book I'm working on is called MPLS Sound, and it takes place during the early 80s in Minneapolis, and it's centered around a fictional band called Star Child, led by a Black woman that is competing against different bands in the scene, which was mostly a white male rock scene, in the goal of becoming Prince's band. So where this takes place in real history is it precedes the existence of the Revolution. The Revolution was set up as Prince's band in 1983, and this is the story of how a band rose to get that close to becoming Prince's band, and the story of why it didn't happen. And the great thing about working at Humanoids is there's really no time when you're told you can't do that, right? There's no lines that they're afraid for you to come across or even jump over if it's necessary for the story. So the entire editorial team and Marcus, publisher, they were all very supportive of wherever this story had to go, right? And where the story goes, it deals with a kind of personal journey for this Black woman creating a band against the tide of a white male scene in a town that isn't interested in having her lead a band. The history of Minneapolis at the time was not encouraging for her. And as you'll learn in the book, that absence of encouragement goes back to her childhood. So basically, ever since she was 9 years old, she has engaged in a struggle to be who she is in spite of all the signals she's getting from the world to be somebody else, to give up her dreams. So that kind of personal story without any filter, and getting into subjects like colorism, sexism, these kinds of things are why it was really great to work at Humanoids, and the amount of support that we got in crafting this story, myself and the entire creative team, it was really refreshing. So I've had a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to everyone seeing the book.
Well, that's nice of you to say. I mean, because that really is the philosophy, which is swing for the fences. And I about once a week, someone, you know, an editor or, you know, marketing, somebody will show me something coming up going, are you sure about this? Can we do this in a comic? And sometimes my knee-jerk reaction is, oh, You know what? No, let's go with it. I'm going to err on the side of taking chances and again, letting people have their voice.
I love that there's a specifically transgressive goal, because as we've seen this year, especially how important that is, and comics are amongst the most political mediums. As Melody said, the speed at which you can get information out through comic books is very different from film or television. So the combination of the importance of that kind of story told, the speed it can be told, and the need for it in 2020, I think this company is poised for all these things perfectly. Is there anything you're working on long term that's down the pipeline you're really excited for people to get a hold of, that's being inspired by all the present day problems?
We are.
Sorry, can I just just 1 second. Just in case this is the same for the folks at home, but I can't hear Joe. So I
Not
don't
at
know if
all.
that's the same for anyone else.
Okay, hold on a second.
I
I
can
might
hear
have to go. You can hear me.
I can
Okay.
hear Joe. I would have
Okay, cool.
interrupted you.
I can.
Okay. I don't know if my headset was giving problems. I would make a change. So sorry, Helen, that you can't hear me.
Sometimes when there's multiple StreamYards, it's a matter of when they connected. Like Mark couldn't hear Chuck a moment ago, so it might just be a one-way stream.
It's weird, and I still don't. Like I said, I still get a black square where I'm supposed to be. So it's
the future is evolving real time.
Is there?
And I'm perfectly willing to change headsets if that'll help the situation.
All good, all good. I tell you what. So there is stuff coming up that we've got an amazing book out called House Without Windows. It's coming out soon. That is a beautiful amalgamation of art and photography about a journalist. A journalist deep diving into African culture and some of the truly horrible tiny towns where kids are, doing, having to mine for blood diamonds, and what is that life like, and how do you get up in the morning and put one foot in front of the other if that's your life? And it's a very inspirational work. I mean, it's very raw and it's very dark in some places, but it's a story that I don't think I've seen told quite this way anywhere else. There's another one coming up called For Justice, which is about a husband and wife who met, let's say, in the 1960s, and became like the world's preeminent Nazi hunters. And I don't mean like in a Al Pacino, action thing. I mean like just literally true story of them and their efforts to track down the heads of the SS one by one and bring them to justice, and the success they've had. And that's a terrific book. And again, it's the book that nobody else is going to publish that book, and I'm glad that we can do that.
So I would start with Melody. Going from other resources and other mediums, you've all worked in other fields beyond comic books. What did you want to bring from that field into this particular medium when telling your stories?
Oh, that's interesting. I was at the time that I started working on Omni, I was on my first in my first writer's room, and it was, as I mentioned, for CW's 2-sentence horror stories, and it was short form, so it was 22 minutes, which correlates to about the 22 pages that you need for comic books. So they actually fed each other in really interesting ways, because I tend to work very visually. So the way I was working dialogue for the book also crossed over into the way I was working on dialogue for my episodes, and I found that I also work as a director, and you often work with storyboards, and that's kind of what comic books are. So I was able to kind of cross-utilize the different skill sets to help me in with both, and it was great. It really worked out well.
Helen?
Yeah, for me, same as Melody, I have a background in film and worked in film development, and I think that that comics are so different because you're kind of without constraint when it comes to your special effects budget and how many, the size of your cast and this sort of thing. But Nevin is very directly influenced by film, because it's kind of based on a whole kind of genre of film, like very, very directly. So kind of brought in a lot of tropes from that, and also I'm kind of used to working in quite a visual way, in the way that you try to like imagine and put things together. So I think same as melody, they're very complementary disciplines.
Yeah. Joseph?
So I've been an editor in comics going back 27 years. I'm actually the executive editor of Heavy Metal, which is interesting because Heavy Metal and Humanoids have a historical relationship, right? So I kind of feel like I'm working for the sister company, which is great. And so from a writing perspective, it's pretty interesting because that's a different hat, right? That I have to put on. I have to take the editorial hat off. And so for me, I had to immerse myself in the music of the time period that I was writing. And not only Prince's music, but all the related music, because you kind of have to throw yourself back into the 80s, right? Which for me was high school, but to really get myself into that zone, I'm not listening to any music from the present time period. I'm immersing myself in that time period and reading a lot of books about the history of the Minneapolis music scene and Prince's relationship with all these other important figures in music. So it's really bringing that all together into this story, trying to make a story that is just very human and universal, but also when you read it, you do have a feel of a music drama. That it's a drama specifically about that industry and about being a musician.
Talk a little bit more about that. Talk to the notion of it's all about the music, but how do you bring that into a silent medium? Because you managed to get it across.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the things that we thought about was the idea of, so if you're talking about the early 80s, you're literally talking about the origin and establishing of MTV. So the language of music videos is something that was brought to the book, and you will see that in double page splashes. So that's something that's very cool. So sometimes it's just a matter of letting the characters play and not having lyrics involved and things like that. And another thing was that, you know, one of the things I obviously thought about was the Purple Rain film and how that is a melodrama of sorts. And the thing about drama is sometimes as a writer, you have to keep your mouth shut and there's no words and you have to let the people be. And so sometimes the quiet moments allow you to feel what the characters feel as they're just letting some kind of tune or feeling just flow through them.
That sounds amazing. I'm so excited to check this out, man. I thought the musicality that Rick Remender captured with Deadly Class was amazing. This sounds even more specific, and that's, yes, all in.
Yeah, this is a bit more, I would like to think it's a bit more intimate. And the thing is, the entire creative team, you know, Meredith Laxon, the illustrator, Tan Chu, the colorist, the letterer, and then my co-writer Hannibal Taboo, we really just tried to make it as natural as possible. It's interesting when you are dealing with a medium that in a number of ways is designed for larger than life stories. So when you tell these intimate personal stories about someone that could be your friend, could be your sister, could be your mother, that's an entirely different kind of way to approach things. And sometimes you got to dig deep to deal with what it feels like to fail, what it feels like to have to get back up and fight again. Those kinds of things, you have to dig them out of yourself and put them into these stories.
I just touched on at the end of the interview with Mark, where I find the less people working on a project, the more exposed nerve it is, the more personal the experiences from the creative side, because it's your soul being poured onto the page. And with comic books, there's like maybe 10 other people versus film and TV, which the credits are like half the people that might work on it. So it's a direct line to your soul in a different way. What's it like working on a small company scale with collaborations with people like just a writer and an artist, when you're sharing your soul with one person and then sharing those pages with these very personal stories?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting going back to what Melody was saying about the difference between working in TV and film and working in comics, and how comics has more of an immediacy. For me, it's it's the collaboration. So it's knowing that your part is not the final part or the final say, and think of it as passing a baton, right? If there's a race to be won, it won't be won by you alone. So you are not giving instruction. What you are doing is inspiring the collaborator who comes next to do something amazing, right? In a way, like I feel like, and I imagine the others would agree. In a way, I feel like a comic book script is a conversation. It's not me telling. It's not me telling you what to do. It's me saying, "Hey, this is how she feels. This is what the time was like. This is the pathos that's happening right now." And sometimes it's design the page this way, and sometimes it's like, I know you're gonna do it better than me. It's like, do what you do, right?
Yeah.
So it's that, right? It's baton passing to the ultimate goal, which is the best story possible.
I love that selfless take on any sort of creative endeavor.
Now I have a question. Springing out of that, actually. So, and you're right. Actually, I mean, I've always thought of it as I said earlier in my panel that I always think of the script as a letter to your artist. That's really what it is. But I've always also said that it's my story until such time as I hand it over to the artist, and then it becomes our story. And the reason I bring this up is because Helen and Melody both had very different collaborative experiences. I mean, Helen, you deep dove with one artist for such a long period of time. Melody, you had to work with several different correctors, and you never really had a chance over any great length of time to make a bond. I mean, how can you two talk about the differences between there, or what you managed to do to still feel creative and connected to the material? That's a really big question.
Well, I could say that it at first I was disappointed because I was looking for that building of that bond and that relationship. But what ended up happening for me is what Joe was talking about, that conversation. So it became a cycle. So it wasn't just me laying down what the artist should do. I would see something different than what I'd seen in the other book, or something different than I expected. And it wasn't always negative or something to be changed. It was something that maybe informed a different way for me to look at the story or dialogue. I found it very enriching and inspiring to kind of have this give and take back and forth between these different artists who each brought something different to this world that I was creating. So it kind of, it expanded the world for me in ways that I found enjoyable.
And Helen?
Yeah, I mean, with me and Dom, we already we kind of came together on this project. We started it together. It was his suggestion that I write it as a comic. So we were kind of brought together over a shared love of folk horror. So all our references were shared. All our references were the same, and the project came out of a conversation about that love, and so. So the process was very much, that of a conversation, that, very, very kind of collaborative. And because he is so entrenched already in the kind of type of vibe and atmosphere that I wanted to create, it meant that, his knowledge kind of enhanced the script so much. There are things that he brought into the art that I kind of wouldn't have thought of, but were absolutely perfect for the kind of melee that we were trying to create. And then when Matthew Dowd Smith came on board, he was able to fit perfectly into this really intimate relationship that me and Dom had in our talking about the story and our talking about the script, because he also kind of shares those references and understands that sort of world. So same, like Melody said, it's like deeply enriching to have that relationship with an artist who can bring in their own take on the things that you're creating or trying to communicate.
So with the big two, they're right now trying to find these insane broad audiences. DC's doing Walmart books, Marvel's doing whatever they're doing to go bigger. I find this company, you guys are honing in on these individual stories. How do you know when they're done? Like, how do you possibly go like, well, there's my soul, print it? Like, what's the last step?
again, to paraphrase a famous quote, no stories are done; they're just abandoned. You know, they're just as far as you can get, and then you just kind of have to turn it over.
Does it feel like once you hold it, is there like this interesting like catharsis of once it's printed, like once you've held one of your stories, what's it like to flip through something you've experienced, be it 1 week or 5 years, to actually go through the book once it's done?
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's great. It's
a
great.
wonderful feeling.
Yeah, it's amazing for me.
But even before that, I mean, with every page, oh, sorry, Joey,
No,
with every page
go.
of art that you receive, with every page of layouts, and then every page of inks, and then when the colors come, it's like a new revelation every time. It's it's a new beautiful experience, that I think as a writer especially as a writer with a background in film is trippy.
Yeah,
trippy good.
Second that.
Definitely. And one of the things that happens, with writers is when you get the pages, then you actually do something called a lettering script. So you then have the opportunity to be inspired by the artwork, to make tweaks on your dialogue, pull things out, put some new things in. And I would see the artwork and I would say to myself, wow, I shouldn't have given Meredith any direction whatsoever on any design or anything. I should have just said, this is what's happening, do your thing. Because sometimes I would get some pages and they would really be heartwarming, or honestly, sometimes I would be having a not so good day and here would come these pages in the inbox and suddenly my day got 100 times better. Right. So that's the experience. And when you get to the end and when it's tangible, that's an amazing accomplishment, right?
The Comic Core wants to know, is it possible for an individual to start a successful publishing company nowadays? Do they have any advice?
The answer is no. The answer is it's
right.
A print publishing company, no. But we have this thing called the internet. And that's where this is the advice I give anybody who wants to break into comics, whether you're a writer, an artist, or a would-be publisher or anything, is get your work on the web. It's the easiest thing in the world. All you're losing is sweat equity. Anybody can create a website. The web comics community, I have found, is very supportive. And it's just a matter of doing your work, doing it on a regular basis, and then tagging and getting out there and talking to, the Scott Kurtzes or the Oatmeal people or whatever. That potential exists for everybody. Your odds are probably not any better than they are if you're going to go into print comics, but in terms of breaking out, but you're not going to lose your shirt because you've got 150,000 copies of your comic in your mom's garage because you couldn't sell it.
Yep. And also,
you folks are international, right? So that's part of the process, isn't it? With the offices in Paris and here, that internet, that must be vital for this whole thing to work.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, Joseph. What were you going to say?
Oh, no. I was just going to say, and also when you say start a successful company, it depends on what the definition of success is. Is the definition of success profit, or is the definition of success that I had stories to tell, I got them out to an audience, and the audience understands the stories that I want to tell? Because if we're going to get down to the brass tacks of it, the global comic book industry is not one that is known for making people wealthy. So very few people, probably 0.00005%, are getting into comic books for financial wealth. Most of us are in it because of love. And so if you can design a life that allows you to make comics, to maintain that love, and still have food, shelter, and clothing on a monthly basis, that's a successful comic book.
And there are people who do Kickstarter campaigns. I'm involved with a project that just did that. And so you can launch those kind of campaigns, raise money, and you'd be surprised how many people really, if you have a great and compelling project, want to see that come to full fruition. And you can execute on that and make it happen. And that's exciting too.
Yeah, as crazy as 2020 is, there's so many ways to get art out there, and it's a pretty fascinating time to be creating. And I love this panel, guys. Thank you for all your selfless answers, and I'm fascinated by all of these books. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you all so much. I cannot wait to check all these out.
Thanks so much. Sorry to step on your toes.
Thanks.
So
Oh, not at all.
Thanks.
I
This
got
has
to
been
co-host
great,
with Mainframe.
guys.
It was a pleasure.
I just wanted to jump in
Take care,
and
everybody.
thank you all. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Coy, for moderating so many panels here on Mainframe Comic Con. Joseph, good to see you, man. We haven't seen you since Mainframe 2. You were on with Heavy Metal Magazine.
Right. How's it going? Glad to be back.
Yeah, man. Well, you're always welcome here at Mainframe, and obviously
Chuck is talking. I can't hear Chuck.
that goes to That's okay.
Thank you very much. You're making me blush here on Mainframe Comic Con.
Well, we want to thank you all for coming
since
in.
I can't hear Chuck, I'm going to beg out. Thanks so much, guys, and thanks very much for participating in the panel. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Pleasure, Mark.
Bye, everybody. That was fantastic. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, folks. I will see you next time. Can't wait to check out these books.
right. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself for IDW presents Kanto.
I'll produce. I can hear you now.
I can hear you too, and I see Comic Man Andy in the background. He's very excited.
It's very ASR.
There's 13 people watching us, listening to us talk like freaking Frank Dukes and Hall E, man. How's that? I know we're on air, but it was just really cool to see Frank Dukes and Hall E. Frank Dukes. That was amazing. If you guys missed Frank Dukes and Hall E, the original, the actual Frank Dukes, that was incredible. I asked him a question. I know we're on air, but it was pretty cool. I asked him in the comment section. I said, did you really get dust thrown in your eyes in the Kumite? He said, yeah, that really happened. It was amazing.
Let's just go live. Hold on.
Let's just bring in Comic Man Andy and do a little recap. We're not live. We don't got everybody in, but hey, how's everybody doing here at Mainframe Comic-Con live with StreamYard? Why is that up there?
I'm fixing
No
it.
product placement. No product placement. Comic Man Andy, man, how's it going? Your mic's muted, I think.
Hey, how are you guys this evening?
Great job, by the way, on Mainframe Comic-Con.
Yeah, gonna rep the boys. Had to stop warming the bench tonight and step up and help out. They got called away on a bit of an emergency this weekend, but we're gonna rep the Simpleman's Comics tonight still.
So we're about to get into the IDW it presents Kanto. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Excited?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man.
Me too, man. What a time, Mainframe has been this entire time. If you guys are watching this, coming up pretty soon, we're going to do a deep dive on the Kanto comic book. It's going to be really cool, hosted by our boy Comic Man Andy, and it's going to be great, man. But yeah, like Chad, like I was telling you, man, Frank Dukes. We had Frank Dukes, the real Frank Dukes, the actual blood sport champion, the Kumite champion, Mr. Frank Dukes, the real guy, was just in Hall E like 20 minutes ago. It was incredible.
They
He
got
wasn't even
somebody
on the schedule.
They got
He
somebody
showed
from
up.
Friday the 13th right now on not
Nightmare
Friday
on
the
Elm Street
13th,
also.
Nightmare on Elm Street, and
Yep.
then
And Wes Craven's new Nightmare, she's killing it over in Hall E. If you guys aren't exploring all of the hall spaces in Mainframe Comic-Con, you are missing quite a bit. There's so much going on in our 5 panel halls. Like, I didn't even get to watch the Chip Zdarsky panel. I'm kind of bummed about that. I'm gonna have to watch that in post.
it was an interesting day altogether.
It was great. It was so awesome. I mean, Mainframe has been absolutely phenomenal. We bring the top names in broadcasting to host our panels, yourself included, Mr. Comic Man Andy. We've had the top names in comics, top names in entertainment. I don't know if you guys caught the Lisa Emery interview with Robert Meyer Burnett. It was so good. They did a deep dive on all 3 seasons of Ozark. She talked about, she plays Darlene Snell in the Ozark show, and they did a deep dive and talked a little bit about what we can maybe expect in season 4 of Ozark. She was the Purple Man's mother in Jessica Jones on Netflix. It was phenomenal. That was right here in Hall A. Hall A has been amazing. We just wrapped up with Mark Waid which was incredible. If we ever get Mark Waid on, we got to have him for longer. We got to book him for like a 2-hour panel because the comment section was just absolutely exploding. Everybody loves Mark Waid. It's just been a crazy day, man. We had Greg Rucka talking about the old guard. That was originally planned for 30 minutes, but we were like, you know what? Let's just keep this going. We pushed that for an entire hour. He talked all about making the transition from comic books into screenwriting and screenwriting plans in the future. It was the most amazing day. Hall A was great. All the halls at Mainframe Comic-Con this week have been phenomenal.
So
Comic Man Andy, do you have a favorite part? Sorry.
the fact that you're able to run 5 halls, do it well, and put out this level of content continuously for an entire weekend is epic. That's my favorite part.
So Andy, can I share something?
Absolutely.
So Andy stepped up. If everybody knows, Andy's a good friend of our friends over at Simple Man Comics. And this last panel in conjunction with IDW is supporting in it. And I'm going to put the banner up if you guys can. There's a GoFundMe right now for Simple Man's best friend, James Pop, passed away on Tuesday. And if you guys can, go support James's family. It was a hard time. We also lost the Edwin from the comic Jabroni over the weekend, and we need to pull together as a community. But
there it is, scrolling on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, but to keep this panel going, me and Chuck are going to step back. We're going to hand the reins over to Andy. Andy, I'll produce in the back for you, buddy. I got you. Because your 2 guests are here. One that he didn't know if he was going to be able to because he has a full-time job too. So, Andy, it's all yours, brother.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'll take it from here.
No, Dad.
Thanks, Dad. Hey, guys. I'm Comic Man Andy. Andy Given Thursdays only on the Comic Core live at 10 p.m. every Thursday night. Here to host this incredible panel I'm really excited for. I love comic books. What would I love more than just comic books? Indie comic books. So tonight we're here. We're going to introduce these guests. Without further ado, we're just going to dive right in because if I'm this excited, I'm pretty sure they're pretty stoked as well. So Mainframe Comic-Con, let's give a really big welcome to the gentleman, the creative team behind Kanto, David M. Boer and Drew Zucker. Gentlemen, great to see you. How are you this evening?
We know it's all about him. So good. Thank you so much for having us. Drew, you made it.
Yeah, by the skin of my teeth.
It's I don't know if everybody knows, but Drew's an EMT in the Bronx. So he's out there daily just saving the world.
Yeah. That's yeah.
I just posted a selfie that I gave myself a haircut, and you're out there like saving people's lives. So that's where we are.
Thanks for making it, guys. I greatly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I just came off of work as well. We're stepping up for Simple Man's Comics tonight. Unfortunately, they were called away on other business. So Brian and Jack, sorry you guys couldn't be here. Hopefully I can do you guys some justice. But we're here to talk about Kanto. And for the uninitiated, if you haven't read Kanto, you should, number one. Number two, Kanto is a modern fairy tale of our own little tin warrior who loses his heart and has it replaced by a ticking clock with a specific amount of time, right? So this clock is ticking. At some point, it's going to end. But the real heart of Kanto is this creative team here. So what I want to do here tonight is dive in. And my first question to you guys, let's talk to everybody out there. How did this creative team come together in the beginning? Where did you guys meet each other? Where did you guys, how did you further develop and become the team that you guys are today?
Well, I made the mistake of reaching out to Drew, and here we are.
It's true.
I'm just teasing.
I've spoken like most people in my life.
That's not true. So, gosh, it was probably 3 years ago now, almost going on 3 years.
Around there.
We, I had a short that I was doing, and I love Drew's art. I came across him when he was doing The House with Philip Seavey, which was it's kickstarted.
Yeah.
The kickstarted book that they were doing on their own, which was gorgeous horror book. And I reached out to him on this short I was doing, and he wasn't available because he was working on the house, finishing that. And then when he was done, he sent me the fateful message, which was, "I'm finished. Let's talk about some more stuff." You might remember it even better than I do. And he sent me a sort of concept sketch that would eventually become Kanto. And I have to tell you, within about half a second of seeing this, I was like, I don't know who this is or what the story is, but we're telling it for sure. That's how drawn I was to what he did, that even concept art.
Awesome. Now, you guys have a letterist, a colorist. Can we talk a little bit about the other members of the team that aren't here tonight that might be further away?
Sure.
Yeah.
And how you met them too.
So Vittorio Estone, who's our colorist, I met him through Tim Daniels, who I guess is the head designer at Vault is his official title now. But Tim is on his own probably the best designer in comics. But I did a Star Wars short story with him that he brought Vittorio in on. And Vittorio, I got the pages back I did for that with colors, and I was completely blown away. And I basically just kept Vittorio at the top of my list of, if I need a colorist, this is who I'm going to. And when it came time to do it for Kanto, he was available, and he's stuck around for almost 12 issues of work now. So we've been more than happy to have him around.
Yeah, he's been great. The notes are so minor. When we give him an issue, when he turns in pages that are colored, the notes that we have are such small tweaks that it's such a pleasure to be able to work with a team that you send material and they bring it back, and it's like, well, we're about 80-90% there. And Vittorio's like that. And then, of course, letterer extraordinaire Darren Bennett,
Eisner nominated,
also multiple Eisner nominee. He was nominated for an Eisner years ago, and then was nominated this past year for an Eisner Award for Best Letterer. And I think he ended up losing out to Stan Sakai for Usagi Yojimbo. So there's no shame in that at all. We've had a great pleasure of working with him. I think going forward, given his responsibilities, it's likely that we're going to be with his studio and world design with him supervising. So we've had a core team for the first story, or for the first 6 issues. And I think going forward, you're going to see just a few little tweaks to that team. It's still going to be me, Drew, Vittorio, and Darren in a supervisory capacity. But we're going to keep this team together as long as we possibly can.
That's awesome. That's great to hear. Because when you read the first 6 issues, when you read that first arc, there's a notable color styling because of the emotions, because of what's happening. And I was incredibly lucky. I received an email the other day and was offered the opportunity to read an advanced copy
Drew?
of Kanto 2.
Did you do that?
Like, I have time to email anyone.
I may or may not have sent it your way.
Checking that out, going from that arc to this new arc, I'm not going to spoil the story, but the color helps set the mood. So that, I want to use that to transition into my next question is we're talking about characters that have much fewer facial amounts of facial construction than what we would normally deal with in comic books. And my next question is a bit broad, but if we can kind of go around the horn here and talk about it, is capturing emotion within Kanto, within the Kanto verse, if you will, and how you guys work to do that. I see it. I don't necessarily want to spoil it for the viewers because you got to buy the book, you got to read it. But I want to talk about how incredibly important and difficult it can be to capture emotion like that with a character that has about half of a face. It's kind of hard to smile when your face is tin.
A mask that covers your nose and mouth.
Excellent.
Live right now, but
yeah. So capturing emotion within the Kanto and the Kanto verse. If you guys could touch base and kind of flesh that out for us, how you guys go about doing it, and how you really develop that.
Drew, take it.
When we did the initial design, it was designed very much on purpose that the facial grate would be of a design that if you shifted the angle of the camera and drew it correctly in perspective, you would actually develop essentially a smile out of it, or you would develop a frown out of it. So the design elements to it are very on purpose to work with getting what emotion we needed to out of the character. It's also why the eye ports are so big, is because that the two main ways that you're going to convey emotion with the character are the body language and the eyes. So to that end, it's really not the hardest thing in the world when, this is all I've kind of done for the last 10 years I've worked in comics, is how do you translate emotion out of a gesture? The book is just kind of the ultimate experiment of how well you can actually do that. And then you layer on top of it things like the colors and the lettering that Darren will do to it. And that just adds another layer to what we're doing on top of the script. But ultimately, it's very specific choices that were made in the design process from that original concept that David really insisted on driving before we even started drawing pages.
Yeah, and I watch all these different stories, and I worry sometimes, with his face almost fully covered, and you just have the eyes. And it's this marriage between, take The Mandalorian, which is a great example. We never see the Mandalorian's face, but we hear him talk. We understand the emotion that's happening. The child in The Mandalorian doesn't have any lines, and the subtle movements with the child with those big eyes, it's like you have all the emotion with those big eyes. And then I was watching a show I love, which is The Toys That Made Us.
Ooh.
And believe it or not, I watched all the episodes because I just love the way that things can go from literally nothing, an idea, to like worldwide, well-known franchises, all those sorts of things. And I watched the Hello Kitty episode, and the creator talked about how he specifically came to the design for this thing called kawaii, which is the cuteness with the big eyes and everything. And I think with Mandalorian out there, things like Hello Kitty out there, marrying those together in Kanto, I think really has helped us convey the emotion, the story beats, the feelings, the emotions from the reader that I think we really, really were shooting for in every single panel. And we still shoot for that. We still try our best with just those eyes and, the angle of their face to really convey the emotions.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Excellent. At the end of the day, chefs say this a lot. We eat with our eyes, right? Well, you look at cover 1 of Kanto. Those eyes draw you in. You see some concern. You see some adventure. You see some passion. The eyes draw you in. The colors and the cover sell you. The writing is what delivers it too.
It's funny, that first cover, we had a different cover on the pitch, and it was kind of like, what was it, Dunkirk, Drew?
Yeah, the Dunkirk.
Do you remember the Dunkirk? There was a poster where all the soldiers are looking away from the viewer, and then just the main characters looking back toward you. We had a Dunkirk cover that was like that. All the tins were looking away, and then Kanto was looking at you. And we got together and we made a very specific choice. And we said, look, we've got to introduce this character. And so that's where that first cover came from. It's not really a story cover in the sense that it's not really telling you much of anything except this is a character that we're going to be following in the story. And I think that was a great choice that we made, because you see now that everybody knows that that's that first print, Kanto #1, just because of that cover image.
Yep.
Not to get too much into your world, Andy.
No, it's man. Like I said, that cover, the eyes draw you in, the cover sells it, but the writing helps to capitalize and finalize that. So, David, when it comes to the writing of Kanto, what goes into crafting the writing in a way that helps deliver what Drew's delivering, or capitalizes or finishes capitalizing on what Drew delivers when it comes to emotion? Like, do you find yourself writing something and then having to redo it based on the artwork sometimes?
Yeah, I'll go back in. Drew's laughing. We've had some.
I just change stuff as I'm drawing. He turns in a script, he gets it back and goes, "This isn't what I wrote."
Yeah, what's going on? No, there was actually a moment, I think it was yesterday, we were talking about a page, and I realized it's a double page spread, and I realized, well, I'm going to have to adjust the dialogue for it, but it's great. The page that he sent me is great, so I'm like, I will adjust the dialogue if I have to, because I don't want to, slow down the progress that we're making on all these pages. And 2, why reinvent the wheel if we've got a beautiful page there? It's like, it's a little bit of the Marvel method at that point of scripting, where you just have an idea and you let the artist sort of do the panel layouts and, the camera angles and all those sorts of things. And then you come back and you do the dialogue. Every once in a while, Drew will send something back, and maybe it's overlook something in the script, or, just a different way to look at it. I'm fine with going back to do the dialogue to adjust it to the art. But to be honest, I think that is probably 10% or less of our process. I mean, I think what we do in the scripts is fairly close to what ends up on the page with minor adjustments. And the way I approach scripts is, it's a hard question, but at the end of the day, it's about Kanto is so let me just say it this way. Kanto is a character that I love dearly. I will fight to the death to defend Kanto as a character. I love this comic. I love this story. It's what I love about comics. And so when I'm scripting, it's a lot of, well, what do I want to see as a fan? Mm-hmm. Do I want to see Kanto just going out there? You read the first issue of Kanto too. Do I want to see Kanto just comfortably adjusting to being the leader of all of these people? Well, no, that's not the Kanto we know. The Kanto we know is going to be the crown is going to be very heavy for him. And he's constantly going to be second guessing himself. And that's the Kanto that I want to see. So that's the approach that I take in scripting. There's always the reluctance, always the desire, the drive to do what's right. And so that's how I approach it. And I think Drew, probably you can speak to it. I'm sure you approach it a similar way.
Yeah. I mean, as far as scripts go, David's scripts are not quite Marvel method, but relatively detailed. Like there are panel breakdowns per page. And for me personally, it's one of those things where I like to tell him, give me everything so I can decide what I want to keep and what I want to throw out. Because ultimately, I'm not going to do anything that's going to change the story. If I have story concerns, I'll go to him early on and we'll talk through that stuff. But as far as once I have the finished script, it's how do I best serve what are sometimes extraordinarily complex actions, but are completely necessary for the story. It sometimes needs more panels than what he's allotted me. It sometimes needs less panels, so things will get combined. But ultimately, that script is, unless that script is like perfect in the spine, for me, I'm not going to be able to do anything with it. So luckily, he always gives me a good base to work out of, and then we just kind of branch off here and there and go to the end.
And by no means is my question working to downplay one versus the other. What I wanted to highlight for the viewers and for the people that haven't been able to read Kanto yet is the incredible balance that you guys have found as a team to deliver that emotion and deliver that artwork. And I see when you talk about Kanto, I see you well up with emotions and pride. So moving forward, what I want to talk about is kind of a general question to you guys going around the horn here. Are you guys aware of the impact that the content and the Kanto verse that you've created? Are you aware of the impact on people and how it's received as far as a broader audience? Like you guys have talked about in past panels of walking to comic book stores and not seeing a copy available. So there's that.
You know, it's always super gratifying to see that there's no copies in comic shops, but it's also a double-edged sword because it's like, you know, how do we get new readers if all of the books are gone? So we're happy to be at a stage where we have a trade out. It's such a hard question, right? So I don't want to say. I mean, if we say yes, we know what the impact is. It sounds like we're, you know, we're just sort of tooting our own horn. And if you say no, we don't, it's kind of like, well, what? You know? So what I'm saying is we have definitely gotten these messages that have been extreme. I mean, they bring me to tears. And you know, it's hard to talk about them because when that issue 1 came out, we got messages about people with medical conditions and, you know, just feeling like they weren't whole. And then there's a story about somebody who does something extraordinary who isn't whole by design. And so, yeah, I think I'll just say that there clearly has been some impact, and we're absolutely just beside ourselves about that with, you know, excitement. And it's reflected in how Kanto 2 has done already before release. We have grown the audience, fortunately for us, quite a bit. So
I would also say when we did that first volume, it went over our heads, I think, until San Diego, when we went and did a signing at IDW. I think Walt Simonson was signing next to us, and Gabe Rodriguez and Joe Hill were signing before us, and we were like, okay, yeah, maybe like there'll be like 5 people online, and 3 of them are going to be like, "Are you Joe Hill and Gabe Rodriguez?" And then we got there to sign, and the line was around the booth, and that was the moment that we kind of realized, oh, I guess this kind of had an impact on people. Because for us, we very much can't see the forest for the trees 90% of the time because it's just me and him working. You get the good reviews and all that, but even then it's like you're not 100% sure how it's translating to the world. And for us personally, I mean, at least for me, when I started off with the initial idea of Kanto, it was created very much in mind with this idea of, I want to make a book that brings new readers to the industry. I want to make a book that sells for the retailers because I'm tired of seeing them sit around with product on their shelves and it not moving. I love this industry. I want this industry to grow in a healthy way and not just the way it did in the 90s with the boom. And I wanted to be able to challenge myself to make a book that my friends who are beginning to have kids could sit down with their kids and enjoy that book as much as they did, that they enjoyed it as much as their kids did. I would say going forward, like with what we've seen already with Clockwork Fairies and Kanto 2, I think we've achieved it. There's certainly room for us to grow, and I think that's, you know, the ambition for both of us. But we're beginning to get a sense of it in the best way possible.
Okay.
It's always been I mean, our whole story has been so reflective of Kanto's story, where he's this little tiny character just standing up to a great big world out there. And since March of 2019, when we first announced this story and this character, it's just been like, hey, look, take a look, read it. We know you're going to love it. And it's just almost hand selling every single person on it, to the point where now people are aware of it, and they'll pick up the new story arc and keep going with it. But it's just constant. I don't know. I think there's this sense out there that Drew and I are just like wildly successful with this, and the reality is, it is just a grind every single day to produce the comic, to promote the comic, to get it into shops, to talk to
it is 2 full-time jobs just to do this, and we do it because we love it. I spend 16 hours a day on my days off drawing because I've seen how much this book means to people, and I don't want them to ever feel like they got let down by what we did going forward.
Interesting. You guys are giving me goosebumps. You guys are really giving me goosebumps. I'm gonna take a quick moment to compare an apple to an orange, so to speak. You made some incredible points and brought up some very, very passionate things, bringing new readers into comic books, taking care of the stores, giving them something that they can move and they can sell. This is where Kanto resides with me as a comic book reader and as a collector. There's only one other story that I'm this passionate about that I read, and that's Saga.
It's Kanto too.
Well, it's a very I hate to compare apples and oranges, but when it comes to something that you're passionate about, that resonates with me as a reader and a collector, it's Saga.
Yeah.
And it's Kanto.
My God.
Kanto is this modern fairy tale.
No, I have goosebumps.
Yeah, really. That's a hell of a comparison.
But it's two different styles of storytelling and two different styles of art. So it's really kind of hard to. But when it comes to reading a book and collecting a book and having that story reside inside of you, and really play a role in your life, it sits there. It sits there with my Saga stuff as a collection, as a book that I read. And I was incredibly honored when I was afforded the opportunity to read Kanto 2. Before we jump to that really quick, I do kind of want to ask about the Clockwork Fairies and that being a one shot. Where and how did that come about, and was there publishing delays that got you guys to, you wanted to put something out for them to kind of bridge that gap until you could get to Kanto 2? Because it was a fantastic story and I was kind of left wanting more. And I felt like, at the end of the day, it was kind of like a pebble in the stream to get me to the other side, so to speak.
I think David can probably reconfirm this. I may have it backwards a little bit. I would never
undercut you on live.
No, never. You just throw me under the bus. So the original idea before COVID ended the world was that Clockwork Fairies was going to come out in May, and then Kanto 2 was going to come out in July, I believe. Okay. So the idea was, at the end of Volume 1, we felt like we could condense the main story down to 5 issues, and if anything else, have a tighter narrative for it, which afforded us the opportunity to go off, and David likes to call it, explore a side quest of Kanto's world. And I like the idea because we were going to have a gap between Volume 1 and Volume 2. This was a nice way to create a palate cleanser, to bring in new readers and to remind readers from Volume 1, hey, we're still around, we're coming back, we're at least giving you guys something in the in-between. So that was really where that was born out of. And it just kind of really worked out that we liked telling the side story because it gave us a chance to just add more flavor to Kanto's world.
Just shout out to Simple Man's Comics. He's on right now.
Brian?
Yeah, Brian's on. Yeah, so my goal with Kanto and the Clockwork Fairies was to demonstrate that although we had this linear storyline with Kanto #1, If I Only Had a Heart, Kanto, the heart of Kanto is the character as much as it is the story. And so if we can do a single issue with a cool little story, it was 22 pages and it's not that involved and it's super linear and it's just something that you pick up 10, 15, 20 minutes, you read it and you realize, oh, wow. So Kanto can we can put him anywhere in his world and we can give him any sort of story or quest or task and he's going to be able to go out and do it. So that was my big goal, was to tell a side quest story that shows that Kanto is the character that you want to follow, regardless of the story that we end up telling at the end of the day. And I saw there was a question from Coffee and Heroes. Big shout out to them. They're absolutely amazing shop. Yep. Super supportive of Kanto, and I think they're the ones that have a original.
They have one of the volume 1 pages.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think they asked about future storylines. I love what we've done, which is an arc, single, one shot arc, one shot. I think we're going to be able, we've been preliminarily talking, and since we're live and the world's ending and I just don't care anymore, I'm going to reveal some behind the scenes stuff that we've been talking about. There's at least, we would like to tell at least 2 more story arcs after Hollow Men. And I won't reveal too much, but the next one is likely going to be called Lionhearted. So Kanto 3, Lionhearted. And if you start to see the theme, we had If I Only Had a Heart.
Yeah.
We had the Hollow Men. If you see the solicits for the second issue, you'll see that there is something on the cover of the second issue that really might tie into a little story we like to call Wizard of Oz.
No one's ever heard of it.
No one's ever heard of it. And then the third arc, we'd like to call Lionhearted, sort of to tie it all in. And then there's a 4th arc that I won't reveal anything about, but that by no means ends Kanto. Kanto's adventures. There might be this story cycle, like a big Lord of the Rings type story cycle, but then I think we got the Hobbit in us if everybody keeps going along. Yeah. And more quests. So that's sort of where we're going with it. But it all depends on whether or not the readers continue to be with us for this journey.
Oh, you guys kind of answered one of my next questions about where this Kanto-verse might be. And I had a target year date on there, but I'm not going to mention where it would go.
Start with a 2100.
It's just like where would the Kanto? Where do you guys envision the Kanto-verse in 5 years' time? And you kind of laid out a really good roadmap there for the next couple of years. So we'll leave it at that right there, because that's exciting. You're giving me goosebumps.
My wish is to have Lionhearted come out in 2021. The final arc for the Kanto cycle, this cycle, to come out in 2022. Yeah. And then, man, if we can keep it going and if readers really like it, we haven't even approached IDW about this, but again, the world's on the cusp of apocalypse, so let's do it. I would love to see after this is all over, I would love to see an ongoing.
Okay, you're giving me goosebumps. So that was kind of one of my questions, kind of bubble wrapped in there together a little bit with some other answers. But Drew, really good point. We're talking about Coffee and Heroes and an original page they have. You have original art available from Kanto.
Yes.
I've been peeping it. I've been looking at it the last couple of days. I found it a few months ago and I stepped back and I looked again today or yesterday and I was like, oh man, there are some double page spreads in there that available that are to die for. And that kind of leads me back to Kanto 2, the Hollow Men, there is some very impressive double page spreads in that read. And what I want to touch bases on a little bit is that you're able to deliver that in art and story on a double page. But what a lot of people might not know quite yet, you guys have done a very amazing job of bridging the gap between a comic in the hand and a digital comic.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of like, I don't really have a question here, but something I want to touch bases on and kind of get your guys' opinion on. There are a lot of amazing comic books out there that don't read quite well digitally, and there's a lot of amazing digital reads that don't quite read well on paper. Kanto reads amazingly well on both. So I kind of want to know, is that something you guys planned for? Is it just kind of coming together? Is it just kind of fitting with the way your guys' team works together?
I don't really look at the digital. Do you, Drew?
I do, because that's how I read kind of on a daily basis. It's not something I consider when I'm doing it. It's the end result of that. The person who mentored me, which was Tom Lyle, beat storytelling into me nonstop. That was his preach from when I was a freshman in college to the day I left, and then after I left, whenever I would see him at cons, I would get browbeat about storytelling, and making sure that storytelling is clear. If you can find a way to make the page really cool, awesome, even better. But storytelling is the primary thing that we're looking to do. As far as the digital stuff goes, I think it reads well just because it's mostly paneled. There isn't a ton of crazy page-breaking stuff with this book. It's something I'm exploring a little bit more these days, but it's not anything that I would be comfortable personally going so wild with that, it just ruins the reading experience for somebody because of the format they're reading in.
Okay. And I know that's kind of like an art heavy question. Sorry, David.
How dare you?
At the end of the day, my personal opinion is that comic books and the content that you guys create are what's saving print media, and will continue to save print media going forward well down the line. So it's just amazing to see a creation such as this bridge the gap and be successful in both arenas, in my opinion. So we talked. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, it's the idea of the shops and having print media. The things that are happening with DC going to another distributor and then cutting their single issue lines very recently. I think it was this last week. Just to all the indie creators out there, this is really the opportunity to provide the good sellable content that shops need to put on their shelves. Because if they're stocking 70% Marvel and DC and 30% indie, and then they lose DC, which is 35%, they've basically doubled the indie content that they can bring on. So, my advice is it's hard to say just go create something that's successful, because who knows what that is. But get the shops excited for what you're doing. Create characters. That's another. This is me and my soapbox. But we've seen so many, and there's announcements almost daily. So many stories that are premise stories. It's like
it also
DC were not built in the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s on premise stories. They were built on characters. Build a character that you can tell 100 stories with. Don't build a premise that you're going to have to fill with 100 characters.
Also, don't steal from each other. The thing I've noticed is a lot of people tend to make an elevator pitch it's like this book and this book. No.
It's Walking Dead, but a comic.
Exactly. Walking Dead is a success already. You don't need to copy that. Dig a little deeper for where you want your influences to come from.
Find a good artist. I don't know where you are on your screen, but
there you go. You figured it out.
Man, that's a great segue in. I was kind of interested in what your guys' take is currently with our current world situation with the DC split from Diamond. On your guys' opinion on what that does to the industry moving forward. Is that something that creates more opportunities, or is it something that creates more strife?
Both.
Okay.
Drew, you have some
Unpopular
opinions.
with some of the shops, being fully aware that I have friends who own shops who I know are not happy with it. I personally think it's a good thing. I think it was a Band-Aid that was going to be ripped off eventually. And it's not, I understand everybody's trepidation. I don't think it's a bad thing for indie creators to have a moment for their voices to be amplified a little bit. And what's happening over at DC is kind of, while it's upsetting, people are losing their jobs. It's sort of a natural thing that companies go through. I don't think it by any means, hails the destruction of comics or DC by any means. I think this is unfortunately a result of the world as it is right now and of the industry kind of going through natural evolutions.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity from our perspective. Like I said, there's an opportunity to get to shops to sell books. I mean, we saw Drew has sold more of The House, which is the book before Kanto, during COVID than during the few months of COVID than for the entire life of the book.
Right.
And so it's just shops needed content. And, with the exit of DC and some shops not stocking DC, yes, they're going to lose the hundreds of thousands of single issue sales from Batman. But, take on 10 indie comics that sell 10,000 a piece.
Yeah. Take a chance on something. And, that's how you find Walking Dead or the next Walking Dead. I've said it for a long time that as far as other media goes, comics is not just superheroes. And that's kind of what's been infuriating. But, in the last few years, this has become a little more of a reality, is that there are really great stories. Some of the best fiction of the last 20 years is in comics. And, that you want something like a Vertigo to come back and to be able to create that content again.
Yeah, that's amazing. You bring up a really good point that I've forgotten to circle around to earlier, and it's kind of like bridging the gap between video games and comic books a little bit. You look back 30 plus years ago now. I'm dating myself. And you called it a side quest. The Clockwork Fairies, a side quest. I absolutely love that. And I'm really looking forward to more Kanto side quests, because you look back when a number of us were growing up, and like you said, some of the best comic books out there aren't even about superheroes. Some of the greatest stories told have nothing to do with superheroes. And I think the industry kind of lost sight of that for a long while. And I think that it's coming back around. It really has, I think.
It's also, there's also such a huge amount of content out there. So if I was a shop owner, I'm getting that previews catalog every month that's this thick. It's like, yes, I understand as a shop owner that there's more than just superhero comic books out there. But man, if I put Batman or Spider-Man on my wall, it's going to sell like crazy. So indie creators have to find a way to cut through all the indie content out there and also be like a Spider-Man, like a Batman on the shelf. And it's alchemy. A lot of the time it's alchemy, but just make the best that you can and then bust your butt getting it out there.
Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, I mean, it's a grind. We have invested a good chunk of our own money into this book. And like I said, we're both putting a lot of time into this. It's not just on the writing and the drawing end. We are constantly doing press. We're constantly on the socials, promoting this. We have personal relationships with shops. I have a personal relationship with all the shops in my area that I go to them and I check on them and make sure that they're getting what they need. Or I, will reach out to shops that like Coffee and Heroes, who we now have a personal relationship with. That kind of outreach just goes a long way, especially when you consider these guys have hundreds of books that they have to sift through a month. You want yourself to stand out, you have to kind of make yourself stand out.
Yep. And this comment all day long. Kanto, as both a title and a character, represents hope. This stands out right now, more so than ever. It stood out before. It stands out more so now than ever. Coffee and Heroes. That's an epic comment. It really is an epic comment. You're giving me goosebumps. I need a better camera to show you the goosebumps I'm getting.
Well, you know what? Let me add to this conversation, which is there's also another aspect of this, which is Andy, it's you, and it's Simple Man Comics, and it's all these other places that are out there and just looking for books. Yes, there's an investment. I hate to use the word speculator, but there's an investment aspect to it. But it's also, you guys are out there identifying potentially attractive books before they're on the shelves. And we've seen it over and over for the last year since Kanto came out, and Kanto 2 as well, which is the comics investment community getting behind these indie books and saying, we think there's value here. And whether that's value based on because it's a physical comic book and that's comic book investing, if it's the story, if it's the cover, whatever it is, that buzz starts. And then you see that it starts to spill over into, comics readers and Wednesday Warriors. And then you see it spill over into shops. And that aspect of the comics community is also, I think, incredibly important to getting books, to cut through the chatter. So if you are indie creators out there, befriend Andy. Simple Man's Comics, Andy. These folks, they know good stuff, and they wouldn't invest in these books if you didn't think there was value there.
I owe a lot to Brian and Jack for bringing awareness to Kanto in that previews catalog. Brian and Jack are like,
my favorite story. Go ahead. What were you gonna say? I'll tell you my favorite story about Brian and Jack, but
just them bringing awareness to it. And I remember the chat that day, and Jack and Brian are like, "You're gonna want to read this. You're not gonna want to miss out."
Do you remember that first podcast we were on with Simple Man's Comics, Brian and Jack?
Yeah.
So they scheduled us to be on, and they didn't know anything about the book. They thought it looked cool. Looks really cool, right? And I think it was a day or 2 days before we were supposed to go on the podcast. I actually sent them a PDF of the first issue because I thought, this would be strange to go on the podcast and talk about a book that they haven't really read yet. And they afterward they read it and they thought, and they told us, "Oh my gosh, it's actually good." We got a lot of those comments, which is, you pick up a book and you think it looks really cool, and then the story doesn't really live up to the cover, or your hopes for it. And it was just a funny moment for us, whether they sort of were surprised. Oh, this is actually a really good book.
That first interview with them was also probably one of our favorite interviews we've done, because I think it accidentally lasted like 2 hours.
Sure, love it.
It was a long one. That's a great story. It's kind of heartwarming because I do remember some of those discussions, and I do remember you better get this on your pull list. You better get this book now and read it. You're gonna love it. And so I owe a great deal of gratitude to them for bringing awareness to that book, so that I didn't miss out, because at the end of the day, those copies are hard to find right now. They truly are, which is why I'm so thankful for the trade paperback and the digital available. So because I'll admit, as a completionist collector, not only do I want to own physical copies, I read my physical copies as soon as I get them because I can't wait like everybody else. But at the end of the day, they do get tucked away, and I do utilize the digital method, and I do utilize the trade paperbacks because my mood changes, and sometimes I gotta have paper in my hand, and sometimes it's a convenience factor for digital. So I digress a little bit here, but I do owe them a great deal of gratitude for bringing awareness to that.
And I am very proud to I'm very proud of the fact that they took a chance on Kanto because they thought it looked cool, and then we were able to step up with the story, and for them at least, and reinforce why they thought it looked so cool and why they took a chance on it. Because that's the worst feeling, is when somebody takes a chance on something and they realize that it's not as good as they hoped or thought.
Yeah.
So I'm just really thankful that we were able to hold up our end of the bargain, which is to make it a comic that 14 months. It's been 14 months since that first issue came out.
Wow.
And it's been this, as far as the value of that first issue, it's been sort of a roller coaster, right? Up and down. And I just love these comments of some folks who are like, I saw one the other day. You probably saw it too, Andy, where somebody's Kanto #1 from 12 months ago made it on a top 10 of like the hottest comics. And the description for it was only a question. It said, did anybody else think this was already going to peak a year ago? And I would and I just love proving those comments wrong. Let's just keep it going.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant it was gonna reach a level of like heightened awareness and like a firestorm. Sorry, I misheard that. But yeah,
what they meant was by July of 2019, 1 month after its release, get that little bump, that goose, and then it's going to be back down like $5. It's like, man, if you have a stack of Kanto #1s for $5, I'll write you a check right now.
Yeah. We've been going for quite a while here. So before I move too far away from Kanto, the heart of our story, no pun intended, what is from that first story arc? Because I don't want to spoil the second story arc. Go out and order the second story arc coming up, Kanto 2. Go order it now. FOC was last Monday. Get that book on your pull list. So please, you're not going to want to miss out on that. So first story arc from you guys, what is your favorite scene? If you had to pick one scene from the first story arc, what is it, please?
You know what? Can I add a little thing to your question?
Yes.
Should we pick what we think the other one's favorite moments are?
Yeah, sure. Go for it. I don't know. I feel no. Never mind. No,
I think you know which my favorite. What my favorite? What's that?
I think I know which is your favorite.
No, I say that, and now I can't think of what.
No. I've got it. I'm right, even if you tell me I'm wrong.
No, your favorite.
You could try to guess it.
I think it was the last page of issue 6 when you got to put your pen down.
Oh, it isn't. But yeah, that was a great feeling when that was done.
You guess mine.
I'm pretty sure yours is when the Malrex comes back.
Oh, 100
campfire.
Do you know which one that is, Andy?
I just reread the first arc yesterday, and I can't remember.
Issue 2.
Oh, in the forest, yeah. And then he's peeking through the forest. He peeks. Yes.
Yep.
By the campfire.
So we hopefully anybody listening has read it. If not, I'll tell you real quick. Kanto's out in the forest, and there's these creatures, the Malrex. The young ones want to eat the tins. The older ones know that they're not good as food anymore. So the young ones attack Kanto, and he fights it back. And then this older one he met earlier attacks the younger ones and defends Kanto. And you think, I hope as a reader, you look at that and you're like, oh, great, now he's going to have a companion. And the older Malrex just walks away. And Kanto has this, he has this little quiet line where he says, "Where are you going? What if they come back?" And then he has to bed down for the night by himself next to a campfire. And as he's asleep, the older Malarex comes through the woods, comes back, and just curls up around Kanto protectively and just sleeps the night there. And I remember specifically that moment of scripting that scene. And I was going to have them come together. And I thought, I'm just going to withhold this from the reader for just one more beat. And I think, that's my favorite scene. That's my favorite scene. I love the end. I love issue 6, but I love that scene.
I fell for it. I fell for it because it was like, oh man, he's really taken off. And my favorite part was you delivered to the reader that Kanto had never seen the forest before. And
when he wakes up in the morning and he's like,
he was on the edge of that forest. He wakes up, and it's when the Malrax comes back, and he's got the leaves and the brush stuck on the side of him. And Kanto picks it up, and I think if I remember correctly, he says it's beautiful.
Yeah. And then the shafts of sunlight in that one panel are coming down on him.
Right.
And we did. I don't mean to monopolize the conversation, Drew. I just love this so much. We specifically, Drew, you picked that perspective on that specifically for that reason.
There was a different page for that originally, and I think I drew half the page, and it wasn't working, and I went back and started it over.
When it was about perspective, and Kanto's this tiny little character in this big, beautiful tree at the sunlight coming down on him, and it's just a moment for you to feel what Kanto feels, which is, there is an enormous world out there that I just am experiencing now for the very first time.
Well, you know what was truly epic about that scene, and that's my favorite scene, is when he holds that portion of brush or that leaf. I believe it's more in tune with being a leaf. You guys delivered a level of importance that made that piece, that leaf, as important and almost more important than all of the rocks that he was collecting for his love.
Right.
I mean, that right there, that right there was up there. That delivered a level of importance to what was happening with Kanto and what was happening in that world right there. Because originally, when I first read it, my favorite scene or my favorite panel or my favorite page was when the Malrax attacks the soulless witches, where he jumps on that one, because you get a 180. You get a 180 of, he might be lovable, he might be cuddly, but he is here to just destroy stuff when you need him to destroy stuff.
That was absolutely by design. We originally, one of the early concepts was a very small creature like Toto.
Originally smaller than Kanto.
Wow.
And we play with size so much, size difference. So you have Kanto and the Giants, you have Kanto and the Furies, Kanto and the Malarax. We picked the fairies and the Clockwork Fairies specifically to show, to flip that, concept on its head. That Kanto's tiny in this world, but there are creatures tinier than him. So that size difference, that creates a new dynamic, right? You've got this lion bear of a Malarax in Kanto who's gonna defend Kanto until his very last breath. And you read this Kanto too. You know it's good. You know what's coming.
That's why I'm telling people to make sure they get it on their pull lists.
What's your favorite, Drew? I'm drawing a blank.
I love the Giants.
Oh yes, of course.
The Giants kill me. Only for no other reason than it's so hard to do comedy in comics. And when I read that script, I remember actively laughing at it and being like, oh God, David's actually a really good writer.
He's like, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. And then an LOL when he reads issue 4 script. And I hate you, I hate you.
That was another
really good part. 70 feet tall against something that's 3, it's not fun.
Yeah. So if folks are really digging the Giants, they may or may not be coming back.
Oh my. Ooh, nice. I really did enjoy that part. I'm glad you guys brought that up. We would need another to touch base on everything. You'd almost have to go page by page with this book with you guys to really do it justice because of how amazing it is. So we're approaching that hour mark, and I do have a couple of fun questions at the end here that I was really interested in. That hour mark is, we saved the best for last. We really did. We're not done until you guys kick me off.
So there's a panel after us? No, I'm just kidding.
No, there's not.
Hey, Chad.
It's just you. Like,
I know, I'm teasing. He said
no,
they
I was like, I literally looked at the schedule and I was like, oh no, please don't be one because I'm starting to get nervous.
No.
We literally positioned you guys to be the close out our show. So thank you so much for coming. I'm going to join you guys later. Sorry.
Yes. I think Drew had written in an email to you guys that we could talk as long as you need us to. So
yeah,
it's true. We'll go on forever if you let us.
Yep.
And I appreciate that. They really did save the best panel for last, in my opinion. So we've touched base quite a bit on Kanto, the heart of Kanto, and the creative team of Kanto. What I'm curious about is you guys a little bit more. So my next question is when you guys are not working on Kanto, what are some of your favorite hobbies?
Hobbies? What are hobbies?
I know I feel bad for writing the word hobbies because I'm like, well, I don't even really have time for hobbies.
I mean, I have a day job too, full-time job as a lawyer, believe it or not. So it's day job writing, and that's pretty much. I watch a lot of TV.
Yeah, that's
I read a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that question kind of did fall a little on the short end after I wrote it, and then I read it again sitting here. I'm like, ooh, yeah, it's hard to have hobbies as an adult. You really.
Well, we used to run half marathons. We ran the LA marathon, my husband and I. So before COVID, we were able to do that. Yeah.
David, I think you'll agree with this. I'm lucky. You know, drawing is what I love to do, so I get to combine my hobby with my half job. Let's call it.
Yeah.
It's sort of job.
I feel the same way about writing. So I would write as a hobby if I couldn't do it as a, as a pro getting paid for it. So that's what I would do.
Okay. And
Andy, what are your hobbies?
That was kind of a terrible question to ask, and I'm sitting here. I'm like, it's hard to have hobbies as an adult. Everywhere around me. I am a little silly at that because I'll go to the LCS and I'll get my pickups, but a lot of times, like many other adults with full-time jobs, they kind of do stack up over time. Kanto has never stacked up for me though.
Yes.
So I can't wait for this next book to come out. I really can't. So speaking of comic books a little bit, I'm really interested in this question. This kind of seems a little bit out there. If you guys had to build your own team of comic book characters or superheroes, what would be your top 5 picks? And why? Wow, two.
Ages.
I don't know. That's a tough question. I mean, I don't really read a lot of the, what's that?
Kanto should be your first pick.
Well, yeah, read Kanto too, and there's your team right there.
Yeah, really.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Well, TMNT and Splinter. How about that?
Ooh. I'm sold right there.
I will go with the Locke family.
Oh, really?
Oh, man.
I will see you TMNT and raise you Locke family.
Well, I'm going to get bonus of Usagi Yojimbo. We're going to be IDW loyalists till the end of time. And that's it.
Very cool. Very cool. So how did that relation? That's actually a good segue. How did that relationship develop with IDW?
I waltzed into their offices. I threw the pitch down on the desk and I was like, you guys are doing this. And Ryle was there at the time and he said, I guess we're doing this.
Was that
No.
something that, like a typical sales pitch? Where is it something where you have
No,
to
I'm
put that
just
together
kidding.
and go to them and be like, "Hey,
Escorted out by security right after that.
And 2 years later, after the dust had settled, no, I'm just teasing. We put together a really, I think, buttoned up pitch for Kanto. We had this really cool document that had, you know, and I would love to one day do a panel or a class or something on how to pitch an indie comic, because I think we found a lot of success with this format, and I do this now for everything. You know, a cover page, and then we had, because it was an all ages like fairy tale, we had like parchment design on the pages. Put a couple of quotes from Dante's Inferno and Wizard of Oz on the first page, and a little silhouette of Kanto, because that's another big thing about character design. You got to be able to tell who the character is from the silhouette alone, and that's an animation technique when you're looking at animated shows and that sort of thing. Described the world, stylized art in the margins. Then we added fully inked, colored, and lettered pages, first 6 pages, and then we had a full script. And we sent it over there. Got our foot in the door from our very close friend Ben Bishop, who had been doing TMNT work over there. He introduced us to an editor, and I always like to tell the story. I was like, we know an editor. We are golden. And he emailed us back and said, oh, great. I'll send it over to the committee with everything else. It's like, man, we got put in the wood chipper anyway.
Yeah.
So I pictured it, a wood chipper. All the pitches go in and just chips come out. But you know, which is, you know, the good thing about it is the material ended up standing on its own, and they took a chance. They didn't know if it was going to be successful, and they've said that multiple times. They didn't know they liked it, didn't know it was going to happen. We didn't either.
Yeah, we hoped, we believed in it. We figured even if it didn't sell well, we were kind of like, we'll keep going with it.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
We plan to.
I feel like IDW is that perfect vehicle for Kanto. I really do.
It strikes me. I feel it feels to me like it's one of the Hasbro licensed properties, but playing in the sandbox of like Lock and Key and some of the other Joe Hill books that are there that are more horror like. It's like living in both those worlds, and so I think it's a great fit.
It's a great point. Yeah, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of indie titles out there, or a lot of indie publishers out there now. A lot. Well, I shall say a lot more than there ever had been. And it makes you kind of wonder how things would have been if he had gone with a different one. But like I said, I think IDW is the perfect vehicle for Kanto. So how long did it take for them to get back to you guys?
Quick, actually.
Be careful. I'm just kidding.
Quick-ish. No,
I think it was a couple of months. It had to go through the process, and then
it was, I think, like 2-3 months. Once they had made up their mind on it, it went pretty quickly. At that point, we had already been drawing because we had decided, like I said, we decided to move forward with or without anyone. So by the time they came along, we were already done with issue 1, I think.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we had all the inks for issue 1 completed. We were starting on issue 2. The scripts were locked for the first, I think, 3 or 4. I mean, locked in the sense that if an editor came in and gave us notes, we'd do that. But we had the scripts written. We were full steam ahead. We were actually talking to somebody else about publishing it. And then we got the email a couple months after we had sent it over there that they were into it. We just tried to not lose our minds.
Very cool. Don't hesitate to shut me down if some of these questions are loaded. They're not intended to be, but it's just very interesting. Your first response was like, well, maybe that was a little hot topic there that shouldn't be talked about. But it's just interesting because of the reception and I'll say how well the book has done since it first come out. That when you look at it, it really makes you wonder from a publisher standpoint about what were they doing and feeling in that room when they're sitting and reading that book. Because I know what I was doing and feeling when I first read that the first story and the second first and second issue. So
I mean, we weren't in the room, so I have a I have a sense based on conversations and things that they had they connected in the sort of emotional way that readers have. And the question, it was brand new at the time. The question for them, and I totally get this from their perspective, is can they replicate this with not replicate in other issues, but if we publish this issue #1, will that feeling be replicated for readers? Are we just feeling that way?
Yeah.
Is that something other people are going to feel? And that's where the chance comes into it. And I think we're all very thankful they took the chance to put it out there and give readers the opportunity to respond to it in one way or the other. Because other times it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can feel one way about it, and it just doesn't connect with readers. And so, I think that's where we were there too. Don't you think, Drew?
I think we filled a niche for them also. It is not by accident that the story took the direction that it took. At least from my end, there was a very active look at what the industry was publishing at the time. And we both agree, yes, there is a lot of fantasy out there. It's also a lot of violent fantasy and adult fantasy, and there's a lot of sci-fi out there. We looked at what was missing from the industry as a whole, and we're like, okay, we'll fill that niche. And we've obviously done pretty well at doing that. So that amount of research, I think, served us very well.
And we honestly, from my perspective, and I think Drew, you agree with this, we made the comic that we want to read. That we were passionate about. It's like, we would be Wednesday Warriors for Kanto, even if we weren't the creators, because it's just so different and interesting. And it just feels like something there's not a lot of it out there. It's either kids stuff or adult stuff. There's, Dark Crystal, Neverending Story, Return to Oz, Willow, all of those stories that I loved when I was growing up. I just wanted that again.
And that's where this really falls into my heart. The Kanto verse falls, it bridges a gap, right?
I love that you call it Kanto verse.
Yeah, I'm going to start using it.
It really is. I got hope it's going to be there, and it's going to continue to be built and be a thing. Like you talk about the side quests and you talk about the story arcs. It's Kanto verse. It really is. You're on your way there. But at the end of the day, it bridges a gap. I have a 3.5-year-old son right now who I love reading stories to every night. But this is that next evolution of a story that I can sit down and read with him before we move into The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings. Some heady or heavy text and type that's difficult and takes a lot of time. But this is going to live with my son. This is what my son is going to grow up with. That's why this is so important to me. Is it resonates with me, but it's going to resonate with him as well. And he's only beginning at life.
So Andy, one of my dreams is to have a kid cosplay Kanto. I'm not saying it has to be your son, but
we gotta find a way to make that happen. That would be pretty
little cardboard armor.
Yeah.
Little face.
So I think I can make that happen.
Can you make the con start first and then the cosplay second?
Yes.
I definitely think I can make that happen for you. I know I can make it. So
I would weep. I would cry. You'd see me cry, Chad.
We're doing another con in October. Surprise. You guys are going to get another invite. Is that cool?
Oh yes,
It's not happening. So what?
Why not?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
But so it's actually going to be a horror themed. So a little robot would be kind of cool.
With my other handsome writer.
But we've got some special effects artists. I think we might be able to get a Kanto.
That would be amazing.
I would just.
So where I
You'd
live,
see me weep.
I live not far from the Douglas School of Art, which is the Tom Savini makeup school, and they're going to be a part of it. So maybe I can talk to a certain somebody to make it happen.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Guys, I hate to say this, but we have to kind of wrap it up because we're running out of. We're going to be cut off of YouTube here in a minute.
So I've got one more quick question, then going around to David and Drew really quick. And that's really how I like to close out my Thursday live shows is where can people find you on social media and what do you have going on coming up this next week or recent that people should be paying attention for?
Drew?
I am on Twitter at Drew_Zucker. I'm on Instagram. You would think I would have this stuff figured out by now with all the press we do, and yet I don't.
So funny.
My official website is artofdrewzucker.com. That's where all of my original art is available. And on Instagram, I am Drew Zucker Art.
And for me on Twitter, I'm at David Boer. On Instagram, I'm at David M. Boer. My website is davidboer.com. You can follow Kanto on Instagram and Twitter at Kanto Comics. Kanto Comic. Sorry, it's getting late. At Kanto Comic. And to plug what's coming next, Laser Like Focus on August 26th, which is Kanto 2 #1, Kanto 2 The Hollow Man #1. And please, please, please ask your LCS to get it because nobody wants to be in a scenario where you're having to go to 3 different shops to find it.
Yes, and you guys have the homage, the TMNT homage, the 1 in 10.
Oh, the 1 in 10 by Ben Bishop is the TMNT tribute from the very first issue of TMNT by Kirkman and Laird. And then the 1 in 25 is one of my favorite artists, George Kaltsoudas, which is the Wizard of Oz fairy tale book.
So I was able to order a 1 in 25 and a 1 in 10 through my LCS because they had enough pull requests to hit that 25 book order. But when I asked if I could get that 1 in 50, they said that it wasn't available to them because I think there is a 1 in 50, right?
There is not.
No, there is not.
They weren't lying to you. We just got to the 1 in 25.
Okay, gotcha.
My goal is a 1 in 100. Can you imagine?
Ooh, that's awesome. That'd be crazy.
Someday, maybe someday.
We'll make it happen, guys. Hey, thank you again for joining us. Thank you for watching Mainframe Comic Con. Real quick, I'll ask you guys, did you get a chance to watch us this weekend?
I've been at work all weekend, so I plan on going backwards and checking out some of the panels that you guys did.
Are they going to be on YouTube?
We're going to put them all up on the Mainframe Comic Con. We did have one video that has one panel that got us 27 copyright strikes and banned in New Zealand. We are officially banned in New Zealand. But that's thanks to Norman. That was thanks to Norman Reedus and Dan Fogler. But besides that,
the PR from that is going to be totally worth it. So.
Epic. 27 copyright violations is
for a doorbell. Come on. A doorbell got you a copyright? How do you get a doorbell for a copyright? But you guys kicked ass. I love Kanto. Andy, thank you for coming on. Guys, I usually say you can't stay, but you got to get the hell out of here. No, just stay home. That's all. And if you can hit that if you haven't gone, if you're watching us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch, Periscope, listening to the podcast, come to Mainframe Comic Con and hit that donate button for the Hero Initiative. All proceeds go to the Hero Initiative. Check out all the exclusive variants over. Check out the merch. I think there's an Amazing Fantasy 15 slabbed for the Slab Dragon if he wants to go in there and check it out. But with that, guys,
I'll close it out, man. I'm gonna go peace out. I'm gonna go pinkies out. I'm gonna catch y'all on the flip side for the next one.
All right, love you guys. Have a great night and God bless.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.